ask both of them to be here tonight.
Okay, I drew the short straw here, so I'll begin. So I'm going to tell you what I can do. So in the next few days, I will be hiring a temporary service to help out, driving around, educating the individuals that are out on the street corners. You know, it's health and safety. That's our biggest thing. So that's what we're going to focus on, making sure that there's good clearance so people can walk by. We're not at the intersections. We're not going into the traffic. I mean, that's my main concern right now, is obviously not to have any accidents or anything worse than that. So those are the things that we are going to do until we get back with Mr. Ferguson and we get a better game plan. Chief?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, Council. And from the police standpoint, public safety's our focal point as well. So sidewalks, making sure that there is the ability for people to move up and down the sidewalk without going out into the roadway being obstructed. Absent that, they can certainly stand there. That's not an area that we'd have concern from. And then private property, where they are on a business or on somebody's property and they don't want them there, regardless of what the circumstances are, we can trespass them or ask them to leave for trespass ordinances. Businesses can certainly regulate who is on their right of way as well. So that kind of limits where we are. Questions that we can answer?
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and make sure I do my best to wrap a bow on this to make sure we're all on the same line. Then I'll have other council members weigh in. So from what I hear from the city attorney, Olympia, the state legislature, through the code that you brought up, it was, I believe, RCW, Revised Code of Washington 36.71, has preempted or limited the city's authority to exclude these people. In other words, we can't force them into licensing. We can't say you can't do this, correct? Except,
That is correct.
Except if they are, what we're going to call a dangerous situation, which is impeding right away, the sidewalk, etc. We may have enforcement authority there that's outside of that preempted authority. So the city may have the ability to regulate those in the right of way who are selling, specifically as Chief and Mr. and Troy's Henderson, right? Hendren. I'm so sorry. I know it's been 8 years. I'm an idiot. Troy. That's why I'm calling him Troy. And Troy have mentioned our primary concern being health and safety. So I want to be clear here. To the extent that the city is limited, this is an opportune time to, although legislative session's out of session, if you have concerns about these issues, lobby your local legislators and seek some sort of modification to the bill. Again, it's Revised Code of Washington 36.71, I believe, .090, which says, you can't limit the sales of those folks who are unlicensed. There are other health concerns that, we can't even touch here, let alone just blocking, possibly running into traffic, someone taking a corner too tight, or someone even running up onto a curb. But what Chief did say is, let's say a business or an individual desires to remove these folks from their parking lot or wherever they may be selling. That's certainly a question for the Chief, and he and his staff will address that. And Mr. Hendren, sorry about that, Troy, I'm not going to live that down, is bringing on some additional folks. Are you going to be able to provide any written materials, or is it going to be just more of a verbal exchange? Okay, well, excellent. I think hopefully that makes the mud somewhat less muddy. I think we had hoped maybe there would be additional resources that the city could provide, but we are limited, again, by Olympia and our legislature, so if you've got a question or concern, raise it there. With that, I saw Mr. Peralez's light go on first, so I'll go there and then back to you, Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to City Attorney Ferguson for that presentation and stuff. And I thought maybe for once Olympia would do us a favor, but I didn't get that lucky today. No, I think overall, again, myself and the many people on this dais, we value the entrepreneurial spirit of these individuals who want to come out and make a buck and provide for their families, but there's a right way and a wrong way to do things. Even sell produce. I think about all the people who have brick and mortar businesses that pay permits, they pay taxes. They're not sitting there on Road 68 blocking traffic. And so I just implore people, if that is happening, they're blocking traffic and there's a chance they're going to cause an accident, please just call PD, call the city. there's places where they can do this. The Lowe's parking lot, I honestly don't have a problem with that. That's probably not the biggest issue in the world, but, blocking traffic on 20th, in my opinion, also just right around the corner by my house, literally on 44 in Burden, just sitting there on the sidewalk in a residential neighborhood just doesn't really make any sense. But we're not trying to shut these people out, but there's a better way to do this, and we've made it extremely easy to be a mobile vendor in the city of Pasco with the changes that have happened in the last year. We value that. That's our culture, and so just. I hope we can make an impact on there. I hope you guys can make contact with these individuals. Let them know there's places to do this. Farmers Market opens up next week. There you go. There's places to sell produce, and so hopefully we can get these people, the places where they can do that safely, and so we're not impacting people's quality of life here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I concur with almost everything Councilmember Perales said, nearly word for word. I would just add a lot, most all the feedback I've heard that is concern from the public is in regard to, just the placement of this. I think about 20th and Lewis, I think about 68 and Burden. Those are places we have a city have placed red light cameras because they're such dangerous intersections already. And yet, if I'm going to be setting up a lemonade stand or something like that, I'm going to go to the most high traffic area possible too. But, that is further creating a safety issue where we have cameras there in the first place because we know that it's a dangerous place. And so I think that's really the overwhelming sentiment from the community is just the congestion, the safety, and just the bad things that can happen from setting up in those places. And I realize, as the mayor has said, that Olympia and all of their wisdom has made this as difficult as possible for us. But I agree with Mr. Perales that, I do appreciate people trying to hustle some money and everything like that, but we are a nation of laws and we need order, and we have to have safety, health and safety, like Mr. Hendren brought up. And so again, I appreciate you hiring at least some temporary staff to while we're seeing an influx of this, and really just all both of you guys do as far as trying to keep the peace in our community, I guess I should say. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further lights, thank you, all three of you, for the presentation. I think the fundamental question here is, Mr. Ferguson, do we have the ability to move forward, or do you guys need some time to research to determine what can and can't be done to our existing code?
Sure. Yeah, I think really what it comes down to is we have the question narrowed, which is to what extent can the city do anything with regard to regulation of the accepted, for lack of a better way to describe it, activity of selling produce and other items in the right of way. So that's really the key is that nuance of what can the city actually do with regard to where this activity takes place along the right of ways on the sidewalk. So that should be a pretty straightforward analysis, but we'll do our best to turn that around and try to get you some answers with an update next week, but 2 weeks for sure.
Okay, then it sounds like we can anticipate either a presentation or a memo over the next course of the week, and maybe we'll put it on for action if such action is appropriate the 19th. Sound good? Done. I see Mr. Ferguson head nodding. Mr. Zabel again? Okay, cool. All right, seeing no further lights on that issue, I'm going to move on to item number 12, which is new business. Seeing none listed, unless Mr. Zabel's got anything to pop in. Nope. That turns us into 13, which is miscellaneous discussion, update on park design standards. Not sure who's presenting that one.
I'm gonna flip that to Jesse in a second, but I just wanted to mention Cinco de Mayo. We had a very cold start to the day, and but I think a good turnout on the parade, as well as certainly at the event downtown. But asked Director Rice not only talk a little bit about design standards, but also to share with council some of the statistics, some of the metrics by which we measure the event in terms of number of entrants in the parade, number of attendees, those type of things. And I will mention I've been to, I did miss last year, but I've been to probably the last 10 or 12 of these, and this event was definitely the most organized that we've had. Matter of fact, I'll share this. My wife noted on Thursday or Friday that I was pretty calm considering Cinco de Mayo was coming up, and I said, that's because Jesse's running it. But yeah, staff did a great job. The assistant city manager oversaw a lot of it as well, so I want to give some credit to the leadership. And then we had a lot of staff volunteer, not volunteer, they clearly were paid, a lot of them, but some of them were shifting their time as well. But a lot of staff took their Saturday out, braved the rain, the wind, the cold, and helped get information about the city out and greet the public, as well as shuttle people over to the tent we had where we're getting input on Peanuts Park North. So similar to what we did several years ago for the bigger Peanuts Park redesign, we wanted to have some an opportunity for some organic input from the folks that are using our downtown. And the difference this time is they actually had a vision to look at, whereas before it was, well, the folks remember what Peanuts Park looked like. So a lot of folks were really excited to talk about what could happen up in the north part of the park. So with that, Director Rice.
Thank you for covering that initial information. So yeah, I'll go ahead and start with Cinco. But yeah, despite the weather not cooperating, our staff partners and sponsors were able to hold a pretty successful event. We had over 60 plus parade entries with either more than 100 horses or more than 300 horses. I'm not sure if we switched from bodies to legs or something, but somehow I've got two different reports. But at least there's 100 horses. There might have been 300. We're not sure yet. So, but in addition to that, we had the Charo dancing, youth boxing, kids zones, youth entertainment, bands, and a whole lot more. Already received a lot of positive comments about having multiple stages or activities going on at the same time. That way folks could participate in what they want to do, shift around. So I think we'd like that as well. Vendor-wise, we had over 70 vendors, including 10 PSK clients, which is a very high number, but most of those right outside the main area there in front of the stage were PSK vendors. So we appreciate those being out. I think overall it was a great event, as City Manager Zabel noted. I'd like to say big thanks to both our staff and our sponsors for helping the community events great. Also a shout out to our Recreation Manager, Brent Kabalik, who walked over 43,000 steps between setup and breakdown, beating my last year's Saturday total by 4,000 steps. So we're looking forward to Fiery Foods to see who comes out on top of that again. So I think those wondering what that is, I think Brent told me it's a little over 17 miles. So we're getting in the marathon area for those events. So and these again aren't done alone. I appreciate the recognition, but yeah, we have not just recreation staff, but it takes police and fire and parks and public works staff to make all those events turn out great. So I appreciate the time to share that with you. Moving on to the two other updates I have. There's actually two updates, one on park standards and one on boulevard standards, both very similar projects. But first on the boulevard standard project, this project is initiated to update and formalize the current traditional tree and grassline boulevard style that we've used for many years. As well as create a second hardscape or water conservation style concept for adoption and use in development or replacement of existing boulevards. So currently we've hired a consultant, McKay Esposito, to work with staff, and they're currently working on collecting information and creating initial hardscape concepts, which will be shared for review and input at a soon to be scheduled community input session. So that will be coming up soon. We'll make that announcement. And then the second project is again similar, but it's for park design standards. The city has maintained a set of construction standards related to parks, which has specified types of irrigation materials or trees that would be used for parks and boulevards, but has lacked specific park design standards, which allow for easy to understand development needs and ensure equitable park development throughout the community. So in this case, we've contracted with MIG, who recently completed our 6-year Parks Rec and Open Space plan to help develop a set of standards that will be used by both development community and internal city projects as we look at replacing some of our 20-plus-year-old parks. Like the boulevard standards, consultants working with staff to collect existing data, has visited many of our current parks and is working on creating draft specifications based off those used by other organizations as a starting point for 2 upcoming community outreach meetings. The first outreach will be for park users to gather ideas and what we think we should be using, and then a second for developers to garner their input as well. So, and again, once both projects, once the data is collected and merged into the draft reports, council will be presented with a draft plan for comments and direction towards final standards. So we look to do that hopefully in the next 4 to 6 months. But as you're aware, we're running a lot of projects right now through various things, so including the Peanuts Park one that City Manager Zabel mentioned. So working towards all those, and we should be announcing promoting the community input sessions for both very soon and get those projects moving forward. Any questions on either of those I can get for you tonight and follow up for.
I don't see any.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, do we have any miscellaneous discussion from council? Seeing none, we're going to move on to item 14, which is our executive session. We do have 2 items listed, A and B. The first one is a discussion with legal counsel about current or potential litigation under Revised Code of Washington 42.30.110 subsection 1, Roman numeral 1, or I. The third topic, item B, is to consider the minimum offering price. That first one is for 10 minutes. The item B is to consider the minimum offering price for sale or lease of a real estate. There's likelihood the disclosure would decrease the price under Revised Code of Washington 42.30.110 subsection 1. Letter C, that's 5 minutes, so it's a total of 15 minutes. Do we need a break ahead? Let's do 5 minutes. That'll take us to 9:03. 15 minutes, we'll be back at 9:18. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yeah.
We do need to disclose, because we are going in for setting, sorry,
That's
Mr.
right.
Officer. So we are going into set minimum price, so we need to discuss the factors, which would be price, location, and buyer. So I just want to make sure that's clear for the record.
All right, price, location, and buyer, the reasons for item C, or item B, item 3, I don't know, all sorts of numbers here and letters. The last thing we're talking about. So, be back at 9:18. Thank you. It is 9:23. We are out of executive session with no more business to conduct. We are adjourned for the night. Thank you for joining us.
I paint because I love it. As long as I can remember, I've always created. I am that person who smells the roses and stares at the clouds for the different colors that they are.
Chantal Ely says she didn't always plan on turning her creative spirit towards an art career, but an experience in college convinced her to take a chance on sharing her work with the public.
I went for government and law, plans on being an attorney, and then I took my art history class versus my government class, and I was like, the sky opened up and the angels started singing, and I was like, I'm at home. This is where I belong.
Now, Ely says she finds inspiration in everything, from international travel to the most mundane of occurrences.
There was this chocolate spill on my counter, and I just remember looking at it, and I told my husband, I was like, do not touch that. He was like, what? I was like, don't touch it. I don't know what I'm going to do with this, but something, it's speaking to me. It's going to live somehow. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but just don't touch it.
The spill came to life in a piece on display at Pasco City Hall called Priest of Aurora.
You know, I was like, he looks like a priest or a drummer, or, you know, I wasn't sure. But so that outline was a chocolate spill on my counter that inspired me.
You can see echoes of many cultures in Ely's art, and some of the pieces are designed to be viewed from multiple angles. Ely says her hope is that the complexity of each piece will keep viewers coming back.
I want you to always be drawn in, and through that, receive peace and curiosity and joy and fulfillment in that.
So we're going to need everybody's help, because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons, and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative.
I guess photography for me is really about storytelling, and I feel like my photography really tries to show the story of a space, a community, an environment.
Alfred John Contreras says his interest in photography began as a child and grew into a unique way of observing the world around him.
I would pass by people walking on the street and I saw certain things, patterns that I noticed, and then I would just start photographing just things that I saw interesting. It could be anything like something discarded on the ground that kind of interacted with different light, or how it interacted with the environment.
Contreras captured those observations on film, now being showcased at Pasco City Hall with the exhibit Urban Tableau: Synchronicity in Everyday Life.
An urban tableau is capture a moment and you freeze it forever, and you can make up your own story behind that, and you'll see the different patterns within that picture. And I just really love to be able to showcase that's fraction of a second that can be captured, and that stories can be created from that. It will never be reproduced again the same way, because the lighting is going to change, everything's going to change, so it'll never be captured again.
When looking at the photographs on display at City Hall, look for subtle patterns in the scene.
If a person really takes the time to stop and look, you'll see that there's patterns in the chaos of like a everyday street.
Contreras says his photography is a celebration of the beauty in simple things.
And there's also beauty in people just on the street walking and their interactions with each other, an unspoken glance between strangers on the street. And if you capture that, I feel like if it resonates with me and it gives an emotion for myself, it'll probably do the same for somebody else. There is beauty in everything, you just have to really look for it, and that's what I hope people take away from my photography and my exhibit at City Hall.
Stay busy this summer with the City of Pasco. Enjoy open swim at Memorial Aquatic Park from 1 to 5:45 p.m. every day, with lap swim weekdays at noon, or sign up for swim lessons throughout the summer. Join the all-ages Beat the Heat Run Walk Club on Wednesday mornings to earn entries for an end-of-summer prize drawing. Check out free, family-friendly movies and music at Pasco Parks, plus many more activities and events, all listed online at pascoparksandrec.com.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, May 5th, 2025. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Thank you for all in attendance. Before we even get to it, I'm certain the city had a wonderful festivity this weekend. I apologize I wasn't able to be here. I had a wonderful benefit of being in Spokane on a work trip. I know that's the great municipality just north of us, where I brought back a bit of exhaustion and a bout of the gout. So TMI, I'm sure, but that's what Spokane has to offer, not like Pasco, culture and excitement. So we do thank you for being a part of our city government here. The agenda packets are available either online for anyone who's following along, anyone who's here. There is a small table immediately to the right as you walk in with a sign that says agendas with an arrow pointing at the agendas. The meeting is also televised live on PSC-TV channel 191 on Spectrum in both Pasco and Richland. It's also streamed on the city's Facebook page, its YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. The public may submit their comments either through the Ask Pasco app or through the city manager or city clerk's office. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Here.
Graham.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Perales.
Here.
Milne.
Present.
Serrano.
I am here.
And Barajas is not here. We have 6 council members present.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think. I don't recall Ms. Barajas asking to be excused or letting us know she's going to be joining online. Do we see her online?
Don't, but she did accept the meeting, so it's possible that she's going to log on.
Well, for now, we'll play it by ear. She can be excused or unexcused, and we'll go from there. But I do. If I missed it, I apologize, Blanche. With that, if you'll stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. You may be seated. So, for anyone following along, that slides us into item number 4, which is our consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council, will be enacted by a singular motion as it's listed on the agenda. There will be no separate discussion of these items, but if separate discussion is desired by council, they can make that known now and seek to remove an item from the consent to the regular agenda. So before we roll through, any council members asking to move anything from the consent? Excuse me, seeing nobody's mic on, I'll roll through. Item A, the approval of meeting minutes from April 21st and 28th, 2025. Item B, bills and communications approving claims in the total amount of $6,502,775.89. Ordinance number 4766, request for zoning code text amendment. And I will note for council and for the public's enlightenment, we did get an updated packet about an hour and 45 minutes ago that modified one quick thing that wasn't caught in the prior uploaded document, which is the striking of the C2 zone from these from the limitations on this, as I think Mr. Perales had advanced in our last meeting. Okay, and he has no comment, or he was good with that, he said. And we got Ms. Perales. So with that, we've got item D, resolution number 4595, West Pasco Water Treatment Plant Phases 3 and 4 Professional Services Agreement Acceptance. And finally, item E, which is resolution number 4596, Project Acceptance for the Fire Station number 85 site work. That's Road 100 and Maple Drive improvements, that project. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Got a motion on the floor and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. But before we get there, Ms. Barajas, did you have a request to remove anything from the consent agenda? No? Okay. Then, Ms. Clerk, if you can roll call us.
Councilmember Blaisdell?
Yes.
Grimm?
Yes.
Harpster?
Yes.
Perales?
Yes.
Barajas?
Yes.
Milne?
Yes.
And Serrano?
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. That rules us on to number 5, which is our proclamation acknowledgements. I'll note that we have 3 such proclamations tonight. So, typically what we do is I read it, hand it out, and do a photo op. I think we'll go ahead and stay with that procedure. It just may be a little cumbersome with all the folks in the audience, which is great to see, just to be clear. Just maybe a lot of shuffling. So the first is the proclaiming May 2025 as Asian American Pacific Islander and Heritage Month. So again, the folks representing that community, if you can, I guess, I'll read it. Usually I read it and there's like one person at the mic, but again, I know there's a lot of folks for each one of these proclamations. Let's go ahead and do this. Why don't I slide to that mic and have the folks representing the Asian Island Pacific Islander Heritage Month acceptance slide over to this side. You can take your photos while we do that, and then if you want to say a couple words, let's do that, okay? So I'm going to come down to this mic, and if folks can line up that way if you want some photos, we can go there, okay? hopefully this makes for a decent shot. So, whereas Asian American Island and Pacific Islander, or AAPI, Heritage Month is a time to recognize the contributions and achievements of Asian Americans and from Asians from across the Asian continent, native Hawaii, and Pacific Island descent. Whereas the United States Asian Pacific Heritage Week was first celebrated in 1979 and was extended to AAPI Month, Heritage Month in 1992. Whereas the month of May was chosen as an Asian Pacific American Heritage Month to commemorate the immigration of the first Japanese citizen, Nakahama Manahiro, to the United States on May 7th, 1843, but also the anniversary of May 10th, 1869, completion of the first transcontinental railroad, built in part with the back-breaking labor of nearly 20,000 Chinese immigrants. And whereas today more than 20 million AAPI members live in the United States, whereas we celebrate their achievements and contributions which enrich our history, society, and culture through language and religions and make our communities more vibrant, prosperous, and secure. During AAPI Heritage Month, we acknowledge the additional determination, hard work, and perseverance AAPI put forth to be seen and to be heard. Whereas the 2025 theme is a legacy of leadership and resilience, and honors the hard work of AAPI leaders who established the foundation for future generations to thrive and adapt to change and adversity. Now therefore, I, Pete Serrano, Mayor of the City of Pasco, Washington, do hereby proclaim May 1st through May 31st, 2025 as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Thank you. We can do some pictures, I don't know, and then if you have someone designated to speak. Anybody want to speak? I mean, we can keep. No, I can say. I'll sit backwards. Yep, yeah. Right. You want? Let's do a quick photo and maybe take a couple. Whoever wants to get around here. Yeah, absolutely. Council, slide down in. I don't know. You can hide or stay.
Squeeze in just.
Yeah. If we need to do 2 levels on top of those 2 levels, that's fine. We good? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, Scott, go ahead. All right. Take the mic, man.
All right, Mayor Serrano, members of the council, thank you for that this evening and for that recognition. Lived in Pasco myself for 20 plus years, and an interesting fact, I serve on the Commission for Asian Pacific American Affairs, or CAPA, for Washington State, and you have out of 12 commissioners in this state representing that commission. Also David Fongsa here is Lao American and serves on that council. So you have 2 of the 12 commissioners for the state in the city of Pasco. So continuing to celebrate our diversity. As you can see, there's a lot of people here that came to support this. We have a lot of different ethnicities and heritages in the Asian Pacific Islander community, both in Pasco and our state. And it's just an honor to celebrate those differences. Me and myself, my mother is Japanese American. I've told this story a few times, but she grew up 10 miles from the Minidoka internment camp in the 1950s. So celebrating her culture of being Japanese American was not celebrated. Her parents spoke Japanese, did not teach any of the 5 kids a lick of Japanese or a word. So it's awesome to see how far we've come, both in our community, in our state, in our nation, to be able to celebrate our differences and our cultures like this. So I appreciate you guys doing this, and thank you.
Thank you. That'll move us along to the second one, unless you had anyone else designated, Mr. Lehrman. I don't believe so. Okay. Thank you all. You're welcome to stick around or whatever you choose at this point. the next one is going to be National Police Week, and I'll have, again, let's do the same thing where the police line up on this side, and I'll be at the mic, and then we'll do that. First, I got to thank you for the cars. My kids will play with them and ruin them in probably the first 5 minutes, assuming tonight doesn't go too long. Maybe it'll last through part of tomorrow. Sorry about that. So, National Police Week, May 11th through 17th, 2025. Whereas the City of Pasco Police plays an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the residents of the City of Pasco. Whereas it is important that all residents know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their police. Whereas the City of Pasco Police recognizes their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. Whereas the men and women of the City of Pasco Police unceasingly provide a vital public service. Now, therefore, I, Pete Serrano, the mayor of the City of Pasco, Washington, call upon all residents of the City of Pasco and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 11th through 17th, 2025 as National Police Week, with appropriate ceremonies and observations by which all of our residents may join in commemorating law enforcement officers past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to their communities, and in so doing have established for themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and securities for all residents. Further, I call upon all residents of the City of Pasco to observe Thursday, May 15th, 2025 as Peace Officers Memorial Day, in honor of those law enforcement officers who, through their courageous deeds, have made the ultimate sacrifice in sacrificing to their service to their community, or have become disabled in the performance of the duty. Let us recognize and pay respect to the survivors of our fallen heroes. Chief, police members, thank you very much for your service to our community. And we'll do the photo op wherever you guys want me, and then council can slide it back. Do you want me hiding? Here, I'll just off a bit. Chief, take it. Yeah, turn it. Yeah, who am I giving it to? I'm guessing you, right? So then maybe. Here, there we go. One, two, three. Perfect. All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Now you guys can go back to work. I know that's what you really wanted to do. Make sure my car's there. I'll just speak from this podium because we got a rolling camera. So our third and final proclamation is National Military Appreciation Month. And the individual accepting this will be Kelsey Lato, but a handful of folks are going to be coming up here to accept this as a collective group. Yeah, it's and I do think we should also recognize members on staff and on council who are veterans. Mr. Harpster and Mr. Zabel and Miss Barajas and Mr. Milne, thank you for your sons and daughters' service to our country. So, and if I miss someone, tell me that I'm wrong. But no, seriously, we appreciate everything you do. We appreciate what you represent, the greatness of our community. So, National Military Appreciation Month. Whereas the United States Congress designated May as National Military Appreciation Month in 1999 to honor the sacrifices and successes of current and former members of the United States Armed Forces, and to provide an opportunity for communities across the country to honor the unwavering service, sacrifice, and dedication of our military personnel, veterans, and their families. Whereas the strength and security of the United States depends on the commitment and courage of the brave men and women who serve in the armed forces, defending our nation and its values both at home and abroad. Whereas the residents of Pasco, Washington have a deep appreciation for the dedication and sacrifices made by the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, including those who have given their lives in the pursuit of freedom and peace. Whereas the city of Pasco is proud to stand in support of our military heroes, including the many veterans and active duty members who call our community home, and recognizes their service as a vital part of our shared history and future. Whereas it is our duty to honor and our duty and honor to acknowledge the steadfast courage and commitment of our armed forces and to express our heartfelt gratitude for their role in safeguarding the freedoms we cherish. Now therefore, I, Pete Serrano, Mayor of the City of Pasco, Washington, do hereby proclaim May 1st through May 31st, 2025 as National Military Appreciation Month in the City of Pasco, and encourage all residents to join me in honoring and expressing gratitude to our service members, veterans, and to their families for their selfless service and dedication to our country. God bless you, and thank you for your service. Awesome. Thank you very much. Whoops. Here, there we go. That's great. We can do 2 lines. Yeah. Yeah, how are you guys? And let's not forget Commissioner Powell. Just like that. Sorry about that. Yeah. Let's see. Well, you can't hide. Here, we'll gap it. Here, I'll kind of hide. Yeah, however you guys want to do it.
Yeah, you gotta at least stand up, Dave. All right. 1, 2, 3. Thank
I'm going to go ahead and call for a 5-minute recess in case folks needed more photos or anything of that nature. It's 7:20. We'll rejoin at 7:25. So, again, if you need either congregate in the hallway and what have you, take 5. Thank you, folks, for that brief recess. It's now 7:25. We are back in session. That rolls us along to item number 6, which is public comments. The public may address council on items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. And I slow down there because we do have a public hearing scheduled for item 8. It's item 8A, the single item under 8. So, excuse me. If you wish to speak on item 8, please hold comments in relation to that until that time, at which I'll direct you that you'll have 2 minutes and we'll go from there. Unless it addresses a public hearing, the purpose for this public comment is not to seek a debate with council or seek immediate answers to questions, as some questions require research and information from outside sources, from staff, and further contemplation by city council. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. I'll be tracking that, and our deputy city clerk will be monitoring that. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize those comments or submit written information, either for council consideration outside of formal meetings to the city clerk or through the Ask Pasco app or through the city manager's office. Lastly, when you're called upon, if you can state your name and county of residence, that would be helpful. So with that is now your floor for public comments. Go ahead. I see a hand up.
Hi, Hi, my name is Amber Wade. Tonight, a few neighbors have joined me in support. Please raise your hand for those supporting the Sands Mobile Home Park here tonight. Dear council members, Becky was the first resident to move into the Sands Mobile Home Park nearly 55 years ago. Her home was the very first one placed here. She's lived through decades of change, management, turnover, rising rent, shifting problems, and through it all, she stayed. Becky is quiet, she keeps to herself, she doesn't speak out often, but she has always given to this community in quiet ways that matter. She's donated toys for children during the holidays, she's helped pick up boxes for park events, she's made sure that others had what they needed even when no one was watching. This year she came out for our Easter egg hunt. That's the kind of neighbor she is. And now, after more than 5 decades, Becky is moving. She lives on fixed income. Rent, utilities, garbage, sewer, and billing fees total $711.25. That's 65% of her income just to stay in her home. But it's not just the money that's driving her out, it's the constant breakdowns, it's the silence when she asks for help, and the fear that nothing's going to get better. Becky uses a swamp cooler to survive our summers. That cooler needs water 24/7 to function. When the water pressure drops and her tank doesn't fill, if it runs dry, the motors can run out or burn out. That's not a small thing, it's her only way to stay cool, and she can't afford to fix it if it gets broken. She's not alone. I've had the same issues. Other residents have too. We made calls, sent emails, reported the problems, and the response, absolutely nothing. The same cycle, report, wait, silence. Meanwhile, I've shared stories from across the state, Walla Walla residents facing a 44% rent increase, a $5.5 million settlement in another park. Those stories made headlines, those people were heard, but our story hasn't made the news, and we ask, how are we supposed to advocate for ourselves when no one hears us? Becky has nothing left to lose, and that's why she's allowing her story to be shared. I printed this statement, Becky read it, and signed it to give me full permission on her behalf. She hopes that her truth will help protect those of us who are still here. We want to stay. We want to live in peace. We don't want our homes to be put up for sale after 55 years of living here. And that's not what Becky deserves. But this shouldn't fall on her. It shouldn't fall on me. It shouldn't fall on anyone just trying to live in peace and dignity. We need help. We need good water. We need constant pressure that doesn't damage our appliances we depend on. We need answers, not voicemails, not delay. We need someone to see what's happening before one more people like Becky are forced to leave. Please don't let Becky's departure go unnoticed. She may be soft-spoken, but her story is strong, and it matters. To Becky, thank you for the quiet things, for showing up, for holding this community together in ways most people never saw. You're part of what has made this mobile home park a home. Thank you. And please, we shouldn't have to put our homes up for sale. Please.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for showing support. Do I have any additional public comment? Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not used to public speaking. This is my first time, actually. But I met Amber, and I have met a few of the residents of the park, and they are good people that really do not deserve the things that they are experiencing right now. They have many problems, some of them with the water, some of them with the rent being raised. One of them says that the rent was raised twice this year already, or within a year. So they cannot pay for that. I mean, like they say, it would be different if we see that at least the people there are fixing things and you see improvements. But that's not the case at all. These people are in dire need of help. And I'm not even sure from whom. So that's why I am lending my support to them, because I was also very impressed on how united these people are. I mean, I came from California a few years ago to Pasco, and I love the city. I never expected to witness a third world problem here. The trickling of that water, if someone else in another home is using their water, one of the other people cannot shower. They cannot fill up a pot to make spaghetti because it really trickles. I witnessed this even just today. It's not fair. It's not nice. They should not be living in these conditions. My heart breaks for them because it's not something that I'm used to seeing in the United States of America. This should not be happening to these people. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any additional public comments? Let's see someone in the back. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Wilson, Franklin County. Thanks for your time tonight. I'd like to thank the mayor for stopping into the county commissioner's office last week, extending a little bit of diplomacy, which is the better part of tact from what I understand. I'm not too familiar. Thanks for doing that though, because they could use that help, if you ask me. I'd like to address something that I noticed on Friday. It was 5 o'clock. I was taking my wife to urgent care. There was some folks. I was going to Sandifer heading east from Westminster. There was a couple people. Looked like a mom, maybe a teenage daughter riding a bike in what would be a bike lane, but there isn't one. In front of me was a big diesel, extended tires, rolled coal on these people. And it disrupted, their travel. They almost went into the street. They were upset. They hollered. And so I thought I would address that. I don't know what sort of ordinances we have addressing exhaust, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what we have. I know it's a problem. I know it can be a bigger problem if we let it get to be a bigger problem. It's getting too crowded for that. I would rather see people riding bikes as a family in my neighborhood than somebody victimizing other people. Those are the people I want as neighbors. So, with my remaining time, I know I don't have time to go to the county commissioners and state my piece. So I'm coming here to the city of Pasco. I would like to encourage my neighbors, all the people out there in the community, take a look at what's going on in our county. It's not right that the commissioners have finally taken full control of the county commission, of the courthouse, and now they are attacking the sheriff from my point of view. I urge you, community, go ahead and take a look at that. It's been going on for too long. There's been too much apathy. There's been too much, not me. Take a look, please. It's a disaster. Those bullies need to be taken care of. Get them out of there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments? Go ahead, Ms. Mahoney.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56, provide the permit that allowed Pasco and Hayden Homes to kill our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and eaglets. Next, regarding Pasco's Aquatic Center, provide the total cost of ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins' monthly payments of $10,992 plus his travel expenses. He got a raise. And a total cost of the Wow Factor wave machine costing anywhere from $22 million to $280 million. Note, Yakima's Aquatic Center opens in June for a total cost of $10.8 million. Provide a permit number 404 that allows Pasco to develop our floodplain, including the Riverview East Sewer. Resolution 4582. the Road 48 Central Pasco Community Park, and the destruction of our wildlife habitat, and more. Regarding my Pasco home, provide all past and present LID and new LID designs, include start dates, costs, and all Pasco officials' communications regarding harassment and retaliation to me. See Pasco City Council 4119 with City Attorney Lee Kerr's authorization of no due process at animal control, and more. Mr. Kerr's no due process results in lawless seizures of family dogs that are killed and or sent to WSU for research and for harvesting of body parts. See files for Belle, Jake, and Kilo, and over 30 years of WSU records with animal control bunchers Ben Zegan and Angela Zeiler for a complete list of animal bunchers and bogus animal rescues that also sell dogs and cats to WSU. Call WSU President and Paul Allen's Dr. Palmer, 509-335-4200. Provide Animal Control Zegan Zeiler's Animal Welfare Act certification for humane euthanasia training to prevent further botched euthanasias that Animal Control calls, quote, popcorning the dogs and cats, end quote, or also called a violent and painful way to die. Provide the following: total cost and itemization for Animal Control's new building, include payments to Angela Zeiler, TCAS's permit and insurance to operate as an animal research provider, Pasco's cat bonds, results for 48 counts of animal cruelty, theft of $375,000, the missing rainy day fund, see Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Zeiler, and a total cost for the GMP consultants with Dave Zabel. Pasco's CIP budget is over $500 million with not any money going for a homeless shelter for people, and no funds for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for dogs and cats, and more. For questions, call Lee Kerr, 509-735-1542. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment? Going once? Going twice? Final call for public comment. With that, public comment is closed. We're going to move on to item number 7, which is reports from committees or officers. Do we have any reports from our council members? Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Cinco de Mayo Festival downtown in Pasco on Saturday, and I would like to commend Councilwoman Blaisdell, who did an excellent job on your behalf kicking off the ceremony. I'd also likewise like to commend Director Rice and all of his staff and team, who really did a great job running the event, and also his outreach to stakeholders in the community like the LBA and others, giving them a seat at the table in really organizing and planning the event. So really it was really great to see the community out. My family spent a few hours down there eating from vendors and going from booth to booth, and of course participating in the parade. And as Pasco's signature event, I just thought it was very well done on all accounts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Herbster.
Yes, I did attend the Lord's Hospital Board of Trustees meeting, and then on Friday attended a fundraiser for Mere Ministries along with Senator Nikki Torres, Commissioner Steve Bauman, and Port Commissioner Vicki Gordon. Mere Ministries' goal is to provide services and support for victims of trafficking in our area, and $40,000 was raised that evening. Their goal, if I recall correctly, was $30,000, so it was awesome to see. And then lastly, it wasn't necessarily an event that I attended, but Friday was rolling through downtown Pasco on my bike, as I do, and the new parklet outside the Pasco Specialty Kitchen was completely full with, it looked like at least half dozen people or so waiting for seats to open up. So that was really cool to see riding through there, so thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Seeing no further lights, sounds like Miss Blaisdell was a wonderful MC, so thank you for standing in my place. Hopefully no one walked away with gout from here. You get your light on purpose? Okay. Just want to make sure that you didn't have anything to circle back to. So thank you all for your involvement this week. And certainly thank you to staff for the bang-up job you always do. With that, we're going to move on to item number 8, which is hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. This is a public hearing. When appropriate, I will open it. We'll kick it off with a report from staff, then I can ask for questions from council, then we'll open the public hearing, and at that time you will have up to 2 minutes for comments. So if we can track that, that'd be helpful. So item A is public hearing and resolution on number 4597, 2025 to 2030 6-year transportation improvement program revision. And that's from Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight we are looking again one more time to the last year's approved transportation improvement program. There were a few revisions proposed. And so tonight is the public hearing for it. So a quick overview of what were the revisions proposed that we hope to hear the public speak about and hopefully have action later tonight. Next slide, please. So if you remember the last approved transportation improvement plan, so the one that extends between 2025 and 2030.
Welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, April 7th, 2025. Thank you to those who are joining us both live and on the television. City Council really thanks you for being a part of our government. At workshop, well, I don't know why I've got that one. That's fine. I got it. At regular meetings, the City Council takes action on formal items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available for those following along online at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. For those present, there is a table in back and a sign that says agendas. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas.
She is excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Blaisdell.
Present.
Councilmember Grimm.
Here.
Councilmember Harpster.
He is also excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Should be joining us via technology. Leo, can you hear us? Give it a quick minute. If we can't get it, we'll circle back to him.
Yes. How about Mayor Pro Tem Milne?
I am present.
And Mayor Serrano?
I am here.
Great.
With that, it looks like give Angela one more minute. Okay. Is he muted or we muted him? Or okay. Mr. Perales, if you can hear us, it sounds like you're muted. And I think you've got that control function. Yeah, apparently he can handle that himself. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance, and after that, Mr. Strong, maybe you can work to unmute Mr. Perales. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll sit tight 1 second for Mr. Perales. Nola? Go ahead, Angela.
Councilmember Perales, your mic is available on your side.
So, I guess Ms. Blaisdell, if he shoots you any updates, let us know. I guess I don't know how long to try to figure this out. For now, let's go ahead and okay, it looks like he signed off. Might be signing back in. With that, we'll move on to item number 4, which is our consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by a roll call vote as one motion. as listed in the agenda. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is
presenting your testimony or your evidence, please do so as clearly and succinctly as possible. Please keep your testimony relevant to the application. Try not to wander into other issues that are beyond the scope of the proposal. Try not to duplicate information that has already been presented. That may be a big one. I know that there's at least one item on this evening's agenda that's generated quite a bit of public interest. Some written comments were submitted ahead of time, which some of them seemed quite similar to each other. So pay attention as other people are testifying, and if you come forward and want to be heard and somebody else has said more or less what you wanted to say before you, feel free to just say that you are here to second or to echo everything that so-and-so said. If there is something that you want to add that's unique to your perspective, then by all means, tell me what you want to tell me. We don't want to leave anyone feeling like they didn't have an opportunity to be heard. And then finally, written evidence is always encouraged. So, from time to time, I might consider a request to leave the evidentiary record open at the conclusion of today's in-person hearing for opportunity for you to submit additional written comments. But another thing is sometimes I see witnesses who have written their comments out in advance so that they make sure to get everything that they want to say onto the record. If you've written down what you want to say, feel free to come up and read it into the microphone, but you'd also be free to offer your written statement as a written exhibit into the record as well. So I'd be happy to receive those. All right. Okay, I just said I may keep the public record open following the hearing to allow time to submit additional written comments. Whenever the public or the evidentiary record is closed, whether that's at the end of the hearing this evening or after a later date to allow time for additional written comments, my decisions will generally be rendered within 10 working days of the close of the public record hearing. If a particular application has drawn an unusual amount of public comment or a particularly voluminous amount of testimony, then I may consult the applicant about extending that 10-day decision period. So just be forewarned that that 10 days might be extended in a given case. I think most of you have noticed an attendance roster that's close to the entrance over there. Please be sure to sign in to help us, one, keep a record of the hearing, and two, you can indicate if there's a particular application this evening that you are interested in, and you can indicate if you wish to be mailed a copy of the decision when it has been rendered. As a courtesy to other participants, please turn off all audible communications equipment such as cell phones and pagers. I'm putting my cell phone on Do Not Disturb mode right now. Except as provided by the Pasco Municipal Code relating to requests for reconsideration, the decision of the Land Use Hearings Examiner is final and conclusive unless appealed by means of a land use petition to the Franklin County Superior Court within 21 days of the issuance of my decision. Now that's the general rule. On this evening's agenda, we actually have a majority of the items are exceptions to that rule. I want to let everybody know that for the zoning determinations and zone change, there is a different appeal process because, again, I don't make a final decision on those. I only make a recommendation to be considered by the City Council. You can receive a copy of the Hearings Examiner's recommended decision just like others would receive a final decision. And there is an appeal process described in the Pasco City Code for the applicant. Within an applicant can appeal the hearings examiner's recommendations to the council by within 10 calendar days from the date of the hearings examiner action. file a written appeal with the city planner stating the basis of the appeal from the hearing examiner recommendation. For property owners, that would be nearby property owners, within 10 calendar days from the date of the hearings examiner action, file a written appeal with the city planner stating the basis of appeal from the hearing examiner recommendation and bearing the signature of at least 20% of the owners of record of property within 300 feet of the property proposed for reclassification. Either method of appeal shall include payment of an appeal fee in the amount described in Title III of the Pasco Municipal Code. And a proper and timely filed appeal shall be presented to the City Council in conjunction with the hearing examiner recommendation and shall require the City Council to conduct a closed record hearing, notice of which shall be given in accordance with Pasco Municipal Code 25-210-040 to consider the appeal. Another little comment about that. Even though I am making recommendations on those issues for the City Council to make a final decision, what it means when it says that an appeal can trigger a closed record hearing is that you won't have an opportunity necessarily to stand in front of the City Council and add to your testimony. Even if an appeal is granted, and so make sure to provide the testimony that you want to provide about these proposals tonight. Don't assume that you can save it for later to share with the City Council or something like that, because the City Council is going to be relying on the record that's generated at this hearing to make their final decision. Okay. One last I guess introductory comment here is that I have reviewed the items on today's agenda and I do not have any interest in any of the properties or proposals being heard today. Outside of the staff report is attachments and public comments that were submitted. I have not received any communication regarding any matter being heard today. So I will be able to hear and consider all matters on today's agenda in a fair and objective manner. That said, I want to give you an opportunity. If there is anyone in attendance who objects to my participation as hearings examiner in the hearing of any of the items on today's agenda, please step forward. Let us know the basis for your objection. All right, seeing nobody come forward, I will go ahead and get started with the items on this evening's agenda. So, looks like the first of those is SP 2025-009, application for Soriano's Daycare Center. Do we have, first, before we turn to staff, do we have an agent of the applicant or the applicant themselves here this evening for that one? All right, thank you. Just had to ask, because earlier today in another city I was doing a hearing where we got started without realizing the applicant hadn't shown up for their own hearing. So since you're here, you can take a seat, and I'll turn it over to our planning department staff for presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. My name is Ivan Barragon, Planner 2 with the City of Pasco. I am presenting on special permit application SP 2025-009. Submitted by Maria Soriano Prieto for the conversion of an existing single-family dwelling into a daycare center. The proposal is located at 611 North Cedar Avenue, parcel number 113-760-090, legally described as Lot 5, Broadway Place, Phase 1 in Pasco, Washington. The property is zoned R1A, Low Density Residential Alternate District. Next slide, please. The property is 0.18 acres in size. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing the conversion of an existing single-family residence into a licensed daycare facility. The proposed use will serve school-aged children, specifically during before and after school hours. Upon completion, the residence will be fully repurposed for non-residential use and will operate exclusively as a daycare center. The facility will be designed to accommodate up to 15 school-aged children with staffing provided by one employee. As part of the site improvements, the applicant also intends to expand the existing driveway to better support the operational needs of the facility. Next slide, please. Notice of the public hearing was mailed to properties within 300 feet of the proposal on June 19, 2025. A second notice of the public hearing was mailed to properties within 300 feet of the proposal on June 27, 2025, after it was discovered that the vicinity map included in the original notice to neighboring properties was incorrect. Notice for public hearing was published in the Tri-City Herald on June 22, 2025. Pursuant to Pasco Municipal Code PMC 25.50.040 number 5, daycare centers and preschool centers are permitted in the zoning district subject to approval of a special permit. Per PMC 25.185.170, off-street parking for daycare centers is calculated at a rate of 1 space per employee and 1 space per 6 children. Based on the proposed staffing and enrollment, 4 off-street parking spaces are required. The applicant proposes to construct 4 off-street parking spaces within the front yard area to meet this requirement. Pursuant to PMC 12.04.100, number 1, letter C, no single driveway shall be wider than 34 feet or 50% of the lot frontage, whichever is smaller. At 62.7 feet lot frontage, the maximum driveway width where it meets right-of-way is 31.35 feet. The applicant is proposing a 36-foot wide driveway exceeding the maximum allowed. This would need to be reduced where it meets right-of-way to 31.35 feet and angled to meet PMC 12.04.100, number 1, letter C. Pursuant to PMC 25.15.270, yard front means an open and unoccupied space extending the full width of the lot between any building and the street right-of-way the building is addressed from. The front yard shall be determined by measuring perpendicular from the street right-of-way to the closest point of the building. Under PMC 25.185.030, number 4, vehicle parking in front yards is limited to the area formed by parallel lines extending from the outer dimensions of a garage, carport, or parking slab. An additional area of up to 10 feet by 20 feet between the nearest side property line and the driveway may be used for extra parking. The proposal does not align with PMC 25.185.030, number 4. More specifically, the additional area of up to 10 feet by 20 feet between the nearest side property line and the driveway may be used for extra parking. In addition, the PMC previously required to lead driveways to lead into a garage or carport, which effectively limited driveway placement. This provision was eliminated with the adoption of Ordinance 4700 AA in December 2023. However, the outdated reference in PMC 25.185.030, number 4, remains, contributing to confusion regarding driveway boundary standards. While the PMC does not clearly specify where the driveway requirements for this proposal should follow residential or commercial standards, it is important to acknowledge the limited guidance available for accommodating daycare centers within residential neighborhoods. Given that the only exterior physical modification proposed for the site is a driveway adjustment, staff finds it reasonable to highlight the forthcoming changes under Engrossed Substitute Senate Bill 5184. This legislation, which is set to take effect soon and is anticipated to be incorporated into the PMC, will prohibit cities from requiring off-street parking for daycare centers as outlined in Section 2, Number 3, letter E of the bill. The City of Pasco is serving as the lead agency for this project with respect to environmental review. The city has determined this proposal to be exempt under Washington Administrative Code, WAC 197.11.800. Next slide, please. All that said, staff cannot conclusively determine whether the submitted findings and conclusion provide sufficient grounds to approve the proposed change of use at 611 North Cedar Avenue. Ultimately, the final decision rests with the hearing examiner. Should approval be granted, either as submitted or with modification, staff recommends incorporating the outlined conditions of approval to ensure compliance with standards and mitigate impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bargon. I don't think I have any questions for you. Pretty sure I followed your presentation. We'll go ahead and turn to the applicant. Who's here to speak on behalf of the applicant? Excuse me. Go ahead and come forward, ma'am. We have a podium over here.
Hello, my name is Maria Soriano. My address 611 North Cedar Avenue in Pasco.
Okay, just a second. 611 North Cedar was your address? Okay, we got that in here. All right, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you, ma'am, swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
Yes.
All right, thanks. While you're up there, you can just leave that mic activated. I have a couple of questions for you, and then I'll give you an opportunity to, say what you think I need to hear. First, have you had an opportunity to review the written staff report from the City of Pasco and the exhibits that they attached to it? Okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thanks. And the staff report makes, it has a large section discussing findings of fact, which presents factual representations about your property and the project that you're proposing to, or the use that you're proposing to apply there. Is there anything, well, I guess the question is, do you agree with the factual representations that the city staff have made in that report?
Yes.
All right. Is there anything that, just to make sure if you generally agree with it, was there anything that you want to clarify or, that you might disagree with in some way in those factual representations?
I just read they say it's gonna be like 40% more traffic in the area for the center, but I think it's gonna be almost the same because I already have the home daycare and I take care of 12 kids, so it's only like 3 kids a difference. That's all.
Okay. And I understood from Mr. Barragan's presentation that basically there will have to be some interpretation of the code and statewide legislation and maybe potential legislation as it relates to your off-street parking requirements, the width of your driveway. Is there anything that you want to tell me about your plans as to parking for the facility or the placement of the driveway or anything like that?
We just try to make the space for the parking, like 4 parkings in the front yard. And there's gonna be a space for live garden.
Okay. And let's see. And how about the proposed conditions of approval that the city has included in their staff report? Did you get a chance to review those? It's on pages 6 and 7 of the staff report. Approval conditions. Did you get a chance to see those?
No.
You're not sure? Okay. It's in the same report, so I think just to, I really want to make sure that you have an opportunity to comment on these. It's not too long. I'm going to go ahead and read them into the record, so just listen carefully, and I'm going to ask you if you heard anything that you don't think you would be able to comply with or that you think is an unreasonable requirement to impose on your business. So, proposed condition number 1 was that a special permit shall apply to 611 North Cedar Avenue, including subsequent legal subdivisions thereof. 2, and basically that's what you're applying for today. 2, the project shall be constructed and operated in substantial conformance with the site plan submitted with the special permit application as included in the July 2025 hearing examiner packet. I trust that that's the site plan that you submitted. 3, in addition to condition number 2, the proposed driveway shall be reduced to 31 feet and 31.35 feet where it meets the right-of-way, in other words, the road. 4, the operator shall maintain all required licenses and approvals from the DCYF and shall comply with all applicable state and local health, building, and safety regulations. 5, the maximum number of children enrolled at the daycare center shall not exceed 15, and the maximum number of employees shall not exceed 1 as approved by DCYF and the fire marshal.
Yes.
Okay. On 6, on-site parking and drop-off pickup shall occur only within the designated driveway area. Staggered pickup and drop-off times are encouraged to reduce traffic impacts. No queuing is permitted in the public right-of-way. 7, prior to occupancy, any required modifications to the driveway shall be reviewed and approved by the city through a building and right-of-way permit. And 8, outdoor playtime shall be limited to designated fenced areas and scheduled to mitigate disruption to adjacent properties. 9, the applicant shall obtain all necessary permits for interior modifications, including installation of a fire sprinkler system, if required by the fire marshal or applicable building code. 10, the special permit is valid only for a daycare center use as described in the application and supporting materials. Any expansion in enrollment or change in use shall require additional review and approval. And 11, the special permit shall expire if the daycare center use is discontinued for more than 12 consecutive months. So at the conclusion of the staff report, the city has not made a definitive recommendation about whether this should be approved or not, but they say if it is approved, that they're recommending those conditions of approval. So out of those, did you hear anything that you thought was unreasonable or that you want to, that you have concerns about?
Yes. Yes, I agree and everything.
Sorry, what was that?
No, excuse me, what did you say?
Was there, I'll ask you another way. Do you
Sorry.
agree with those conditions if
Yes.
they were imposed? Okay.
Yes.
Do you believe that you'd be able to comply with them?
Sorry, I can't hear.
Do you believe that you would be able to comply with those conditions if they were required?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Then, thanks for putting up with my grilling of you there. Is there anything else that you would like to tell me about your application?
I just so exciting to open the center because I have the home daycare, but I'm gonna move. So, and I already have like 6 kids go to school. If I move in, they have to look for somebody else. Some in the area, it's a lot of providers that don't give transportation to the school for the kids, and that's why I think that's a good idea. Put the center only for after and before school program.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to receive the staff report and the exhibits attached to it into the official evidentiary record for this hearing. Do you have any objection to me doing that?
No.
All right, then those things are received, and that gives substantial factual information about the project. I don't have anything else to ask you. Is there any final thing that you'd like to add?
No, that's it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to turn to members of the public in attendance. Is there anybody here who has attended to speak in favor of the Soriano Daycare Center application? All right, would you like to come forward, ma'am?
Hello, my name is Cynthia Soriano. I'm the daughter of Maria Soriano. She also is the provider for my son, who is 2 years old. But she's been doing this for quite some time, so I know she's, like she said, she's very excited to move to her new home.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yes.
What's your address, ma'am?
Right now I'm living with my grandma, so it's 420 East Broadway in Pasco. It's about 3 blocks from this home address.
East Broadway. Okay, and would you raise your right hand for me?
Yes.
All right, do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
Yes.
All right. Now, if you want to start again from the top, what would you like me to know about this application?
She has been doing this, since I was about 5 years old. She's been in daycare facilities. She worked at New Horizon Daycare for quite some time and then became a daycare assistant for my grandma before she opened her own at-home daycare, which is at 611 North Cedar. And now, like I said, she's moving to her new home, which she's excited to do her at-home daycare there. But like she mentioned, over in her current home, it would jeopardize a lot of the kids that go there now. They wouldn't have that transportation, which I know parents rely on very heavily, myself included. I'm not off until 6 p.m. typically, and I know that that's true for most parents. They're not able to pick up their kids, unfortunately, so this would give them that peace of mind that they don't have to start over with a stranger. They can just stay with who they've known for years now and their kids are comfortable with. So I do think that they would not just those kids, but maybe new coming kids would really, really heavily benefit from this, as well as their parents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll take your testimony into
Perfect.
consideration. Is there anything else that you want to add?
That is it.
All
Thank you
right.
so much.
Thanks. You can have a seat. Okay, is there anybody who has come tonight to speak in opposition to the Soriano daycare application? All right, seeing nobody, I don't see a reason for any rebuttal testimony from the applicant. We will go ahead and close the evidentiary record for SP 2025-009 and I guess adjourn the hearing on that application for this evening. If that's the application that you've come for tonight, then that will be the end of our discussion of it, and you're free to take off, but you're free to stick around if you want to hear the other petitions this evening. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to the second one. This is ZD 2025-001, Desert Bloom LLC application relating to a zoning determination. So do we have all I need is a hand. Do we have an agent of the applicant here this evening? All right, great. We're going to go ahead with the staff presentation then.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Again, for the record, my name is Ivan Barragon, Planner 2 with the City of Pasco. I am presenting on zoning determination application ZD 2025-001, submitted by Desert Bloom LLC for the zoning determination recommendation to City Council, also as part of annexation record ANX 2025-001. The proposal is located south of Burns, east of Shoreline Road, and west of Road 122. The site specifically includes the property legally described as Short Plat 2022-32, Lot 1, identified as parcel number 126-160-173 in Pasco, Washington. The subject property is currently zoned RT under Franklin County jurisdiction and is designated as medium density residential in the City of Pasco's comprehensive plan. Within the Broadmoor Overlay District, both land use and zoning are guided by overlay specific standards. Pursuant to PMC 25.97.040, medium density residential land use within the Broadmoor Overlay allows for R2, R3, or R4 zoning. It's important to note that density within this area is determined by the Broadmoor Overlay District, not the base zoning. Furthermore, density requirements are established by the Broadmoor Overlay District, which allows for a range of 6 to 29 dwelling units per acre as outlined in PMC 25.97.055. The applicant is requesting an R4 zoning designation consistent with the permitted zoning and density range under the Broadmoor Overlay. The properties to the north remain unannexed but are within the urban growth area, UGA, and designated as low-density residential in the city's comprehensive plan. These parcels are primarily developed with single-family homes on half-acre lots. To the east, properties were annexed in 1998 through ordinance number 3305 and have since been developed with single-family residential housing. These areas also carry a low-density residential designation in the comprehensive plan. To the south, parcel 126-160-174 remains unannexed and is currently used for agricultural. However, further south are annexed properties developed with the concrete batch plant. These southern properties are designated mixed residential and commercial and medium density residential in the comprehensive plan. To the west, parcel 160-129 is being annexed in conjunction with the subject property and is proposed to be zoned R3, medium density residential, consistent with its comprehensive plan designation. This parcel is currently in agricultural use. Farther west, other unannexed properties are designated as mixed residential commercial and support a mix of agricultural and single-family residential uses. Additionally, a parcel located southwest of the proposed annexation area is designated for open space / parks. Next slide, please. The subject area is approximately 18.6 acres in size. Next slide, please. The property owners have initiated the annexation process into the City of Pasco, which includes a zoning determination. The intent of this request is to facilitate the expansion of residential opportunities within the city's urban growth area. Next slide, please. Resolution to accept notice of intent to commence annexation proceedings, providing a determination on the boundary to be annexed, whether simultaneous zoning and the assumption of bonded indebtedness will be required was passed on June 2nd, 2025. Pursuant to PMC 25.220.020, letter B, public notice for this hearing was published in the Tri-City Herald on June 22nd and July 2nd, 2025, in compliance with this requirement. Pursuant to PMC 25.220.020, letter C, public notice was mailed on June 19, 2025, to property owners in the annexation area, Franklin County, and all property owners within 300 feet of the proposed annexation. Pursuant to PMC 25.220.020, letter D, the hearing examiner's zoning determination recommendation must be forwarded to City Council at or near the time Council holds a public hearing on the 60% annexation petition. Following the adoption of an ordinance annexing the property into the city, the Council is required to adopt a separate ordinance to establish zoning for the annexed area. The proposed R4 zoning, as mentioned before, is consistent with the comprehensive plan and aligns with the designated land use for the subject area. The City of Pasco is serving as lead agency for this project with respect to environmental review. The City has determined this proposal to be exempt under Washington Administrative Code, WAC 197.11.800, number 6, letter C, numbers 1, 2, and 3. With that, staff recommends designating R4 high-density residential zoning to the Desert Bloom LLC portion of the annexation area, which comprises approximately 18.6 acres, parcel 126.160.173, legally described as Short Plat 2022-32, Lot 1, as recorded in the records of Franklin County, Washington. Next slide, please. Before I turn it over to you, Mr. Examiner, I'd like to briefly display the Broadmoor Vision and Master Plan, which illustrates the anticipated roadway network and highlights multiple points of connection to the subject area. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bargon. One thing that I just want to ask you to talk a little bit about, and, you know, partly for my benefit, partly for those that are in attendance. If this, you know, zoning determination was approved, and then the property was zoned for medium or even high density residential, would it be true that before any development or construction took place that we could anticipate that there would be basically a plat application for subdividing that property to build homes on it? Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then the plat application would itself require a hearings examiner meeting with notice to adjacent property owners and an additional opportunity to comment and speak and things like that?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Let's see. I don't think I have any questions for you. I appreciate your presentation and your report here. So we'll turn to the agent for the applicant. Who do you have here this evening? You want to come forward to the microphone, sir? Okay, what's your name?
Cody Fielding.
Cody, let's see. All right, and are you an authorized agent of Desert Bloom LLC, the applicant here?
Yes, I am.
All right, what's your relationship with Desert Bloom LLC exactly?
I'm a manager and an owner.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And you just want to use the address in the application for Desert Bloom, 6119 Burden Boulevard, Suite C, Pasco, Washington?
Sure, that works.
Okay. All right. Would you like to raise your right hand for me, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. Okay, so, sir, did you have an opportunity to review the staff report in writing prior to this evening's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and as to the factual representations laid out in that staff report, do you agree?
Yes.
All right, do you have any comments, anything that you want to clarify or object to within those factual representations?
In the factual representations, no.
Okay. Then, let's see, would you like to adopt the factual recommendations in the staff report as your own factual assertions about the property and its project?
Yes.
All right. And then how about the conditions, well, let's see.
I don't believe there are conditions.
I don't
on this
believe
one.
they are recommending conditions. That's right. Okay, so at this time, I guess I'll provisionally accept or receive the staff report and its attached exhibits into the hearing record, and just do that for now. And then I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Fielding. Is there anything else that you want to tell me about your application?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
So on behalf of the development team and the ownership team, I'd like to thank the city staff for their report and state that we are in full support of the city staff's conclusions based on findings of fact. I'd also like to mention two important items related to the property and our zoning petition, and I hope this is helpful for some of the people here today who are a bit anxious about our zoning to R4, including some of our friends who live outside of the city jurisdiction. First, this property currently has a land use, some of this is repetitive, but I think it's important, if that's all right. This property currently has a land use designation of medium density residential. This land use designation was adopted during the 2018 comprehensive plan update and requires 6 to 29 dwelling units per acre, no more and no less. This density is required regardless of whether the property is zoned R2, R3, or R4, which are the allowed zonings for this particular land use. Again, to reemphasize, this requirement of 6 to 20 units per acre is already in place and has been in place for several years. Our zoning petition will have zero effect on this density requirement. Second, the required density of 6 to 29 units per acre allows for a broad spectrum of housing, including single-family detached residential homes, townhomes, duplexes, and all the way up to multi-story apartment buildings. Our plan is to develop the property into single-family lots used for detached housing, with the intention of being on the very low end of the density spectrum, specifically somewhere between 7 to 8 units per acre. The reason that we petition for the R4 zoning is because it provides the greatest level of flexibility when creating single-family detached lots. Again, I hope this information is helpful, and we feel that our proposed development is honestly kind of a best-case scenario, perhaps for those who are concerned about high density, as another developer could have purchased the property with the intention of building high-density apartment buildings on site, which is not our intention. And we look forward to providing much-needed housing for the current and future residents of Pasco. Thank you.
All right. I appreciate your testimony. I don't think I have any follow-up questions to that. So, yeah, I'll let you go ahead and have a seat.
Great.
Unless there's anything you want to add. Okay, now let's turn to anyone in the audience who has appeared to testify in support of application ZD 2025-001. Do we have anybody in that category? I see somebody there.
Neither for or against.
Neither for or against. Well, I'm not sure how to categorize you, sir, but I guess if you think you have something relevant.
Mine's a procedural concern. If I could bring it forward, please.
If it's a concern, then it might be sort of in the against category.
That's where you'd like me to speak, that's fine.
Just give me a second. Is there anybody, just to double check, anybody who is definitely in the support category? All right, seeing nobody, then we will go ahead and turn to those opposed, or maybe those who just want to voice a concern that, you know, I guess we'll find out. So, sir, would you like to go ahead and tell me your, well, let's have you swear to tell the truth first. Will you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
Yes.
All right, and your name, sir?
My name is Wes McCart. I'm the Franklin County Building and Planning Director, and it's 502 Boeing Street.
Would you spell your last name for me?
MCCART.
Okay, and your address one more time?
502 Boeing.
Boeing?
Yes.
Like the airplanes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and your title again?
I'm the Franklin County Planning and Building Director.
Franklin Co. Planning and Building Director. Okay. What would you like to tell me, sir?
So I have conferred with both a commissioner, the treasurer, and the assessor before I made these comments. Basically making on behalf of the county as a whole. We are concerned the fact that this hearing is taking place for a rezone. That was the application. I realize the zoning designation has also been alluded to, but this hearing is taking place while this property is under the jurisdiction of the county for a zoning determination or a change, whichever category that is. Our concern is that this hearing will end, it will stay closed, and there will be no opportunity for further comment beyond when it becomes annexed, if it becomes annexed, and it's done. So our suggested way to recognize that is that you continue this hearing until such time as this property is annexed properly into city jurisdiction prior to making a recommendation. Our goal is not to hold up development or housing or anything. It's just to allow for a proper process. And I wanted to bring that forward. I did submit that in written comment. Hopefully you got it. If not, I have a copy here.
I'll just look through the digital packet here and see if I can. Well, why don't you just leave a hard copy for me? Just
sure, no problem.
Double safe. Okay.
Okay.
All right. If you want to hand that over to. Okay. Thank you. All right. Did you have anything else you wanted to add? I take it you didn't. Just want to. All right. Appreciate your being here this evening, sir. I should probably mention now that it's appropriate for anybody who wants to ask for a continuance. Continuance means basically hold the record open, schedule another hearing later on. Pretty much anybody can make a request for a continuance, and the hearings examiner can consider that. I'm going to take Mr. McCart's request for a continuance under advisement right now. Basically, that means I'm not going to decide on the spot how I feel about that request. Mostly because sounds like an issue of maybe a conflict between the municipal code and the county's position about how the municipal code would be applied. I don't want to speak out of turn and make that decision prematurely. So just wanted to make a record about that. Let's go on with those who are in attendance to speak in opposition to the proposal. All right, it looks like, why don't we, can I have a show of hands of get a rough idea of how many people we have in this category? All right, we have a whole bunch of you. So let's go from kind of the front of the room and we'll just sort of work our way back in a snake. So that first row, can I see your hands one more time? All right, then we'll start on my left, your right, and whoever was, there we go. Go ahead and come forward, sir. All right, would you raise your right hand for me? All right, do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
Yes.
All right, and what is your name, sir?
Sid Bauman.
Bauman, is that B-A-U-M-A-N?
Yep.
Okay. And your first name again?
Sid, S-I-D.
Sid. Okay. Sid. Your address, sir?
It's 12429 Jaylene Way.
Did you submit a written comment prior to this evening's hearing? Okay.
Yeah, we just found out about this, so.
Okay. All right. Then what would you like me to know, sir?
Well, I guess I was here on behalf of I was concerned with we're going to have more apartments down here, which, I'm definitely against. It sounds like that's not the intent. But I guess I'd still be against designating this as high resident, like the R4, because it sounds like that still leaves that open as an opportunity to do that. Should the developers change their mind. So.
Okay. And to give some sort of focus to our comments this evening, I'm going to just go ahead and put on the record basically what the primary issues are for the hearings examiner to consider, and then I'm going to ask you if you want to add anything to your testimony based on those. So first, I'm to consider whether the proposal is in accord with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. I'm to consider whether the effect of the proposal on the immediate vicinity will be materially detrimental, whether there is merit and value in the proposal for the community as a whole, whether conditions should be approved in order to mitigate any significant adverse impacts from the proposal, and finally, whether a concomitant agreement should be entered into between the city and the petitioner, and if so, the terms and conditions of such agreement, and basically that's a land use covenant. So with those things in mind, is there anything in terms of facts that you want to testify to? And we sort of sometimes have to draw a line somewhere between an argument and just like factual information. Do you have any other factual information that you wanted to share about?
Right, so
like
I mean,
any
if
of
we
those
were
things?
putting apartments in here, I mean, I definitely would have concerns about what we're going to do with the road there. You know, I've had family who's experienced an accident, like in Road 68. Pasco allows parking with apartments along the road there, and we had that with we have the new apartments up on the hill there. We had the same exact situation where people are pulling out with traffic blocking the road. So that's more my concerns with, you know, just the road design there. And note that this road, the Burns Road, is you know, the principal arterial, and then we got the new roads going in, which looks like they're going to be considerably bigger, or not the major, you know, arterial there. But yet, it doesn't look like Burns Road has any plans to be expanded for, you know, additional capacity.
Okay. Anything else you want to add?
And then if we were to put apartments in here, I mean, we already have enough apartments in. I mean, I'm concerned about, you know, home values. Because statistically that will lower your home value. Of course, it depends on how the apartments are done, obviously, but it statistically increases crime in the area. So those are my concerns from an apartment perspective. So it sounds like that's not the intent. So I'm just against rezoning here, or zoning that allows apartments to be built here.
Okay, I want everybody to feel free to comment on, you know, the zoning that's proposed and not, you know, be, you know, too concerned about, you know, the stated intent. Feel free to share a comment about the zoning, regardless of, you know, stated plans for the property. And let's see, is there anything else you wanted to add, sir?
Nope, that's it. Thanks.
All right, thank you. You can go ahead and have a seat. Let's see. All right, let's go down the row and the next person.
Hello.
All right, what's your name, ma'am?
My name is Mary Bauman, Bauman.
All right, are you? Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
Yes.
All right, and your address, ma'am?
Is 12429 Jaylene Way, Jayleen Way in Pasco.
Okay. Ma'am, are you in relation to Mr. Sid Bauman?
Yep, same household.
Okay, and just want to make sure that we're using our time wisely this evening. So do you have something additional that you want to testify to, or do you want to just reinforce and back up what Mr. Bauman just testified to?
So I would say to reinforce that. I also think it's kind of, I guess my concern again is the fact that they're zoning this that has the opportunity for apartments. I know I have some friends that live in Kennewick that has apartments right next to them, and it has drastically impacted their backyard, and that's up on Hildebrand. So that would be very concerning to me, and I think it would totally change our neighborhood. So definitely the higher capacity there is a bad thing for our neighborhood. It affects our property values, it affects our crime, it affects our resale. Nobody's gonna wanna buy houses that are that close to that. So there's definitely higher capacity housing areas in Pasco that would be a much better choice. And it sounds like this isn't even in Pasco at this point. So, and I would also like to hold open the record open for other people's comment, because I didn't even hear about this until last night at 6 o'clock in the evening, and just on a random chance. So I have no idea how this even got out to the public, but definitely I would like to have more time to research it, and I probably feel a lot of people in this room are the same way.
Just to be clear, you're telling me that you might have more comment yourself or more testimony to provide if you had an opportunity for additional research about.
Exactly, because I have no idea. I mean, I am not an expert in this, and so going from R1 to R4, medium density, what the Broadmoor overlay is, what happened in 2018, all of that stuff, in my opinion, needs to be researched by me in order for me to have a good understanding moving forward. And the fact that this wasn't publicized very well, I think it needs to be held open.
Okay. All right, I'm going to take that under consideration. Do you have anything else
That's it.
Right now? Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
You can go ahead and have a seat. Let's continue down the line. All right, yes, and yep, go ahead.
My name's Tracy Heidelberg.
Could you spell your last name for me?
Heidelberg.
All right, would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
I do.
And your address, ma'am?
12612 Ricky Road in Pasco.
Okay. All right, what would you like to tell me?
Is it possible to change this slide to one that shows Kohler?
If we've got, I don't know, do we have a slide?
I think you showed it before that shows Kohler.
I think it'd be appropriate. All these slides are in the record, I think, so we want to.
It kind of makes a difference to what I'm.
A witness wants to.
Would you like me to move to a different slide?
Yeah, let's do that.
So, okay. So if you see where Kohler comes down, it's that blue line. I stepped away, right here.
Okay.
Can you see it? That intersection is very, very dangerous right now. The developers on the opposite side of Burns Road put that stone wall very close to the road. And so when you pull out, and I'm not 300 feet within the designated area, I'm further north down the road, but that's the only egress to get out of Kohler, is down Kohler Road and turn either right or left onto Burns Road right now. And it's very hard to see around that corner. So if you designate this as high density, which gives the opportunity to, on a almost 19-acre lot, to have almost 600 units, to have almost 1,200 people, which with 1,200 cars extra coming down that street right there and trying to get out onto Burns, onto an already dangerous intersection, I have an issue with that from a safety concern. It won't be, it'll be a while before all the other roads are developed, and that's the only way in and out of Kohler. Again, I'm not within 300 feet, but when I make that turn onto Burns, I am within 300 feet, and it's very dangerous. There aren't any sidewalks. There aren't any sidewalks going down Kohler. I'm concerned with the infrastructure of the road on Burns. If you look at it, and I could be wrong, you guys are the experts here, but all the changes that have happened on the south side of Burns, it appears that the road has been repaved. But when you go to the county side of the road, it hasn't been repaved. It's still the same size, and it's a very, very dangerous road, especially as the Bauman said, with the apartments that are now on top of the hill, there's a lot more traffic. So Do you guys have any plans? Perhaps you can speak to that when you come up for rebuttal on changes to the road that you will propose to make, because that's very concerning, as well as the next proposal on the docket here is to the medium density just to the west, that they're going to be putting in even more homes that is going to make the congestion even worse. So I hope you take that into consideration about the safety concerns of the existing residents as well as the potential new residents that are coming in.
All right. I'll consider your testimony, and thank you for being here this evening. We can continue down the line. I'm sure you can figure out who's next. All right, go ahead and come forward, ma'am. Your name?
Piper Barton.
B-A-R-T-O-N?
Uh-huh.
All right. Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
Yes.
And what's your address?
12004 Norfolk Drive in Pasco.
What was the street?
Norfolk, Norfolk.
All right. What would you like to tell me?
So I live in Solstice, which is right next door to to where the proposed high density is. And number one, I did not receive any notice. I am within the boundaries, whatever. Anyway, but I did not receive any notice either of tonight's meeting until somebody told me about 3 o'clock. I got nothing in the mail. And so and I think a lot of us thought that the high density was going to be in apartments, and which I guess with the R4 zoning it still could. But just as I'm a real estate broker, I've had my real estate license since 1990, so for over 35 years. And I know that anything that is rezoned like this will affect the property values of the homes around there. So that would be my biggest complaint, would be taking when I've been in my house for about 3 or 4 years now, and then I checked out that vacant land, and also I've sold homes in our subdivision in Solstice, and I've called into the city of Pasco, and I wish I had my notes of who I talked to, but many, many times I was told that that land was in the comprehensive plan as medium density, and that's what people who bought in there, were banking on and believing. So I just don't think it seems real responsible for the city of Pasco to change the zoning to high density and affect people's property values, because it will. If apartments went in there from a broker real estate point of view, if apartments actually went in there, I think it would affect anybody's value from minimum of $60,000 up to $150,000 if we wanted to sell. So.
Okay. All right, I appreciate your comments. We'll keep going down the line. Okay. Before you get started, I'm going to finish up my notes about the last witness. All right, your name, ma'am?
Robin Dillsworth.
Okay. Robin, would you spell your last name for me?
D as in David, ILLSWORTH.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. What's your address, ma'am?
6204 Road 122, Pasco, Washington.
Okay. What would you like me to know about this proposal?
Well, just for reference, while we have this particular slide up, I'll show you where I live.
I'm going to have you pointed out on that side. And then if you would, come around to this other screen that's facing me, and if you'd point it out. There's another screen here. You can't even see it. Here. Walk around towards. There we go. Yeah, you and I are looking at different machines here. All right. All right, that's much easier for me to see. Okay, thank you. I'll let you go back to the podium there. Okay.
So the first thing I would like to say is I obviously live within 300 feet. I'm right next door, and I did not get notice. I heard about it when Mary told my husband at a meeting last night, and he sent me the email that he got from her, and I'd already gone to bed because I work at Hanford and I get up at 4. And so he woke me up when he came back from the meeting telling me. And so that's very short notice, and I don't understand why I didn't find out. And I mean, really, how many people watch or listen or read the Tri-City Herald these days? That is not a way to, anybody? Okay, one. Just to bring a point across, that is not a way to communicate in this day and age. So that's a point I just wanted to make, that we haven't had time to get our facts together, like Mary had said. And my husband came by today and delivered a letter from us. And so it's probably in your record from the Dillsworths.
Do you have a hard copy of it there?
Well, I wrote all over it because
yeah.
I've been adding things as I've thought of them throughout this thing, but I think he gave a hard copy this afternoon about 4 o'clock.
All right, and I did,
But I can read it. And I can give you what I've got.
well, I don't want anybody to be denied their opportunity to submit a comment. Let me see if I can find it in here, because I did receive some comments that were pretty close to our hearing time this evening. I'll ask Mr. Barragan, do you know if you received a copy of the letter from the Dillsworths?
To be honest, I do not remember. I received so many.
Okay.
He came by and the office was locked, and he called me and said, I can't get into the office. And so he called a phone number, and somebody came out the front door and got the letter from him.
Okay.
I can go ahead and read.
Why don't you just start reading while I'm looking for this?
Okay.
I'll put it on
Now,
the
I
record.
made the assumption also that it would be a high-rise apartment complex. If it's a single story, that would be a lot better, obviously. So keep that in mind as I read
Okay.
this. My husband Dave and I are against this zoning recommendation and the building of this apartment complex. In fact, we have spoken to numerous residents in the area since hearing this proposal today. We've been on the phone and on Facebook and everywhere, and no one seems to be in favor of it. In fact, there's a petition going around that as of the last time I looked, when my husband signed it, there was 599 signatures against. We live in the polished subdivision of Solstice, and our property adjoins the proposed apartment complex. The back of our house, which is all windows, will face this complex. And, you know, if it's a high-rise, which it still could become if he should change his mind, we'd have many strangers over many years looking down into our backyard and into our home. Yes, we could grow trees, but it would be years before they could give relief from this situation. Right now, there is a tree line there, but I'm sure that that's going to go away, which would be helpful if he kept the tree line or put another tree line in. If it gets rezoned that way, it might be something to consider, because there's a whole row of houses that would be in the same situation with me. Also, now let's put the aesthetics aside and talk about the financial aspect. I'm a certified public accountant and very well understand the financial implications of this proposal. We understand that Pasco is in a fiscal bind through a lot of circumstances that have been outside the city's control. The city is probably thinking that there is a lot of tax revenue to be gained by building this complex here. However, consider the fact that this complex can and will be built somewhere in our city, I'm sure. It does not have to be here. You will still get the benefit of the taxes from it if it's put someplace else. And it will, however, diminish the future value of many expensive homes that are here at the bottom of Burns Hill. And this would obviously decrease the future taxes gained by Pasco from these homes, which would be a considerable amount, since many of these homes are even more valuable than ours, which right now is valued at $750,000, which you put this in, and if it were to be a high-rise, will go down, like Piper said. And new homeowners will then become underwater at their mortgage loans once the values drop. And that would be a bad thing with this economy and with the banks. We just moved into our home last summer, just last year, and we were under the impression that it was Zone 4 and whatever that's called. You know, it was going to be single-family homes. Would not have bought it if I knew differently. And so now resale, that will be the same issue. It will be hard now for me to sell my home if I decide now to leave to find some place that is not next to an apartment complex. We also wanted to come to a place that was low in crime. My son's a police officer. Many of the police officers are friends of ours. And he told me that that was a great place to move to because it had low crime. And now that the three apartment complexes have moved in, the crime has jumped. He told me, yes, there's a lot of crime now in that area. They get calls, and it's on theft. A lot of theft in our area now. That wasn't there a year ago. We just moved here last summer. I considered West Richland and Richland because we were looking to buy into an area with low crime and high future home values. Because we're close to retirement, so that's what we were looking for. It was going to be an investment. And so you are totally undercutting the investment value of these houses here. And we wanted to stay in Pasco. They don't have a whole lot of areas in Pasco that have that criteria. There are many in Richland and West Richland, but we wanted to stay in Pasco. Why? Because we lived 22 years down on Road 40 by the river with the same idea, had planned to retire there, but crime encroached and values have gone down. So we sold there last year and was glad that we did because a lot of crime has hit the place there with drug deals and that kind of thing. But we thought, oh, good. We're now relieved of that situation with the new location, but that's declining. We love Pasco. We raised our children here. My husband pastors a church here. We've invested much of our time, energy, and resources into this community. We really wanted to stay in this city because of the connection. So that's why we chose Solstice Subdivision, because it was low crime and it was high home values. And I think that that will change drastically, especially if it were to be changed to Zone 4 and go up to high-rise apartments. You know, you got the idea of strangers moving in next door that have no pride of ownership. If it were condominiums, would be a different situation because they would have pride of ownership. But you've got the transient lifestyle of apartment dwellers, and that just will not be the case. And that's why it drives home values down. So traffic is already, like we've already heard, a horrible situation. I'm hoping that with Sandifer opening up, it's going to be right at the edge of my street. And if the apartment complex did go in, I would love to see most of the traffic diverted to Sandifer, not to Burns. That would be a huge relief. So that would be a consideration I would ask for. And so that's all I have. I hope and pray that you had an open mind as you listen to my dissent.
All right, I do have a follow-up question for you. And when I ask you this, this goes for everybody here. If I ask you a follow-up question, it's not because I'm trying to argue with you, but I'm trying to give you an opportunity. You know, I'm trying to ask questions that'll give you an opportunity to make your statement in the best way possible or in the most complete way possible. And so I want to respond in question to your comment that if we're going to develop new housing, it could be developed somewhere else. It doesn't have to be developed here. My question is, since one of the questions at issue is whether this proposal would have a materially detrimental impact on the immediate vicinity. If we compare your vicinity to somebody else's vicinity on the other side of town, is there any reason that you can tell me that it would have a greater negative impact on your neighborhood?
No, I can see that it would work.
Compared to a negative impact that it would have on somebody else's neighborhood if it was built on another side of town?
Nope, I could see it going into another place, especially with the idea that so many places now want to eliminate suburbs, and they want to come into in-town living, put it downtown. I mean, you put that one downtown where the river is, and that was a great idea. And I think it improved the values of the properties around it. So I think that there are spots all along downtown around the river that still need to be thought about and engaged upon putting the properties there, because that needs to be developed, like what Richland has done. I think is a wonderful idea. I would love to see that happen.
Okay, so to be clear, when you're talking about concerns about increasing crime rate and an existing traffic problem and things like that, basically your position is that other locations are not going to have the same negative impacts that you're concerned about because the current character of those neighborhoods is maybe better suited to.
And people like it quiet and peaceful, and you know, they're not city dwellers as a rule. That whole neighborhood area. So, and to hear the people talking about, even when the apartments went up at the top of the hill, it's like, oh, that's terrible. At least they're up there, you know. But this is coming down to where it's, you know, it's been. Somebody said earlier, put some cows back there. I thought that was kind of funny, but it's our mindset, to be honest. It's our mindset. We like the country feel. And we already have 3 apartment complexes. And, you know, I don't want to be argumentative either, but 4 seems to be excessive. And especially on one street that's very narrow, and hopefully that will be fixed, but it won't be fixed soon enough.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, so I want to just point out that I'm starting to, notice a pattern. A lot of folks are concerned about traffic impacts and basically testifying that there is a already present traffic burden on Burns Road. Folks are also testifying about having a concern about increased crime. Folks are also testifying about diminishing property values. And so if you're going to come forward to testify, I would really urge you to be as quick as you can in stating that you agree with other folks who have testified about those issues already, and only provide other testimony if you have something that truly adds to what we've heard. Again, feel free to just come up in a row and say, I agree with what the others have said. Thanks for hearing us out this evening. I'll go have a seat. But I don't want to have to start cutting folks off, telling you, we've already heard this, please go sit down. So if you can sort of keep that in mind to plan your comments as we work our way back. I saw the hand there. I'm sorry, we're not going to go backwards in the order, at least not this evening. So with that, we'll go on to the next person who's getting ready to stand up.
Tamara Ochoa, 12412 Blackfoot Drive. I am within the 300-foot notification area. This will be directly in my backyard.
Can I pause you right there? Would you raise your right hand for me, ma'am?
I will.
Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
I do, yes.
All right, thank you. And your address for me one more time?
12412 Blackfoot Drive.
12.
And also Jerry Wubin also resides there.
Okay. And you said you're within 300 feet of the
Yes.
subject property, and did you receive a notice of this evening's hearing?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Oh, great, go on. What did you want to tell me?
So my backyard with my swimming pool and my grandchildren all will be, it's right there in my backyard. Lack of privacy is a big concern for us. I'm going to support the traffic issue. I'm going to support the fact that this is still county property. It is not city property to be rezoned at this point. I think we would all know that at some point this will be developed. That we're not ignorant to that point. Single-family dwellings would be acceptable, and my question, as the developers have presented that this will be single-family homes, why do we need to move it from an R3 to an R4? So, that being said, that would be my major concern, that we're going to be putting in apartments there long before we'll ever just have single-family homes, and 6 to 8 homes per acre would be probably 4,000 square foot dwellings, which I think they allow 2 units per 4,000 square foot lots, which are very tiny homes. So even if they are single-family homes, I think it will be the tiny home version of that, which I'm understanding only has to have a 5-foot span between homes. And that's very concerning to have even tiny homes there. Even more concerning would be to have apartments there, looking down in our backyard. But I will validate the property values dropping, the culture of our agricultural developed neighborhood changing, and I'm very concerned about why it needs to go to a 4 if it's going to be single-family housing.
Ma'am, before you sit down, I just wanted to double check your name. Did you say Ochoa? O-C-H-O-A? Okay, got it.
Mr. Examiner, is it helpful if I clarify that point in case it's helpful to the rest of people who want to comment?
Yeah, we'll save that until we've heard from everybody.
I think I mentioned it earlier, but
Because, yeah, I have some questions for clarification.
I appreciate that, but, okay, so, and, all right, would you go ahead and raise your right hand?
Okay, Diana Burns, my address is 7827 Byers Road in Pasco.
All right, I got Burns. What was your first name?
Diana, D-I-A-N-A.
Oh, gotcha. A-N-A. And your address?
7827 Byers Road, Pasco.
Okay. All right, and would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
I do.
All right, what would you like to tell me?
Well, I think I have some clarification from Cody on, I believe you said this was land use residential as of 2018, so it's already 6 to 29 units. So why, like Tammy said, why would it need to be rezoned? The other is, Cody spoke to the need for housing. You know, they want to fulfill a need. Well, what is the need in Pasco? You know, how many housing units are being built or permitted to be built? What's the projected, you know, growth? You know, I'd like to see those before. I think people need more time to get some answers before some of the anything moves forward, because yes, there are a lot of apartments up higher on Burns, but it has always been those single family 1/2 acre on the lower portion. I support everything about the quality of life that people were saying, because people bought and paid for that land to be out more rural. And I would ask that the city and the developers just respect that and keep the developments down there at the 1 single family per 1/2 acre.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, we can keep snaking our way through the room. Yeah, go ahead and come forward. And, you know, just to clarify sort of procedure here, it's really not a question and answer. I appreciate anybody who wants to, you know, express a concern, and sometimes a concern comes in the form of a question. I am going to give Mr. Fielding an opportunity for some rebuttal testimony when we've heard from everybody who opposes the project. Mr. Fielding's primary audience is going to be me, and his primary concerns are going to be the issues that are laid out in the Pasco Municipal Code. the things that folks are talking about, have some relevance to those issues, but it's going to be up to Mr. Fielding to decide how he wants to present his case to convince the hearings examiner that his project conforms to the code. And so, we'll just stay tuned for that. Ma'am, would you like to raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
Yeah.
All right, and what is your name?
Amanda Wilson.
Okay. Ms. Wilson, conveniently, I was looking through the comments and saw that you had provided a written comment. So if you want to just tell me that you adopt under oath the written comment that you provided, that would be fine. Is there anything that you want to tell me beyond the written comment?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. Actually, did I get your address yet?
12114 Blackfoot.
12114 Blackfoot. All right, what would you like to tell me?
And the one thing that I really wanted to highlight, I'm also the principal of Columbia River Elementary School. And I just wanted to highlight that our local schools are already at or near capacity, and the development at a zone 4 would really strain resources. The fact that I'd like to put up is just that apartment residents don't directly pay property taxes, and therefore they do not contribute to levies and bonds, but will increase the needs for funding for resources and additional facilities.
All right, I'm caught up. Was there anything else that you wanted to tell me?
Nope, just wanted to say that I also agreed with what was previously said, which is also in my letter.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, who's next? Go ahead and come forward. Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can lower your hand. What's your name, ma'am?
Mary O'Day.
Mary O apostrophe Day.
Yep.
All right, your address?
12702 Whiskey River Road.
All right, what would you like me to know?
I would like you to know that we ditto, my husband and I, everything that was said. It was very well done. You guys, considering we're laymen, we're very short notice. We were caught back-footed until last night. I'd also like to say thank you to Corinne for doing the written format and to Marshall for doing, for doing the digital. Very well done. We are a community that we are here together and we hold strong. I will say that I'm very concerned that we're going from a zoning of an R2 to an R4 for a higher density, but yet you're going to do single-family homes. Seems like a bait and switch. I'm a little concerned. So, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, what's your name, sir?
My name is Tony Bachart. It's B-A-C-H-A-R-T.
B-A-C-H-A-R-T?
Yes, sir.
All right, would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
I do.
What's your address?
7013 Kohler Road.
All right. What do you have to add to the testimony?
I'd like to speak to the comprehensive plan requirements and the statement of facts by staff.
Okay.
Okay, so I'd first like to say that the comprehensive plan states that land use policies must be coordinated with transportation investments and utility investments as well. And then going to the first findings of fact, the proposal in accordance with the goals and policy of the comprehensive plan. Staff maintains, it says, maintain sufficient land designation to accommodate residential uses approximate to appropriate transportation. So to cut it short, I'm going to speak about traffic real quick, but I wanted to give some facts and some findings based on what the comprehensive plan requires. It talks about a future north-south collector road being built. It doesn't say when that would happen to mitigate the traffic. And then if we could go, I believe, 2 slides forward.
Let's go ahead and move forward.
Oh, maybe 3. To the so right here. So if you look at this slide right here, it talks about how Burns is a principal arterial road. Just for classification, Road 68 and Road 100 are principal arterial roads, and we can all agree that Burns Road is nowhere near that developed. Second on that one, the county did us no favors here. As far back as 2015 and 2016, when they were starting to develop all the properties north of Burns Road, the findings of facts from the county planning state that the that the Burns and Shoreline Road are both below the minimum standards current for the amount of traffic, and then they went ahead and developed 1,000 more homes north of that road and never once fixed that road. So I understand that generally when you develop in the city, you are required to develop your half of the road. So that's why we have the south side of Burns being fixed up as the city develops it. That north side is under no obligation to ever be repaired by the county. So you will have an improved road on one side, but unless everybody goes to their apartment and stays there, then they're going to be driving on the other side of that road as well. And then just to give an idea as well, and I understand that we're talking about having single family homes here, but the R4 classification does allow for a higher density. And if you go off of the city's requirements of an R4, they do limit that to 21 dwelling units per acre, not 29, it's 21 in R4. And if you go with the traffic impact analysis that was not done, there's no mention of that ever in any of the staff findings. The Institute of Transportation Engineers, using their numbers for a high density home, the amount of acreage that is being developed, that puts the estimated number of trips to be added to Burns at 5,000 vehicles a day. Okay? That road will not maintain that. So what I would like to ask is if this is going to get developed, which we all know it's going to be, that it does not go to the R4 high designation. It stays down to the medium designation, or even reduces it down to the R1 or R2 level so that it does maintain a buffer, but that Burns Road is not the access point. That the city add the condition that it has to go on to Sandifer for the main access point. And I would also like the condition to be that they do, if they say 7 to 8 housing units per acre, that be in an official condition of the city so that it doesn't get changed. Again, this could be developed, it could be rezoned, and then sold immediately to a new developer, who then would come in with the R4 designation and change it. So,
just to go back to something you said, you a second ago proposed that R2 or R, what were the 2 zones that you
either stick with R1 or
would be?
R2, but I don't think it's classified as R1, so R2 or R3 would probably be what I would recommend it stay as to act as that buffer zone.
All right, you're saying that R2 or R3 would basically be satisfactory from your point of view as far as...
It would be for mine, yes, but again, I also am more concerned about the traffic impact, and like I said, even with that R2 and R3 zone, I would recommend that this not get developed or platted until Sandifer gets all the way through, and Sandifer be the main thoroughfare out of there.
Okay. All right, anything else?
No, unless the city plans to fix Burns, which I don't think they will. City doesn't use their own money, so.
Yeah, again, not a question and answer session. I don't have the answer to that, so I can't tell you what their plans are, but yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, what's your name, sir?
Brad Johnson.
Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. What's your address, sir?
7001 Kohler Road.
All right. What would you like to add to what we've heard tonight?
To start right away with Mr. Fielding's comment, I have no reason to distrust him, but at the same time, when the dollar signs start speaking, it's real easy to change your mind from, hey, we're not planning on doing apartments, but you know, the money's there, and so that's what we're going to do. So as Mr. Bockhart said, you know, doing that rezoning down to R2 or R3, I think would solve a lot of the issues. And I'm not going to go through everything. I do support everything else that was said. I am very concerned about this changing the character and the feel of our neighborhood by causing a visual, whether it's houses on tiny, tiny lots or apartment complexes, it's gonna clash with the single family homes on large lots that we currently have. It's gonna break the cohesive estate style feel of our neighborhood. We're gonna have a lot more foot traffic. We're gonna have, as Mr. Bockhart said, a lot more vehicle traffic. And there's going to be an erosion of that neighborhood identity that we currently have. Our area was designed for space, for quiet, and for separation from this very dense development that, whether it's apartments or houses on very small lots, that's going to change the feel of our neighborhood. And of course, that's going to negatively impact our property values and really the perception of what does our neighborhood provide. This loss of exclusivity and cohesion will certainly reduce the people interested in our homes. And as our wonderful real estate agent said, of course, there's no way that's not going to drop the value of our homes. And a big one too is this is setting a precedent. You set this precedent. If this rezoning is approved, it becomes much easier for more high density projects to follow. And so whether this one turns into apartments or doesn't, it sets a precedent for doing that for the future. And once that starts, it's not going to stop. You can widen roads, you can upgrade sewers, but you can't undo bad rezoning. And once that character of our neighborhood is gone, it's going to be gone forever. When you cross that line, the whole corridor becomes a target for developers that don't live in our area, and they just see the dollar signs. So today we've got one high density complex of homes on tiny lots, or an apartment complex, and tomorrow it's just more rezoning to match the area of these low quality homes that are being built there. And that to me is the job of this committee, is to prevent this from happening. So I would ask you to respect the intent of the city's comprehensive plan and literally the decades of those investment by us homeowners who've trusted that zoning protections actually mean something in our society these days. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay. Next person. Are we?
Good evening.
All right, good evening, sir. Would you raise your right hand for me?
Yep.
Please swear or affirm that the testimony you're giving this proceeding shall be the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, and your name?
Nathan Grimm, Grimm.
Address?
12103 Blackfoot Drive.
And your testimony?
So I would like to reiterate what the county planning director said, that it's preemptive to request a zoning change when this is not incorporated into the city. It is within the urban growth area and will be incorporated into the city, but today it is not. The current county zoning is RT, well, for Desert Bloom is RT, and for SG Land Management it's RS20. My home's in RS20 neighborhood, and that's a half-acre lot per home. Jumping to the other side of Burns and going immediately into medium or high-density residential has a problem for a number of things. First, the Broadmoor Master Plan, and I quote, Initial phase developments will occur on the east side near Broadmoor Boulevard. Later phases will take place farther to the west, end quote. Burns Road is a problem. It's proposed here by 2038, it's going to be a principal arterial. It's currently a county road, and there's a little bit of city road, but it doesn't have the right-of-way to become a principal arterial. The distance between the existing properties along there, I measured on a GPS map today, is about 80 feet. The principal arterial width right-of-way in the Broadmoor Master Plan says it needs to be 100 to 96 feet. So we're 20 feet short of Burns west of Broadmoor becoming a principal arterial. So I believe that the master plan, assuming that Burns can become a principal arterial, is flawed in that now they project they want land use of medium density. The minor arterial right-of-way is 100 to 78 feet in their master plan. Like I said, the right-of-way currently is about 80 feet. It's a 2-lane road. Shoreline to Dent is currently a county collector that's 2 lanes. Dent to Broadmoor is currently unclassified, but it is 2 lanes and it has that 80-foot right-of-way. There's also a topographical limitation west of Burns that you cannot expand the right-of-way due to a large hill. This is undeveloped here. This is too steep. So the right-of-way width there on Burns is going to be limited to the current road width.
Okay, I'm going to have you go and point to the area on that other screen that Mr. Fielding can see that you're talking about, and then just after indicating the area, would you say that into the microphone, what your comment on it was?
So at the area indicated, there is a topographical impediment to turning Burns into a principal arterial due to the hills. The constraints without significant earthwork would be that the right-of-way could only be the current road width, which is 2 lanes plus shoulders, and shoulders is being generous. One of the things in the city's transportation master plan is to widen Broadmoor to a minor arterial, which is in conflict with their Broadmoor plan of saying it's going to be a principal arterial. For those reasons, I oppose any zoning to medium density or high density. The housing development immediately to the east of this property is low density R1. I think that would maintain the character of our neighborhood. I agree with everything everyone else has said, but the facts on the right-of-ways and Burns Road being able to be a principal arterial, it's impossible.
All right.
So that's my testimony. I mean, if this is going to happen, we need to condition it on Burns Road being widened and improved to a principal arterial.
All right, your testimony is received. Anything you want to add?
In addition to conditioned on Sandifer and Kohler being in place prior to any construction taking place, because the traffic is not good, as you've heard. Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, if the next person wants to go ahead and start walking forward.
Hello, I'm Roger Jones.
Roger
Jones.
Address, sir?
12805 Well Lettuce Place.
Valdez Place?
Well Lettuce.
Oh, sorry?
Well Lettuce. WILLETTAS Place.
All right. Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
Yes.
All right. What would you like to tell me?
Well, I'd just like to agree with just everything that's been said. But the infrastructure, just to say it quickly and maybe a bit, simply, is I'd rather have the fire station in place before all these things go ahead, just in case I need the fire station myself. When it comes time, I'd like to have it. That just tells you that the infrastructure is not just as been said.
Okay.
On the and also just the striping of Burns Road is just, I'm not sure what to follow. I mean, there's the simple way is maybe you could get out there and stripe it so that we really knew what was going on between county and city and 2-lane and 3-lane, and then whatever's going on in Broadmoor and Burns is whatever.
All right. I appreciate that. I don't think the striping of the road, I'm sorry to say, is related to the hearing this evening, but I was still catching up in my notes anyway, so I'll let you get that out. Unless there's something else that you want to tell me, you can go ahead and have a seat. I don't have any questions.
I'll let you catch up. Thanks.
All right. Yeah, I'm ready for the next witness if you want to go ahead and step forward. All right, good evening, sir. What's your name?
Marshall Matthews.
Marshall Matthews. Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
Yes, indeed.
What's your address?
6512 Gallatin Road.
All right. Pasco?
Correct.
All right. What would you like to put on the record?
I'm actually going to bring up something that hasn't been brought up, and it's actually a consideration I had sitting there. As Mr. Fielding shared with us, it doesn't really matter whether it's a R2 designation or a R4 designation. They can do the same thing no matter what. And then some other, of our supporters on our side said that, what is their reasoning for wanting to change to an R4 designation? In this, with the city municipal codes, they're actually altered several times a year. And so I'm actually going to urge the city to delay any of these proceedings until those codes are more clearly defined. We need better clarification between what is an R2 and R3 and R4 so that there is less overlap. They are more clearly defined, and we can avoid these disputes in the future and settle this dispute so that just in case their project doesn't go through, they decide perhaps to sell to someone else who doesn't have the interest in this community and will build an apartment complex in our community. So that's my request. Better defined municipal codes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Trevor Peisinger. It's P-I-S-I-N-G-E-R.
P-I-S-I-N-G-E-R?
That's right.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
Correct. Yes.
All right. And your address?
12515 Blackfoot Drive.
Blackfoot. Okay, thanks, sir. What would you like to tell me?
I just want to say that I agree with all of the arguments that have been made so far, and my issue is not with the applicant's proposed intent for the project, just that the R4 zoning wouldn't allow the apartments to be built in the future if they decided to change their minds or sell the property.
All right, anything else?
That's it.
All right, thanks for being here. You can have a seat. Do we have anybody else? All right, what's your name, ma'am?
Jenny Rieke, R-I-E-K-E.
Jenny is Jenny.
Oh, yes.
Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
Yes.
And your address, ma'am?
9104 Pooler.
The Pooler?
Pooler, as in swimming pool.
All right, what would you like to tell me?
I don't have a complaint with what's happening because there's already an ocean of humanity north of Burns. It's happening. Our concern, Pete's and my concern, and Save Our Shoreline, we're trying to protect a gem in this area. It's a river shore, right along here. Come over here and show you.
All right.
Right here, this entire shoreline. For 80 years, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has protected this as a wildlife preserve. And if Shoreline Road becomes a 4-lane road, which it would if the Broadmoor Plan goes through, the wildlife preserve will be extinct. There are no wild things that will live there because people are going to overrun it. And the Broadmoor Plan actually makes it into a park, which they can't do. It's a U.S. Army Corps of Engineer property. All of the people moving into this neighborhood need to understand the value of that gem because there's more biodiversity right there than in any place in the Tri-Cities. And we're just concerned about people understanding that we're not asking people to go there. We're asking people to leave it alone. So we've been pushing and we've been meeting with the city of Pasco repeatedly about this, and we want a buffer park put in. We need a new park for all of these thousands of people who are moving in here because none of our parks will hold the capacity for visitors. So a nice long linear park across Shoreline Drive, and Shoreline Drive becomes a bicycle pedestrian path, and move that traffic east. And preserve that, because once it's gone, it's gone. So that's our concern.
Okay, you said, I just want to clarify if you're, I guess, on whose behalf you're testifying today. You mentioned another name and...
Pete, my husband.
All right, so Pete is your husband, and
yes.
Are you here with some organization that backs you up or something like that?
Save Our Shoreline.
Save Our Shoreline, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Save Our...
We're trying to preserve public access to the river because it's being sold to private entities.
All right. Is Save Our Shoreline like a local nonprofit that is devoted to that?
No, we're not a nonprofit.
Like
we're a group of concerned citizens.
Okay, understood.
Yeah. We haunt City Hall.
Okay.
We've been in a lot of meetings. Unfortunately, all the people who got excited about that plan have moved on, so we have to keep banging the drum.
All right. Well, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good evening.
All right, good evening, ma'am. Would you tell me your name, please?
My name is Cynthia Muse.
Muse?
Muse.
Okay, M-U-S-E?
That's correct.
And what was your first name?
Cynthia.
Cynthia. All right. And you got your right hand raised. Would you swear or affirm that your testimony in this
Yes, I do.
proceeding shall be the truth? All right. What's your address, ma'am?
Let's see, I'm part of an estate at 10820 West Court Street, which is still in the process of being settled. And I live at 260 Ridgeview out in the country and on right off Columbia River Road, and we access into Road 100 almost every day, and it is a nightmare now, and I can only imagine with farm and city traffic where we're going with this. And I want to be here to say you have our heartfelt sympathy over what's going on here, because we have PUDs out in the country that are high density rural housing developments that are walled in, going in on beautiful orchard and green farmland out in the middle of nowhere. And so we really sympathize with you losing the character of your neighborhoods, because you can imagine what it's like out in the rural block areas. I'm also here to represent SOS Group, and we've worked hard over the years to make sure that there's river access and protection for that habitat bend area along Shoreline Drive. And we have worked with every level, federal, state, local, county, Aaron knows as well, to try to make sure that developers understand that this has to be part of their plan to not allow high density population in this area, because it's going to disturb that beautiful habitat area. And we won't back down, and we're not going to ever let it go out of our sight as far as allowing all people to enjoy that as it has been for 100 years. And we'd like a linear park along Shoreline, and to leave it as the old historic highway that it was. In 1900, off Sylvester, it came all the way around the river and then up into the block areas before they were blocks. So you're talking about beautiful historic areas that the Burnses and Gallants and everybody have lived for, since the turn of the century. And you just don't come in and build this R1, 2, 3, and 4 type housing in old areas like this, and to disturb the wildlife and the bend at that river as being protected now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, your name, sir?
Darrell Sowards, Darrell Sowards.
Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
Yes.
And what are your address, sir?
6500 Gallatin Road.
All right. What would you like to tell me?
Basically that I agree with the opposition, and I don't see their need in the rusticism to switch it to a higher density. The question of trust is where I lie. I lie right across the street from this place, and when this parcel was bought, it was a cherry orchard, and the lack of maintenance of that cherry orchard brought in a flock of seagulls that did damage all over our crapping all over the place. So that lends me to not that they really have the best intentions for that property. So a sale, I think it changes to R4, it becomes very enticing for our apartment complex to come in there, and I don't really see how they are valuing our community. So that's my comment, and I agree with all the opposition.
All right, thank you, sir. Your name, ma'am?
Hi, good evening. My name is Corinne Anderson. That's Corinne.
All right, would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
Yes.
Your address, ma'am?
12302 Blackfoot Drive.
Okay. What would you like to tell me?
So I would just like to strongly reiterate the opposition and a lot of the points you've heard tonight. I would also like to bring up that the environmental review process also appears to be incomplete. If this were to pass as a high-density residential area, under SEPA, any increase in density from what was originally evaluated must undergo a proper public review, which has yet to happen. I would also like to reiterate against the staff finding that this proposal will materially harm our homes. I live directly behind the proposed parcel, and there are studies showing that if you have a loss of view, privacy, your property value can go down by 20 to 35%. My husband and I are first-time home owners, and a devaluation of our property like that would be completely devastating. And then finally, I would like to reiterate that the laws of public notice were not sufficiently met. You heard from a few individuals tonight who reside on Road 122, and according to the packet you received tonight, nobody on that street received the public notice for this proposal. And then one last thing, there seemed to have been a glitch in my email to Mr. Berrigan this evening. I have the physical petitions that many people in our neighborhood have signed. I would be happy to turn them in if you want physical copies. However, Mr. Berrigan does have a digital copy. I'm not sure if you were able to access that before the meeting, but I brought these anyways, just in case you wanted them.
All right, I'll take the hard copies just as basically a backup. You know, it's not like they're separate exhibits, it's one exhibit basically. And
Right.
I think I have a digital copy of it, but just to make sure that they're the same thing.
Sure, sounds good. And with that, we just strongly urge you to reject the zoning proposal. Thank you.
Okay, if you want to hand that packet over here, then I'll receive that. Do you have anybody else on this application? All right. We made it through. So,
Are you allowing comments from online attendees?
Can we put the Teams call on the screen? Yes, so I'll take comments from online attendees. Thanks for jumping in there. If you wouldn't mind, if you can turn your, I guess I'll leave it up to you. If you have an appropriate background, turn your video on. I'm not going to require you to turn your video on. But who do we have online who would like to speak?
My name is David Todak. I live at 12442 Jaylene Way.
12442.
It's Jayleen.
All right. Would you raise your right hand for me wherever you are? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can lower your hand. Have you been able to hear the comments provided so far?
I have. I have most of them. I submitted written comments in advance, but I believe you had another docket item for the SG land proposal.
Right, ZD 2025-002 is another item on the agenda that's coming up next. If you have a comment related to ZD 2025-001, I'll go ahead and hear that now.
All right. Basically, I'd like to echo what I've been hearing about the traffic. My personal approach to this is I moved here from Road 76, the whole there, to get away from people. My backyard was an orchard with deer going through each evening, and I understand development's going to happen. My graduate studies were in infrastructure planning and management, most particularly in kind of designing resilience and being ready for bad things to happen. And Burns Road is is already largely incapable of handling an evacuation if necessary. We saw last summer that the city of Pasco is wanting to close Court Street, Road 100, and Road 68 all at the same time. And if there were a reason for people here to leave in an event like that, it's a good thing 90% of the houses here have truck.
All right. Heard that so far. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Thanks for your participation today. Let's see if there's anybody else on our Zoom call that wants to speak against the application in ZD 2025-001. This would be the time to unmute yourself. All right. Doesn't look like anybody else is chiming in. Let's see. Mr. Fielding, let's go ahead and turn the podium back over to you for rebuttal if you would like. I'll remind you that you're still under oath, and go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, I'd like to rebuttal. Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody who came tonight in all sincerity. It's nice to live in a community, in a country where we can voice our opinions. Not everybody has that privilege in this world. So, Mr. Examiner, you you stated that the burden of proof is on us to determine or to make a case for it's not a rezone, it's a zoning determination, I think is the term that is being used. Ivan's not over there. I was looking for my homeboy, Ivan.
I would agree that it's a zoning
determination, like a recommendation. So it's not an official rezone, it's a recommendation to the city council.
Correct.
Right. So as I read through the criteria, it's pretty cut and dry in the zoning, in the Pasco Municipal Code, that in section 25.97.055, section 1, it clearly states that the allowed density is no less than 6 and no more than 29. And we were actually surprised when we learned that that was true for R2, R3, and R4, because that's not true for other zoning districts outside of the Broadmoor area. So we were frankly, like I said, surprised that that is true for R2, R3, and R4. And we didn't realize that, prior to kind of getting serious about the property. We also believe the other criteria is met as well. I'm going to kind of rifle through the comments, which were great. Hopefully this is helpful to people. I'll try to be succinct. In terms of roads and safety, we're very happy to work with the city. Our understanding is that the Broadmoor area has already had a traffic study done for the greater area, and there's a traffic fee that's going to be levied on each development as they're built out. And we're very happy to pay into that fee. We're expecting it. We think it's the right thing to do, obviously, and so happy to do that. I'm not a traffic engineer, and I don't want to conjecture whether the current road system is good or bad. I am aware of bigger cities that have, probably more traffic than here, and so, but again, I don't want to get too deep into it, but that's what I'll say about that. We do sympathize with the concern about reduction in home values. I don't want to offend anybody, but I think when I moved into I'm in a cookie cutter neighborhood, if you will, and I love the neighborhood. The adjacent folks probably felt like, oh man, you guys are developing these cookie cutter houses next to ours, and ours are 1 acre lots and stuff like that. And, so I kind of moved into that neighborhood, but I'm grateful for that because now I have a place where I'm raising my children and friends and neighbors and all those things. And at some point there has to be some sort of a transition from one style of neighborhood to another. And we do believe it's dramatic to go from half acre lots. There's half acre lots to the north, and then there's 1+ acre lots to the north of that. So there's already sort of a natural transition happening. And we think it's dramatic to go from half acre to 3-story apartments right across the street, which is why we're trying to be sensitive to that and stay within the low boundary of what the city is allowing on this property, and to keep it a single family residential. Detached. Again, R4 does not affect the density. In this instance, again, it's R2, R3, R4 is the same requirement of 6 to 29 units per acre. If you're pretty interested in looking in that, speaking to the audience, you can look at the Broadmoor Overlay District within the Pasco Municipal Code. I'd like to oppose the continuation of the public hearing because I think this is a zoning determination, not a rezone, as I mentioned earlier, and the property has to go to the city council for a zoning. I think it has to have a zone proposal to be presented to the city council. And as such, I'm not sure that there's the need for a continuation of the public hearing because it's not a formal rezone of the property, rather it's a recommendation for a rezone. Why R4? So in the code, there's a specific section that states a single family detached lot can go down to 2,000 square feet per lot in the R4 zoning, which is really helpful as opposed to say 3,000 square feet or 4,000 square feet, R2, R3 and R2. And it's very helpful to have the flexibility when laying out a site in order to achieve at least 6 units per acre. It's actually surprisingly hard to make all of the, in an R2, it's very hard to make, to meet 6 units per acre. And so, from my perspective, there could be potentially an opportunity there to amend the code at some point to perhaps entirely remove R2 or just change it so that it's easier to hit this requirement of 6 units per acre in an R2 zone. But R3 and R4, it can be done successfully. R4 is a little more straightforward in terms of cut and dry, black and white. This is exactly how you can get there in the code, which is why we decided to go with an R4. Any home in the city of Pasco can have an ADU, is my understanding, which effectively allows 2 units per lot. And so our proposal, again, is single-family detached. Could a homeowner hypothetically build something, an ADU? I suppose they could. I don't have any input in terms of whether they should or shouldn't, but that's what the code allows. Our opinion is that the land use, as currently drawn up, is very clear, actually, and it defines. It's well laid out in terms of understanding what we can and cannot do on the property, and we feel like we fall within the boundaries of what we've proposed. And the structure in this is helpful because for people who'd like to invest in the community and develop properties, etc., and provide housing, it's nice to have a level of confidence and really kind of lean on what has been approved and is currently in the city code. Otherwise, it's a little bit tenuous and it increases the risk dramatically in terms of how much you can pay for land, whether you want to develop, ultimately what's going to be approved, what's not going to be approved. And so we feel like, we're well within the bounds of the city code and we're grateful for that. The land use designations were defined by the city of Pasco to accommodate future growth and within a confined urban growth area. So in the state of Washington, there's what is called the Growth Management Act, which literally defines a geographical area the municipalities, counties, and cities have to define, and they have to have all of their growth within that area. And it's finite by definition. And the cities have to forecast future growth, and they have to accommodate for that future growth within that geographical area. And that's why medium density residential or higher density or low, whatever it is. And so I sympathize with the city to have to get to that point of accommodating all future growth in a bustling city that's growing. And I'm just throwing that out there as to the reason why this property is medium density residential. The cherry orchard is not on our property. That's on the property to the east, to the west. And that's all I have. Do you have any questions for me?
Just I think as 2 matters of procedure. I think at this time I'm not going to continue the hearing for an additional, live testimony hearing on this. That's in reference to the continuance request that was raised by. Let's see, we had Mr. McCart and another commenter in opposition made the same request, basically to give other folks in the area more opportunity to research the issues here and have more informed testimony about them. What I will do is I'm going to propose that we keep the hearing record open for another week for additional written comments. Mr. Fielding, have you received copies of the community comments that have been submitted so far? Are those coming to you?
No, sir.
Do you feel like you need additional time to prepare any kind of written response, or can we just leave the record open for additional public comments and incorporate those into the record as they trickle in? I think you would probably need to have an opportunity. So if we give public comments another week, compile those and give you an opportunity to review them, how much time would you need to give a response to those?
1 calendar day. I should say 1 business day.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Then I think that's probably what we'll do. We'll keep the record open until Friday, July 18th, and I'm going to ask that public community comments be submitted no later than the end of business on Wednesday, July 16th. We'll compile the public comments and provide them to Mr. Fielding for his review and response by July 18, at which point the record will fully close at 5 p.m. on July 18. Does that sound okay, Mr. Fielding?
Yeah, can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
So I'm going to be provided with the comments. Is our response, if there is one, going to be, is that published, or how is that communicated to the folks?
Well, it'll be received as an exhibit that'll be referenced by the final decision. I think anybody who receives the final decision is going to get a list of the exhibits. All those exhibits are public record, and they can demand copies of the exhibits if they want them.
Okay.
But we're not, there's not going to be an ongoing period of, further back and forth beyond that.
And then after the record is closed on Friday, July 18th, is that when there's like a 10-day window where the determination is made?
Yes, and I think at this time I'm going to tentatively say that I'm going to do my best to honor the 10-day window, 10 working days starting from July 18th. And we'll reach out to you if it looks like there's going to be a need to consult you about an extension of that window. I'm going to try to avoid having to do that, but it's kind of hard to say at this point based on just the number of comments that we've received. So,
sounds good.
All right.
How did you come up with the 10 days or the 1 week? I mean, you're talking to him. What about us? I mean, he's polished. He's the businessman. We're the laymen's. Can we have more time than that? I mean, why
Yeah.
are you slamming that down?
I appreciate your question there, and basically what that's going to come down to is that the Pasco Municipal Code does allow for the hearings examiner to hold the public record open for some amount of time after the public hearing, allows for the hearings examiner to basically just dictate other rules of procedure as long as they're not, totally in conflict with the ordinary rules of procedure. And so, to be transparent with everybody, there's some arbitrariness in this, in that I'm, just trying to give an opportunity for additional comments, having in mind the public comments that we received so far that requested an extension of the period for public comments. I want to honor that, and at the same time have some sort of parameters on this process, just so that there will be a definiteness to when we get this all concluded. And another thing about that is that, again, if anybody's dissatisfied with the process, there is an appeal procedure that I explained at the beginning of the hearing. I'm seeing additional hands come up. All right, I'll take 2 more questions and then we're going to move on. So in the back of the room there.
I just want to inquire about the procedural error. This is not in the city, so zoning designation is inappropriate at this time.
I'm not going to comment on that, but I'm going to take that under advisement. Basically, that means I'm going to consider it over the next, that gives me a few weeks before my decision is due on that. And so that is something that'll be, should be addressed, I think, in the decision rather than me, firing from the hip on that issue today.
Do you understand my concern in the building?
Yeah. I mean,
Mr. Examiner, if I may, and I apologize to interrupt, but if people are going to speak, we need to have them at the microphone so we can capture for the record and for minutes purposes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Maybe for what I'll do is just repeat the question into my microphone here, since this is sort of, yeah, ma'am, in the second row there.
Could you clarify the R2, R3, R4? Mr. Fielding is saying that basically it's all exactly the same. We could put apartment buildings on R2. So why do we need to have R4? I mean, if it's the same density for R2, R3, and R4, can you clarify
All right.
that for us?
Yeah, I've been asked to clarify the definitions of the R2, R3, and R4 zones. Since I am not rendering a decision from the bench this evening, I'm not really going to answer that question, but I would point you to the Pasco Municipal Code that is published online, and anybody can look that up and review the definitions of the zones within the code published online. All right, so we're going to go ahead and conclude the hearing this evening on ZD 2025-001. Thank you, everybody, for your participation. It's been a long hearing. A lot of you waited a long time to have your opportunity to speak, and so I commend you for doing that. Mr. Fielding, thanks for sticking around to hear those comments and respond to them at the end.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead to ZD 2025-002. This is an application submitted for a zoning determination by SG Land Management. We have a representative for SG Land Management here tonight? Do we? All right, let me see who we would be expecting. If you're on, it wouldn't be on Zoom, would it? It looks like the applicant was Trey Tutt.
Mr. Examiner, the applicant was not able to make it this evening.
Okay.
So we would, staff would submit to the examiner as to how to handle that situation, whether it'd be okay to move forward with the application if necessary or to reschedule. We would leave that up to you.
Did the applicant send something in writing explaining why they're not here?
No, we, during the meeting, we actually reached out and said, hey, you need to be here, and they're apparently not available to do so. They did receive notice of public hearing, so I'm not sure of an explanation, to be honest.
Let's see, that's almost, well, they do carry the burden, and I think, well, that's tough. It's tough without having any explanation as to why they're not here.
I can only assume, and I don't want to speak for anybody out of line, but I just assume it's just a miscommunication or something along those lines.
Okay. Do we have any folks here that were planning to speak on ZD 2025-002? This is another zoning determination.
Same comments in opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. Except we didn't get notification of this.
All right. I'm gonna continue the hearing, and I think that that's, not gonna thrill a whole lot of people, but, what, if we continue this to just like the next regular set, what would the date for that be?
August 13th?
August 13th at 6 PM?
Yes.
Okay.
I've already reached out to
It sounds like an attempt to get them here this evening was made. But, I don't, if somebody's like at the hospital with their child or something like that, without knowing what's going on, I don't want to disadvantage them. Let me. All right. We're going to continue ZD 2025-002 to August 13th at 6 p.m. That will be the public hearing for the petition. And I'm going to encourage the city to to review their notices for that, just since we've heard comments this evening about folks not receiving notice. If the city is satisfied that they've notified property owners within 300 feet, or, I guess I should just say satisfied their notification of the public requirements for tonight's hearing, then I'm not going to require an additional notice for the August 13th 6 p.m. hearing, under the conclusion that if folks attended this evening expecting to comment on that hearing, then they've been notified by this oral ruling on that. But again, the city might be wise to just look at their mailing list, and if it is determined that neighbors should have received notices for this application and did not receive notices for the July 9 hearing, then, like the city to send additional notices to those folks for the August 13th hearing. And I think that is that on ZD 2025-002. If that was what you're here to speak to tonight, you can head out. Please consider, if you haven't already doing this, preparing written comments. Because if you provide a detailed written comment before August 13th, then you might not need to sit through another, 3-hour hearing waiting for your turn to speak. Just suggesting that to those that are in attendance. Thank you. So next item on tonight's agenda is SP 2025-008. The Goodwill Retail Service Building application for a special use permit. Do we have somebody on behalf of Goodwill?
Yes, sir.
All right, then you can have a seat. We're going to hear from staff first. If you want to move forward, actually, that'd be fine, since some space has opened up. All right, Mr. Bargon.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, let's turn it over to city staff. Whoever's going to comment on this one.
All right. My name's Aaron Gunnarsson. I'm the planner 2 over the city, and I'm here to kind of present SP 2025-008, the Goodwill Thrift Store. Next slide. So, the Goodwill Industries of Columbia wishes to kind of construct a thrift store and employment / service support services center, along with potential future offices. The property is addressed at 7511 Wiggly Drive, and the size of the parcel is approximately 4.96 acres, and is zoned C1 retail business. Application was submitted to our office on April 14th, 2025. Application was then deemed complete on June 12th, 2025. Notice of the public hearing is posted to the City of Pasco website, sent to public agencies, published in the Tri-City Herald, and mailed to properties within 300 feet of the proposed site on June 20th, 2025. Public hearing for the staff report was published on July 2nd, 2025. Next slide. So approximately 41,960 square feet of the site will be occupied by the retail store and employment/support services center. Connected to the retail store is a loading dock with approximately 4 loading bays. Rest site consists of parking and landscaping. The proposed off-street parking requirements. Parking meets the general retail and office building requirements as provided in off-street parking table in PMC 2025.185.170. And then I think in the future, there's kind of on the southeastern edge, there's supposedly potential offices that are going to be constructed. They'll be consist of about 10,500 square feet. Site was added to the City of Pasco as part of annexation completed in 1981. Zoning for the property was designated C1D Light Designated Shopping Center as part of the annexation. And then in 1995, zoning was changed to the current zoning designation of C1 Retail Business. In 2020, a special permit was filed for the Goodwill Thrift Store warehousing donation site, along with a SEPA checklist, and the special permit was approved by the hearing examiner on June 1st, 2020. However, one of the conditions in the original special permit required building permits to be obtained within 1 year of the special permit approval, or the special permit will be null and void. Building permits were not filed within the year timeframe, hence the permit expired. In January 25, building permit was submitted and then was flagged by us due to the expired special permit, and then a new special permit application was then submitted to our office. As part of the review process, staff deemed the approved mitigated determination on significance back in 2020 was still applicable due to the minimal changes between what was submitted in 2020 and this application. And then the mitigations that were required in MDNS also have been since met. There's the traffic impact analysis and the inadvertent discovery protocol. So those are all been met. And then the main part, and that's the reason why it's even a special permit in the first place, is in PMC 25.165.1701. Thrift shops may operate upon issuance of a special permit within the C1 Retail Business District. And additionally, there's a part about, which we'll get to probably in a little bit. All business activities of thrift store shops in the C1 Retail Business District shall be conducted entirely within enclosed structure. Next slide. So, in the findings of fact, the first finding, proposal is in accordance with the goals, policies, objectives, maps, and/or narrative text comprehensive plan. The economic development goal meets economic development goal 1, which is the maintaining economic development as an important ongoing city initiative. Constructing both retail, thrift store, and employment/support services center will work to support development and expansion of business opportunities. And then also, there's the economic development goal 2, kind of assures, that's to assure appropriate location design of commercial industrial facilities. The proposed site of the retail store, or thrift store, and employment/support services center is located approximately 0.12 miles from Road 68, which is a minor arterial road. That same road is also serviced by Ben Franklin transit routes as well. The proposal will not adversely affect public infrastructure. TIA was completed as part of the requirements for the project, with traffic impact fees having been assessed. Road 76 will be developed by the applicant to city standards as specified in Public Works' construction design standards, and the proposal will generate little demand for public utilities such as water and sewer. The proposal will be constructed, maintained, and operated to be in harmony with the existing and intended character of the general general vicinity. The proposed commercial use is similar to the properties surrounding the site to the north, south, and east. And the building design will be required to meet Pasco Municipal Code, including the I-182 corridor overlay requirements. And the location, height of proposed structures and the site design will not discourage the development of permitted uses on property in the general facility or impair the value thereof. The C1 zoning district allows for building heights up to 35 feet. The maximum height of the structure is just below 35 feet. The site design is not anticipated to have a negative effect on surrounding properties. Another fine fact of the operations in conjunction with the proposal will not be more objectionable to nearby properties by reason of noise, fumes, vibrations, dust, traffic, or flashing lights than would be the operation of any permitted use with the district. The operations of the retail thrift store, employment / support services center will not likely be more objectionable to nearby properties. And then finally, the proposal will not endanger the public health, safety if located, developed, or proposed, or any way become a nuisance to the permitted uses permitted in the district. Proposal is required to adhere to PMC provisions, including provisions such as outdoor lighting and noise ordinances. Additionally, use will be subject to periodic reviews for compliance with conditions as posed under special permit, PMC, and code violation history, at which point special permit for use may be revoked. Next slide. So, as part of some of the conditions here, special permit shall apply to the specific parcel, which is 116-150-071, and any subsequent subdivisions thereof. Site plan shall be developed in substantial conformity to the site plan and building plan submitted. And then the ADA ramp crossing the drive out Wrigley Drive shall meet current City of Pasco / ADA requirements. If the receiving ramp on the east side does not match, it shall be retrofitted as part of the project. The ADA ramp at the corner of Road 76 and Wrigley must be retrofit to meet current City of Pasco / ADA requirements. And then also Road 76 shall be developed to city standards by applicant as specified in Public Works' construction design standards. And then there's the separated sidewalk consistent with surrounding development will be acquired on Road 76. And then there'll be signage, and that goes back to the part about the enclosed structures. So signage warning against after-hours deposits shall be posted on main building donation area, and that project need to comply with the standards contained in PMC 25.175, site and building design standards, and the PMC 25.130, I-182 corridor overlay district. And then also be no outside storage of equipment materials shall be allowed outside of the enclosed / screened areas. And then finally, the applicant shall adhere to all federal, state, and city building, fire, and safety code standards. In conclusion, staff recommends approval of the special permit located at 7511 Wiggly Drive, parcel number 116-150-071, as a Goodwill Retail Thrift Store and Employment Support Services Center with conditions as herein proposed.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and hear from the applicant tonight. Would you tell me your name, sir?
Jeff Madison, Maddison. It's the non-presidential spelling.
All right. Was it two D's?
Two D's.
Two D's.
Non-presidential.
Yeah. All right. And would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. And your address?
My home address, I guess, is 24512.
Well, I guess the real question is, where would you get mail that relates to this hearing?
815 North Kellogg Street, Suite A, Kennewick, Washington, 99336.
What was the zip?
99336.
All right, thank you. All All right, and are you an authorized agent of the applicant, which is, I guess, Archibald and Company Architects?
Yes, sir, for Goodwill Industries of the Columbia, the CEO.
Okay, gotcha. All right, and yeah, and as the property owner. So what, have you had an opportunity to review the staff report and attachments?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you agree with the factual representations and proposed staff findings of fact in that report?
Yes, sir.
All right, did you get a chance to look at the, what they call the, well, actually, it's the approval conditions that they proposed?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you have any objection to those proposed conditions?
No, sir.
You believe that the landowner can comply with those conditions if they were ordered as actual conditions of approval?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any objection to anything in the staff report or the attached exhibits?
No, sir.
All right, then I'm going to go ahead and receive the report and its exhibits into the record in this case, and then let you take it from there. What would you like me to know about the application if you have anything to add?
Well, first I just want to thank the staff for the recommendation to approve the special use permit. From Goodwill's perspective, this recommendation represents not only an investment in the future lives and careers of folks here in Pasco, but the Tri-Cities as well. With the approval of the special use permit, we will be developing a retail store, providing 30 new jobs to the city of Pasco, and serve as a continuing source for sales tax revenue. Coupled with the retail store will be our Employment Connection Center that will provide specialized employment services for individuals with disabilities and employment services for folks with or without barriers to employment. These services include job placement assistance, job readiness training, mock interviews, resume development and assistance, job fairs and hiring events, digital literacy classes, short-term certificate classes, life skills and job readiness courses, work experience placements, and on-the-job training. We partner with many employers and help them source employees. Recently here in Pasco, we helped Amazon source 115 employees. And Panda Express, which just opened up recently, we helped them source 35 employees to launch. Along with the development of this facility, we are improving Road 76, which will serve as an important corridor in the Road 68 area. Again, we're grateful for the staff for their thoughtful review and recommendation for approval of our special use permit, and look forward to continuing to serve Pasco through our mission of changing lives through the power of work.
All right, and I saw in the history here that, well, and maybe Mr. Gunderson mentioned it just now, that this same location was approved in maybe 2021 for a special use permit?
2020, yes, sir.
2020 for, so I understand it, the same purpose.
Yes, sir.
That purpose wasn't actualized at the time the permit basically lapsed, and so just laying that context, are you aware of anything that's changed about the location or its surroundings in the last 5 years, or give or take, that would impact the suitability of this use to that location?
The area is very much similar to what it was in 2020.
Okay.
And if I may, the reason we didn't get it done is because COVID happened. We shut down, and then we had to go back into the planning phase. So it just held us up on our strategic plan on getting this project going. And that, of course, it lapsed.
Mm-hmm.
But the initial design is very similar to, it's a little smaller, but it's very similar to what we had proposed earlier.
Okay. Okay. All right, I don't think I have any other questions for you. Unless there's something you want to add, you can go ahead and have a seat.
No, sir. We appreciate you guys' time.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody who has appeared to testify in support of the Goodwill application, 2025-008? On Zoom, now would be the time to unmute yourself and identify yourself. Is there anybody who has appeared to testify in opposition to this application? Same thing to the folks on Zoom. Unmute yourself if you'd like to be heard. All right, seeing and hearing no one come forward. I see no reason for rebuttal testimony. We will close the evidentiary record on SP 2025-008. Thanks for being here this evening. And then we'll move on. Next and last thing on the agenda this evening is Z 2025-005 application by Webster or for Webster Court rezone from RS20 to R1. We have an agent on behalf of the applicant there. Okay, let's go ahead and turn it over to staff for a presentation on that application.
Yeah, my name's Aaron Gutterson, Planner 2 at City of Pasco, and I'm here to present Z 2025-01, Webster Court, RS20 to R1 slide. So, the property in question, it's approximately about 1 acre in size. It's parcel number 118-402-034. The applicant Shane O'Neill, on behalf of Webster Court LLC, is wishing to amend the zoning of the parcel located near the intersection of West Argent Road and Road 84 and change zoning from RS20 suburban to R1 low density residential. Slide. Application was submitted on May 23rd, 2025. Application was then deemed complete on June 10th, 2025. Notice of public hearing was posted on City of Pasco webpage, published Tri-City Herald, and mailed to properties within 300 feet on June 20th, 2025. And the public hearing for the staff report was published on July 2nd, 2025. Slide. As part of the requirements for the zoning petition, so the date the existing zone became effective, the site was zoned RS20, the current zoning, back in 2015. The change conditions which are allowed to warrant other or additional zoning. Since 2015, the City of Pasco's comprehensive plan has been updated to reflect a 3 to 6 dwelling unit requirement for a low density residential land use designation that the properties currently has. Currently, it is not possible to develop to the minimum density requirements without rezoning to another zoning district allowed under the low density residential land use designation. The R1 zoning also allows for more diversity in types of dwelling units in comparison to RS20, which only allows for single family dwellings. And the facts justify the change on the basis of advancing public health, safety, and general welfare. From a public health perspective, future development on the site could encourage walking to and from school with the development proper sidewalk infrastructure. There's elementary, middle school, and high school between about 0.07 to 0.58 miles away from the property. And additionally, the property is located approximately 0.58 miles from Chiawana Park. And then for public safety, the property is located approximately 0.43 miles from the Franklin County Fire District 3 Station 34 and about a little over a mile away from the Pasco Fire Station 85. And then the effect it'll have on the character of adjacent property and comprehensive plan. Change zoning would be consistent with the comprehensive plan. The proposed rezone would allow for development between 3 to 6 dwelling units per acre. Requirement applicable, I guess technically to both the RS20 R1 zones, but it's currently unobtainable in RS20 due to the minimum lot size of only 2 dwellings per acre. The effect on the property owner, owners of request not granted, it would lead to lower development potential and reduced land use value due to the current zoning allowing for less density. Could over time become an isolated pocket of underutilized land, making infrastructure extension less effective or cost effective or delayed. It could potentially add barriers in meeting housing demand at a time where Pasco's demand for housing is increasing, and keeping zoning RS20 would be contrary to the city's comprehensive plan due to the zone having a density standard less than the minimum allowed per the property's comprehensive plan land use designation. And then, of course, the property comprehensive plan land use designation for property is designated as low density residential. And lastly, the rezone application is consistent with and meets the intent of the comprehensive plan and city council goals. Next slide. And hearing examiner findings and recommendations. The proposal is in accordance with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. It meets land use goal 2, which is kind of planning for a variety of comprehensive plan compatible land use within the UGA, particularly when it comes to promoting infill development and discouraging development that is dependent upon septic systems. Land use goal 4, which is increasing community accessibility through proper land use planning. The property is located near two transit lines with additional capacity being planned according to both the city's transportation system master plan and the Ben Franklin transit development plan. Also, there's compact development will lead to further support of existing transit lines and further development of pedestrian amenities. It also is according with land use goal 5, which is to maintain a broad range of residential land use designations to accommodate a variety of lifestyles and housing opportunities. Changing the zoning to R1 will increase the variety of residential densities area, along with the types of housing types allowed. Road 84 and West Argent Road both being major collectors. Changing the zoning to R1 would further the variety of housing opportunities. It also is in course of housing goal 1, which is encouraging housing for all economic segments of the city's population, consistent with the local and regional market. Changing the zoning to R1 will allow for increase of housing types in comparison to the current zoning of RS20, which only allows single-family dwellings ADUs. This would help to ensure that the city will meet the increased need for housing. The effect of the proposal on the immediate vicinity will not be materially detrimental. Application for rezone is consistent with the comprehensive plan land use element and meets the intent of goals and policies for the property. Zone change from RS20 to a different zoning district would allow for the property to be further developed, as the current zoning does not allow for development meeting the minimum density requirements. And development action affecting site would be subject to SEPA, and impacts to the natural and built environment, including neighboring properties, would be considered mitigated through SEPA process. There is merit in the proposal for the community as a whole. The proposed zoning designation is consistent with the comprehensive plan land use map and the goals and policies adopted by Pasco City Council. And then conditions should not be imposed in order to mitigate any significant adverse impacts from proposal. Rezone application anticipated project are subject to the regulations and requirements of the Pasco Municipal Code and the City of Pasco design and construction standards. As such, no conditions should be imposed. Any further development will be evaluated for significant adverse impacts at the time of a development application, which will also be subject to review under SEPA. And a concomitant agreement should not be entered into between the city and petitioner. No concomitant agreement is considered necessary for this application. Next slide. Staff recommends, based on the finding facts, conclusions therein, that 2817 Road 84, or parcel number 118402034, be rezoned from RS20 suburban to R1 low density residential. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gunderson. Let's go ahead and have the agent of the applicant come forward. All right, sir. Would you state your name for the record?
Shane O'Neill.
Shane O'Neill. And would you raise your right hand for me? And do you swear that your testimony in this, or affirm that your testimony in this proceeding shall be the truth?
I do.
All right. And What's a good address for you, sir?
It's on the application form. It's 6904 Rogue Drive in Pasco.
Road Drive. All right, sir, you really drew the short straw today in terms of order of these applications, but I bet you're glad that you don't have 50 angry people still sitting behind you waiting to object to your application. So let's go with into the staff report first. Did you get a chance to review that?
Absolutely.
All right, and do you agree with the factual representations set forth?
100%, yep.
Okay, you want to adopt those representations as your testimony about the property?
Please do.
All right, and then the conditions of approval that the,
There are none.
let's see, yeah, let me look at that, that's right. They are not recommending any conditions, so, I'll go ahead and receive the, staff report and the attached exhibits, into the evidentiary record for this hearing, absent any objection. And do you have anything else you want to add?
I'll keep it brief. My burden of proof on the application is substantiated in the application materials. I provided a code narrative, my responses to the review criteria therein. They fairly well match the staff report findings and some of the dialogue in the staff report. As Aaron said many times, our application is consistent with the comprehensive plan land use designation. The proposed rezone would bring the site's zoning into conformance with the residential density goals set therein. When the property was annexed and zoned as such in 2015, that subjected the site to the jurisdiction of the city of Pasco and its comprehensive plan, including its land use goals and policies. The staff report outlines several of which support approval of this application. My application materials include several aerial site photos of the vicinity for your benefit and review. If you're able to access an electronic version of the PDF of my application, in the list of exhibits, there is a linked video where I give you aerial imagery of the site, and you can watch that as well. This vicinity, part of central West Pasco, let's call it, contains a surplus of single-family homes with overly large rear yards. There needs to be an effort, and this is one of them, to use some of that open space to meet some of the housing demands in the city. This is a good opportunity to start that process. Redevelopment in the future would require extension of a sewer line. I've made the owner aware of that. You'll find a comment in there that criticizes the application based on the person who owns it being an LLC, and I object to that comment or any consideration of the application on that basis. But as you're well aware, neighbors often do not like change. I think that is a negligible consideration in light of the full scope of review criteria that are codified and need to be adhered to. In the interest of brevity, I won't go any further or repeat the contents of my application, but I am available if you have any questions for me.
All right, and your objection about the comment about the LLC ownership is noted. I'll consider that before I make a decision in this case. Looks like that link in
yeah, if it's a link of my thing that was put in the staff report, it might have been broken.
No, well, it worked for me. My only thought is that as far as maintaining public records, if I receive this video as an exhibit, then I can't just count on you to leave it up on YouTube for the next 7 years or, whatever to comply with public records maintenance. Is there a way that you can provide that video on just a file that we can download or on a flash drive or CD or something?
I can, provided the city's IT policy would allow me to do that, I can hand deliver it. Okay. But it is too large to transmit electronically.
Okay.
Without using a cloud service.
Okay. Yeah.
But your concern is common. I run into this issue every time I provide a video.
Okay. That makes sense. Would you guys be able to accept something on a hard drive, on a flash drive or something?
We can utilize a cloud service, file share, or Dropbox.
Okay. All right. So how long would it take you to provide something like that to them?
Okay. The file share link that is used for large applications, the one that people use to submit permits, I can give it to you that way.
If it works.
Yeah, that should work. Yeah. I got a good idea. Yeah.
Okay. How long do you need me to keep it open for you to do that?
Till the end of tomorrow.
End of tomorrow. All right, I'll give you till the end of the day on Friday. The record remains open for the limited purpose of applicants submitting the video exhibit that we just talked about in a form that we can hold on to. All right, is there anything else?
I appreciate your time and consideration of my application.
All right, well, thanks for being here and waiting so long to get your turn. All right, we're gonna, other than holding it for the video exhibit, the record will be closed at this point. We won't receive any other comments or testimony about Z 2025-005. That's the last matter on this evening's calendar, so we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thanks, everyone.
Good timing. I mean, 9 o'clock on the button, Jay.
It is 9 o'clock on the button. Yeah, especially after I made a comment earlier about sitting through a 3-hour hearing.
Yeah.
I called it, didn't I?
I'm just gonna go sleep at my desk.
Yeah, I bet.
Well, it's like, how was it? So I still get, so originally from the Idaho area, so there's this organization called Interfaith Sanctuary. They were trying to get this new
to that project. Before you get too excited about that extra $27,000, it's allocated so that you can pay the Department of Commerce admin fee. The second capital funding request you all had outlined was a request for
executive directors talking about it.
Exact amount was included in the final capital budget, and I believe because it's below the 500,000 or below, that admin fee doesn't apply. You all outlined 3 different transportation funding requests, $5 million for the Road 76 project, $3 million for the US 12 A Street traffic study, and $3.3 million for Lewis Street underpass demolition. We did some great lobbying and education on these 3 projects, not just me on the ground on a day-to-day basis, but several members of council made the trip over to Olympia and participated in advocacy for those 3 projects. At the end of the day, the transportation budget didn't fund any new projects, and so the city didn't receive funding for any of those. Neither did any other community in the state, so don't feel too bad. The one note I will make is, as a reflection of the advocacy work that was done, the Senate
put forward a transportation proposal that would have funded new projects. It relied on a significantly higher gas tax increase, as well as transitioning the culvert obligation, the obligation to replace all the state-owned culverts, to the capital budget, and defunding several capital budget programs, including the Public Works Assistance account. And it relied on a pretty hefty transfer from the operating budget to the transportation budget, which would have had to be backed by a larger tax increase to fund the operating budget. So by doing all of those things in the Senate's proposal, they were able to put forward a list of new projects that would receive funding, and the Lewis Street underpass demolition was included on their list of projects that would receive funding. At the end of the day, the legislature chose to be more modest with their tax increases than what the Senate had proposed. I wouldn't describe the tax increases as modest, but more modest than what was initially proposed. And so that was not those new transportation projects were allocated funding. But I just want to highlight that as a reflection of making progress. I know it can be frustrating that you all spend your time and energy to make trips over to Olympia. You see me spending time and energy, and city staff spending time and energy, and then to not get allocated funding can feel very frustrating. And I want you to know I certainly feel that as the person on the ground pounding the marble to make it happen. But looking at these little measures of like we are being heard and we are seeing progress help with that. In addition to your funding requests, you all have a series of policy statements that direct our advocacy on policy issues, and I want to express great gratitude also to city staff who assist me in reviewing the various different bills that are brought forward and ascertaining the impact specifically to the Pasco community. It could go on a variety of different policy areas, but this evening, with the short amount of time we have together, I wanted to highlight a few items for your consideration. The first one is around local community decision making. Over the last several years, we have seen the legislature advance this trend of preempting local control, particularly in the space of land use, in the notion or in the vein of trying to increase housing availability. We saw that trend continue this year. There were 3 major pieces of preemption that I wanted to highlight for you all this evening, and then the report captures probably about 15 additional bills. The first one is that the legislature is directing your ability to require parking for new construction. So for residential housing, you may not require more than 1 parking space per single family home or 0.5 parking space for a multifamily unit. And there's also a limit on the amount of parking you can require for commercial space per square footage. There are some different off-ramps that have been built into that legislation that we were able to get through advocacy and articulating to legislators some potential negative impacts of greatly reduced parking requirements, but largely the city will be in a position of having to follow the state law within the next, I think it's 3 years or 18 months, I can't remember, but within the near term. The second major piece of preemption occurred around lot splitting. The city will be required to offer a administrative ability to take 1 lot and divide it into 2. I am pleased to share with you that there were a lot of, I'll say, belts and suspenders built into that bill to make sure that the resulting 2 lots are buildable and that the resulting 2 lots cannot be further split into a subsequent 2 lots, which are both the buildability of the resulting lot and the sort of never-ending lot splitting were 2 concerns that were very strongly raised in previous legislative sessions. And then the third item was called the Housing Accountability Act. And what it does is it allows Commerce to go in and audit 10 jurisdictions per year to see whether or not you are adequately complying with the preemption or mandates that have been passed in the last handful of years by the legislature. The next item is on housing and homelessness. Democrats articulated their priorities on housing and homeless around stability, supply, and subsidy. On the supply side, they really focused on the land use bills I just outlined for you. On the subsidy side, they passed a rent stabilization bill that caps annual rent increases at 7% plus inflation, or 10%, whichever is less, and an even further reduced rent cap for mobile home parks. And then on the subsidy side, the legislature invested $600 million into the Housing Trust Fund and an additional $90 million into a program that helps connect infrastructure to housing to hopefully help get more units constructed. The third item is fiscal sustainability. On this one, I would like to frame it as the best defense is some offense. So through the course of my 18 years lobbying in Olympia, every time the legislature has faced a significant budget shortfall, they have balanced their budget by reducing state shared revenues. That did not happen this year. And it did not happen in large part because there was significant taxes raised, revenue raised through tax increases. But it also didn't happen because I think local governments came forward asking for greater fiscal sustainability, and they heard that outcry, and therefore those state shared revenues were not on the chopping block in the same way that they've been in previous years. So the good news is no cuts. The other piece of good news is a small amount of flexibility with your existing real estate excise tax revenues that allows you to spend some of that revenue on operating and maintenance rather than on new capital expenditures. So a little bit more flexibility with the dollars that you have. And then I'll just note that you all have had debate over the years on the 1% property tax cap. And so that was not an item that we weighed in on in any way, but the legislature had a robust discussion but chose not to advance forward any changes on that cap after the governor indicated he would be inclined to veto anything. Finally, on community safety, the legislature's biggest action was that they allocated $100 million to a grant program to hire law enforcement officers. To be eligible for that grant program, you do have to have either you or the county have to have an ongoing revenue source to support those positions. I'm not actually sure whether you all have one of those ongoing revenue sources in place, but if you don't, they provided you with councilmanic authority to increase the sales tax locally in order to provide that ongoing funding and take advantage of the grant funds. So that's a snapshot. That comprehensive written report that I mentioned goes into a lot more detail, and I could stand up here probably talking for an hour, and I won't. But that gives you some flavor of where some of the policy issues we worked on your behalf landed. I want to direct you to next steps. We had great success within the capital budget, getting 2 appropriations and between the 2 of them, greater than average dollar coming into the community compared to many others. And you all truly have an excellent delegation in the 14th, the 8th, and the 16th district legislators. And as you see them out in community or otherwise, please thank them. They have heard from me endless amounts of gratitude and appreciation, but it is very meaningful coming from you all, elected to elected. And I will be brainstorming with city staff different ways of more formally acknowledging and expressing our appreciation to our legislators. You all also have some work to do to implement not just some of the policies that they've passed, but also make sure we deliver on their funding. Anytime the legislature allocates us funding, we want to make sure that we can show them that groundbreaking or that ribbon cutting or the project moving forward as soon as possible. So we will get working on that. And it's never too early to start thinking about the next legislative session, because while we're not quite done with the governor's final action for 2025, January 12th, 2026 will be here before we know it. The next year of the legislative biennium will be a short legislative session. It'll last 60 days, and the legislature will be going in and making amendments to the budgets that they just adopted. I will note that it is possible, if not likely, that we will see a special session between now and January 12th that would be driven by actions at the federal level that would result in their budget no longer balancing. One of the things that was new this year in the budget is that the legislative budget writers are going to be receiving monthly fiscal reports from the Office of Financial Management on the status of revenue collections and expenditures, so that they can call a special session quickly if the budget really starts to get out of balance, in an effort to try and avoid getting to a $15 billion shortfall number like we saw this last year. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Brianna Murray, for your presentation on that. Definitely frustrating being a Washington State resident and seeing taxes continually go up. Wasn't it just a couple years ago the state of Washington had a surplus?
Yes, however, much of it was one-time dollars through ARPA.
Okay. How much was that surplus, just out of curiosity?
I don't know off the top of my head. Sorry, I'm happy to follow up.
Okay. Well, again, I really do appreciate your hard work getting the city of Pasco some big wins. I know Councilman Grimm is very unhappy that he doesn't get his road 76 overpass, the 76 Grimm overpass, as he called it. But, just joking. But anyway, I did want to let my other colleagues say a few words, but I know as a resident it is very frustrating to constantly see tax, and we tax our way out of issues. I know this isn't your doing, and again, I know our legislative groups very well, and I know they are trying. It's hard when you're in the minority and you have the majority choosing what and how whatever you think gets passed and what gets even read. So I do understand it. I'm just saying, and I'm sure you hear it all the time, that it's very difficult to be taxed every year. Then you wonder if you can continually stay in this state of Washington when it gets to retirement age. It just seems to be so difficult. But I do love the state, do love the trees, do love living here. I'm proud to be a Washingtonian. Just always frustrating that our state seems to want to tax their way out of stuff versus actually find better ways. And then, again, I would want to make a comment that what also is frustrating is we don't get money for some of these things that would alleviate traffic, like the Road 76 overpass, and yet the council then is blamed for not thinking ahead, and yet in reality we're asking for the state's help. They say no, and then you have heavy traffic, and then people say, well, what did the council, why did they resolve these issues when they had a chance? And it's because of stuff like this. So again, I realize you're doing your best. Again, I do want to say I appreciate it, just that as a councilman and as a citizen, it's very difficult to constantly hear no, and then you get blamed for it as personally, as far as you're not seeing into the future. So
Yeah, one comment I want to make in response to that is that I really view our work together as identifying a legislative agenda where we can accomplish things for the Pasco community in the political environment we're in. You all on this dais can't control who has the majority in Olympia. I, single-handedly, as your advocate, cannot influence whether or not they're going to increase taxes or not. But what we can do is take advantage of different opportunities as they come about in the various political environments to make sure that there are investments being made in the Pasco community and do the best we can within the environment that does exist. And I do think that the legislative agenda we put together accomplished that. While we didn't get anything on the transportation front, we did on the capital front. I think we were asking for the right dollar amounts for the fiscal situation that the state was facing and the majorities that existed. So I hear your frustration, and also would encourage you to think about the approach to the city's legislative program as one of looking at how to make progress for the community in any environment.
Well, thank you for that. Again, sounds like we're on the same boat there. But thank you. Let's turn over to Councilman Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Ms. Murray, for everything this season. Really, my sentiments are nearly identical to the Mayor Pro Tem's, and if I didn't have so much opportunity for personal interaction with you over the last legislative session, I probably wouldn't have turned on my light. But no, thank you for giving me every opportunity to advocate on behalf of the city and the mayor and the Mayor Pro Tem also when we were over there. All the meetings you set up, and then me springing on a last-minute visit that you still accommodated and was able to connect me to senators and legislators and everything. Really appreciate it. Yeah, of course, I'm disappointed, as I would think most Washingtonians are. I mean, the highest tax package ever, so hard on the working class, the middle class, lower income workers. But, I think about those transportation projects not getting passed, but the way you worded it, it's hard to imagine we could afford any more taxes at that point, and if that's all where it's coming from. And I am grateful that the governor threatened to veto the property tax increase and threw the majority party a curve. And I know that was kind of one of the scenarios playing out for most of the legislative session with a new governor, exactly how he was going to interact with them, and the fact that he stood his ground on a few key issues that I really appreciate. I think it made it a much more contested legislative agenda than perhaps we had, and I saw by the final number of bills that got passed. To me, that's a good thing when they pass less legislation out of Olympia. But, I just want to say in the time I was over there, it looked like you were very well received, you were very well respected and working hard. And even like I sent that picture, my daughter getting a selfie with the governor, and there's you and your assistant in the background working hard as I looked into the finer details. Just says so much about your work ethic over there and what you're doing on behalf of Pasco. So thank you so much.
Well, it's truly my pleasure. I love what I do, and I invite any of you to make the trip over to Olympia at any point during session, and happy to host you and get you connected and see part of our world.
Thank you for that. Do we have any other councilmen or on the dais here? No. Do we have any from Mr. Perales or Bras?
I was just going to say thank you to Brianna and her staff and colleagues for helping us out there in Olympia this past session. And she said it all in the presentation. I think a lot of things from this last session. Many people in the community, many people in office, like Mayor Pro Tem Milne said, are not very happy. And I think it's just, I think at the end of the day, maybe this time, with what we've seen come out of Olympia, people will start to wake up, engage with their local council members, engage with the representatives, to start going in a different direction in regards to policies. And I'll commend the governor for fighting back on a couple of these bills and what have you. But I think we're going to have come to Jesus moment in the next couple of years with these rising taxes and stuff. I'm sorry to go on a tangent, but definitely it struck a chord me listening to the presentation tonight. So again, thank you, Brianna. Thank you to Gordon Thomas Honeywell for all the hard work you guys have been doing. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilman Perales. Councilwoman Bras, do you have anything to say? Maybe we lost her. Anyway, since it's quiet, I guess we'll move on. Again, I do appreciate you taking time out of your day and driving all the way over here. And again, thank you for your hard work. I've seen you in action when we were there a few months back, and I know you are really trying hard. I try not to be negative, but it's very hard to read the news constantly and say, like, oh, crap, here comes something else. And especially when you go to other states and then you see gas so cheap, and then you come back to the state of Washington, and it just seems like we're being gouged. So, but again, thank you for everything you do. I do want that to be the main point. And again, thanks for all your hard work trying to make Pasco a great place. Thank you. Well, with that, we are going to move on to number 8, which is hearings and council actions on ordinance and resolutions related thereto. We have 8A, which is a public hearing for the 2026-2031 Transportation Improvement Program. And we are going to have a report from Maria Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members.
We are talking about our 2026-2031 Transportation Improvement Program, and some of the slides will be a reminder of what we have been discussing since earlier this year, but I think is appropriate since this is a public hearing setting to provide all the information to the public. This program is evaluated yearly. It's a 6-year program that is proposed and updated every year in consideration of RCW 35-77-010. The deadline to get this program approved is July 1st of each year, in this case 2025, and it must include bicycle and pedestrian facilities, as well as be consistent with our comprehensive plans. Next slide, please. As we have talked in the past, this Transportation Improvement Program includes the names and scopes of the projects, the estimated cost, a proposed schedule. Those costs are then divided between the cost of each phase of the project, so design, right-of-way, and construction. For those that have all those phases, it also includes plans and studies, as well as programs, which are annual programs that are recurrent activities done to improve our transportation system. And it must list the anticipated funding sources. Many of those are not secured at the time the program is passed. Others have been secured and are indicated as such. This TIP is showing the projects that are anticipated to be delivered by the city. It does not include projects that are to be performed by private parties. And of course, we pay special attention to our federal and state funding, because this list is the base for the State Transportation Improvement Program, which is the way that we access those awarded funds through federal and state agencies. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have been working on this list for a couple of months now, and we had some outreach. So the current list that is provided to you in the current packet and in this presentation includes 44 projects, 3 programs, and 5 studies. So there are some inclusions from the prior version. All the work that has been done so far is starting from the prior TIP, so the previously adopted TIP, which is the 2025 to 2030 TIP, updating anything that has changed in those, from updates to schedule or changes in funding, any change to priorities that has been identified, maybe because a project is no longer needed or has become more important, so it has moved up or received funding that was not anticipated to be available this fast. So all those updates have occurred in the list. We completed our outreach efforts. There were in-person and online outreach opportunities, and we have incorporated the feedback both received here in the council chambers as well as in our public events, plus any comments that we receive online. Some of the comments were really related to O&M activities, so operations and maintenance, and so those are included in our list for addressing those as we do our daily work. Others resulted in addition to new items in this list. So what is still left to do is having this public hearing and confirming the prioritization, so that later on this program can be adopted, and that is scheduled to occur in a couple of weeks. Next slide, please. Okay, so what you're seeing on the screen right now is the map that shows all the proposed improvements. You're seeing in anything that is lines, is a corridor improvement or an extension or a connection. Anything that looks like a traffic signal is an intersection improvement, not necessarily a signal, could be a roundabout, but it's a symbol that we use, which is easy to understand. And you are seeing all projects that have a location, and that includes also studies that have a location. There are some programs that are citywide, and those are not really represented in the map because of how difficult it is to identify that it's across the whole city. Next slide, please. Okay, so once more, this table is much easier to review in your packet, but it's showing the overall list of what we have, and I will call attention to the different colors. We have in the first segment in blue the projects. So those are projects that have design, sometimes right-of-way acquisition, and then construction. Call attention to those that are bolded. Those are new to this list, and I will tell you which ones those are. And then we have two projects that are shown in orangey color at the bottom of the first group of projects, and those are brand new, different, or new from the last list you saw as a draft in our previous meeting. So that's why we are trying to call attention to those, and I will go ahead and read what those are. Then in green, we have programs, and at the bottom of our list are the studies, and there is also one bolded project there. Okay, so let me read to you what are the new projects that have been added. Okay, starting with project number 16. This is the Road 68 Pavement Preservation Project that is new to this TIP, did not exist in the previous TIP that was adopted by you all. Number 30 is the 4th Avenue Pavement Preservation, which extends from I-182 to the county line. And then in orange, in the first group of projects, is the brand new project. You have not seen this one before in this any draft list. That is project number 43, is the Road 44 FCID Canal Crossing. That is pedestrian facilities to cross the canal. It's a gap that has been identified and mentioned in prior meetings. And then item 44 is Core Street Safety Improvements Phase 2. And this was as a result of comments that we received during our meetings. It's pedestrian and bicycle facilities along that corridor extending between Road 68 and Road 96. And this is because there are safety improvements proposed in our current TIP that extend on either side of this segment, but this segment was not identified yet, and it's planned to be incorporated in this program should you desire to do so, likely in the later years of the plan. So it's a brand new project coming to add with the new time frame that we have in this program versus the prior one. And finally, the other new project to this, it is a study to this program is number 51, Road 68 and Taylor Flats intersection study. That is an intersection that didn't used to be city jurisdiction. It is now partially city jurisdiction, and with increased volumes and the configuration of the intersection that has 5 legs, it is likely we will have to find solutions for increasing safety at that location. Okay, so next slide is the same list of projects, but in this case you are seeing the schedule in which they've been planned to be delivered. And along with that, you are seeing also the status of their funding. That's the very last column. And what you're seeing is that the vast majority of priorities 1 have funding secured, and that carries us pretty much to number 10. So there's at least 10 projects that are either fully funded or substantially funded. And then we have other projects that have partial funding and so on. So that is the current proposed prioritization of the projects and schedule. Next slide, please. And then this is our schedule that we had discussed earlier. You are seeing all the things, all the activities that have already occurred. We had several meetings in which we discussed this preliminary list, and we received feedback. We did outreach and received more feedback, incorporated the feedback, discussed the feedback with you. And so today we are right here in the public hearing date. And the next steps would be potential edits to the IP that could occur based on the feedback we received today and your direction. And the adoption prior to July 1st of 2025 is currently scheduled for June 16. And there is something weird happening with our slides, but I will confirm. Yes, June 16th is the tentative date for adoption of this plan. Should there be more changes by that date, we can still plan for a special meeting on the following Monday. So we have a lot of time, and opportunity for making this program be exactly what you want to see. Next slide, please. Oh, perfect. So with that is an overview of our program. And I would be happy to answer any questions. And if there are no questions, we can move on to the public hearing. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you for that presentation. I know before I ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you before we do the public hearing, I had a question. Maybe you could kind of like run us through, like, say, for instance, on Road 100 in Court Street, where it's my area. We talked about the roundabout, and I know it's on here, but so say like in 2027, you don't get the 500,000. So obviously it wouldn't be completed. And again, it's hard to read some of these numbers because my eyes, I guess, aren't as good as I think they are. You're talking 2030 or 2031 for that to complete it. So what if there's another budget crisis? I mean, how does this work basically just for the people at home? We see it on the list. We see that's when it would happen or what should happen. But what if it doesn't? When? How long? I mean, does it just go with the first 10 get knocked off and then they move up in the list? Or how does that work where we have the most constituents complain that they want their stuff? Because I will say I've been trying really hard to go down Road 100. We got a constituent in the audience. And so I'm like, instead of taking the pathway along the park to Chihuahua, I've been actually walking down Court Street more with my dog. And literally, I don't know if somebody was trying to scare me or what, but they were within a foot. And I was in the bike lane. And at night, and the wham went by me, I thought for sure they were trying to knock me out. And I'm totally shocked. But again, usually it's at nighttime where people really like fly down. And maybe they weren't paying attention, I don't know. But obviously I do think a roundabout would, because you would nail it going the speeds they're going. So getting off my tangent, what do you think would be more realistic in people in this area? And then like on funding, can you give us a quick overview of how this should work and how realistically it does work?
Yes, so the program itself proposes the schedule based on likelihood of receiving funds or having collected the funds. There are several mechanisms for collecting funds for projects. Of course, our arterial fund and streets funds are funded through gas tax and other utility tax revenue that is provided for street maintenance and improvements. Now, additional to that, there is the transportation impact fee, which could be one mechanism to partially fund projects, and that is a project that is included in the transportation impact fee list of projects. So that is another avenue. And then, of course, there's always the opportunity to pursue grants from federal and state agencies, and the city has a history of pursuing and receiving, thankfully, some of those grants. We anticipate that the future of grants for the foreseeable future will be a little bit drier than what it has been up until now. And Pasco has been very, very successful, so that may actually impact our likelihood of receiving additional funds, since when funds and resources are short, there is the feeling that funding agencies need to ensure that everybody's receiving a little bit, right? And so Pasco, having had so much success, may actually not be our best way to advocate for more funds. Now, the way our plan or program is proposed is based on reasonable expectation of receiving funds. So we believe that this is not too aggressive of a plan, and therefore we think that it is possible to receive funds. If funds were not available, typically what happens is year after year, as we look at TIP, we identify how much end balance is available and whether we've received the funds or not, and then we adjust priorities. As we have talked in the past, priority to safety issues is typically given over other amenities within the roadway. And so there is dollars that are good for maintenance, especially in the grant world and our own funds, and then dollars that are good for constructing new. And therefore, there is the possibility that the funds will not be available to do the full improvements that are planned, and then projects get reprioritized, whether that means that this project moves further out in the future or other project gets moved down from the list and this one takes its place. And that is a call that is made during this TIP planning, and then if it's dependent on receiving funds that are external, is on the actual receiving those funds and securing them. So it's a combination of factors there. Hopefully that addresses the
Yeah,
question.
that does. Again, just to clarify one quick thing. So, say like for instance this roundabout. I always love the idea. Always wanted to see it. And again, it's hard sometimes to rally people to a cause and to attend these meetings. But say you had 20, 30 people come to a meeting, everybody said the exact same thing. Would that like up the scale, or would it mainly just be the same? I mean, if everybody comes out and says, "This is what we really want. We want Court Street, Road 100, roundabout," does that like jack it up, or does it mainly stay the same? I mean, I'm just asking,
I understand. So yes, we appreciate public input. I cannot underestimate the amount of data that is used to prioritize things. And so as an engineer, for good or for bad, I make decisions based on data. And so we take into consideration crash data, analysis on volumes, and then prioritize based on that. Similarly, as we talk about different treatments for addressing an issue, we look at the possibilities of how to solve that and evaluate which alternative is the one that produces the best results. At the same time with, balancing use of resources. And so that is a equilibrium that we try to have. And yes, we value input. We want to know where people are experiencing issues, but certainly at the time of prioritizing, we're also looking at data.
Okay. Well, again, I know sometimes you have data and how many people get hit and stuff like that moves it up, but then at the same time, we don't want anybody getting hit. So again, this is another frustration. You can only do so much with so much money, but as council, I will say if you walk down Court Street at night on the pathway, where there's some people that, if there was a cop there, man, he'd be given ticket after ticket after ticket, because it's sometimes it feels like a racetrack, and I'm not wearing a helmet. So, but anyway, so I don't want to talk all the time. Let's go with Councilman Grimm, and then we'll work this way.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Director Sarah, for your presentation. Thank you for all your work on this. And I know why we have been successful in getting so many grants. I've had a couple of different little birdies tell me you are excellent at writing grants. So thank you for all the funds you're able to get us for the city of Pasco. And I look at this list and, holy smokes, we are a growing city, and there's just a vast amount of projects. It's almost just pretty overwhelming, just the financial impact and just the needs of the city. And so I really appreciate you prioritizing and getting these all the way down. Even the very last one, I mean, it's like number 52, but just the sign reflectivity analysis implementation, how important that is. I mean, I've seen the new signs with the red strips down and the larger stop signs. Those things really do help. And there's so many, crashes at intersections, like I was just talking about earlier in my reports, the comprehensive safety plan, that I think those things really will help. So I appreciate you including that on the list. I see over there, just in my district, the traffic analysis for US 12 and just how important the need is over there. I mean, there's so much focus on West Pasco, but just over there, I mean, there's a huge need with congestion, and we've had some serious accidents over there. I just want to ask a specific question, though. Up towards the top of the list, I see Court Street. It was one of the new ones added, the pavement preservation south, not Court Street, south 68 between 182 and Court Street there. And just not to get too far in the weeds, but I look at that section of the roadway, especially between I-182 and Argent, and think, aren't we planning on widening that at some point anyways between Argent and the interstate? And how does that, because I didn't see it on the list, and how does that get prioritized? I mean, I drive up 68 every day, and my old war wagon bounces up and down. It really needs help too. But if you could just talk briefly about the priorities there, and perhaps when maybe 182 to Argent might end up on this list.
Yes. So this project addresses specifically pavement preservation, the one that you're seeing in number 16. Mm-hmm. And the reason for it is there's the opportunity to apply for funds through a national grant, which is specific to pavement preservation. This is I believe, the last corridor that the city is to overlay, utilizing the funds through that program. And so we incorporated it because we had already kind of tackled the other corridors that were eligible, and that is NHS corridors, so National Highway System corridors. So that you're seeing that project there. We have areas that have been recently incorporated and others that were city. So it's a combination of kind of joint jurisdiction, which sometimes made it hard to do pavement preservation. And therefore, now that the vast majority is city, we have worked with the county and we have collected information, and we're able to address those needs for pavement preservation specifically. As far as widening, we did find that the prior TIP did not include a widening, but our CIP did, and we did some research, and we believe it was prudent to wait until our transportation system master plan was updated, which is underway, and determine whether that project was adequate and consistent with our patterns of development, and whether that needed that additional lane or not. It was going to be a pretty expensive project, and knowing what we know about grant funding, we thought that it wasn't very prudent to add it to this list yet. Of course, if this is something that you really want to see added, we could add it. It could be, our addition maybe after item 44, could be item 45, and then we have it in the list and we keep an eye out for it and see what the results of that TSMP tells us, right, with the new land use and volumes and so on, to identify exactly what is needed. That is in areas it is 2 lanes, in areas it's 3 lanes, and so if we were to widen, like, is this a 5-lane corridor? 5-lane might be excessive. And then 4-lane has the problem of the left turns, right? So there's some further analysis that are going to be needed to support the widening as we understand it. And I do have my engineering manager in the audience in case he wants to add anything. But I think that's why we have what we have today in the list.
Okay, no, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, and I'd much rather have an overpass than, that wide. No, and I appreciate all your work on it. And I've got an idea for pavement preservation, too, that maybe I can catch you and the city manager offline and try to work through or whatever to preserve more of our roadways. So thanks again for all your work.
Well, thank you, Councilman Grimm. And just in case you don't know, we do appreciate all the work. We appreciate all the grants. I know sometimes members up here on the dais don't say it, but I know we all do really appreciate you guys, everything you can do to make Pasco a better place and the roads better. It's always appreciated. I'm not seeing anybody else's lights. And Councilman Perales, do you have anything you'd like to mention or have a question?
I have a comment. I sent the email out earlier. I just want to put it on the record. I would like to see a potential project, a enhanced crosswalk at Road 44 and Hilltop Drive. And really, across the whole city, I think we should be partnering with the school district to find funds to enhance our crosswalks for our kids. So here's my plug. It's for the kids. It's not for me. It's not for my district. It's for our children who are trying to get to school in the mornings. And we all know we have a speeding problem, and we want that dedicated traffic unit. So, but this came across my emails, and I've had phone calls about this intersection, but I really just want to say we need to be doing this, enhancing our crosswalks across the whole city. So I'll go ahead and put that on the record. Also, too, I like where Mayor Pro Tem Milne was going with the roundabout, and I think we should probably seek out, like we're doing right now, comments from the public about what they would like to see done first as a priority. I know we have a list of stuff, and staff gets together the data and stuff and then believes that we should go after funding for this project or that one. But I think from time to time we should really sit down and really look at this list and decide which ones we believe should be a priority, and kind of compare that to what the community believes is a priority, and then direct staff to go seek funding for those projects. So that's just my 2 cents, and I'll yield. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Councilman Perales. So with that, sorry.
May I address one of the comments? I appreciate the email. I received it. We appreciate making us aware of crossing issues. And then as far as collaborating with school district, our engineering team has a standing meeting with school district staff specifically to discuss future projects and support for infrastructure surrounding schools. Every 2 years, there is a call for projects for grant funding specific to Safe Route to School, and historically we've been successful. We actually are about to put out to bid a project for 2 crossings that were highlighted, and so this will be added to our recurring conversations, and we will identify this and any other location that can be paired up, so that is an attractive project for funding. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for the comments.
Thank you.
With that, I'm not seeing any other ones, so I want to open it up for a public hearing and hear from the public. So with that, and people that would like to speak, we'll give you 3 minutes. Please, again, bring your comments to just 3 minutes. And with that, I'd like to know, do we have anybody from the audience that would like to speak on this topic? Mr. Green?
My name's Dallas Green. I live in West Pasco. Real quickly, Project 20, Road 100 and West Court intersection. I recognize the comments tonight about roundabout or stop or signal, and I really believe living nearby, we should look at a roundabout. It will allow flow, but also slow traffic. I think a signal, because I'm a traffic engineer in my dreams, not in real life, I think a signal will allow people with a steady green at night or whenever just to bomb down that street. So if we have a roundabout, that works 24/7. Project 28, pedestrian bike safety on West Court between 96 and Harris. The 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, believe it or not, Councilwoman, is working pretty well. It's slowed, I believe, anecdotally, the average speed. But we still need the radar feedback signs that the council voted for, and also the striping. And I know there's some engineering involved in that, getting some approvals done in that, but we are now in the spring season. As you know, that path is busy. It's busy at night, it's busy during the day, and people are inches away, and he's not kidding when he sees it. Coming up on that, look at that project, $7 million, that's number 28. That's a lot of money that we hope to get someday. And I think that's kind of a pie in the sky. And, you know, as you know, I've brought a lot of residents to these meetings, 50 some at a time. They're terrified of Sylvester Street. I don't know anyone that goes down Sylvester and thinks it's a workable street plan. And residents on that street don't like it. You have vehicles delivering FedEx, UPS, whatever, they're having to stop in the roadway. And we just cannot allow that to be repeated, not just on West Court Street, but anywhere in the city. So if Project 28 moves forward, I do believe there should be some public input, and that needs to be considered in what's done, as well as looking at stats. But we need to make sure that we've got something that's workable for all parties, the users of the trail as well as the residents. Last thing real quick, I think the traffic improvement plan, is always kind of a reactive thing, fixing problems. And I really want to address, what are we doing with developers to make sure we're not chasing the problem 10, 20 years later? And I think the city has to think about that when they're looking at their planning and when they issue permits, how they issue permits. Look at what Ken Oak's done with fire stations, creating a special district, in effect, where if you want to build in this zone, you're going to contribute as a developer to fire protection. You're also going to contribute, in my book, to traffic flow. We notice people 300 and some feet out. Why aren't we making those developments pay for traffic impact 300 and some feet out or more? And I think it's going to really start at the planning level with your input. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else from the audience that would like to talk about this? My second call. And third and final call for public comments regarding the topic. Not seeing anybody. So again, thank Thank you for that. So we're going to close the public hearing. And with that, we'll move on to number 9, ordinances and resolutions not related to hearings. And we have number A, resolution number 4601, setting a date to consider a notice of intent to commence annexation proceedings for SG Management LLC and Oregon Farms LLC annexation. And again, we got, it's going to be a report from Haley Miller.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you is a resolution to establish a date to consider the intent to annex these 2 properties in Pasco. And when the date is set, then we will review the details with Council, and then eventually we'll have another meeting for the official annexation proposal. So this is part of the process. The applicant has met all the procedural requirements to staff, so we're forwarding it to the group to set a public or a meeting date to consider this notice on June 2nd. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, do we have any other questions before we do a motion? I'm not seeing any. We'll give Mr. Perales a second, but
Nothing to add, sir.
okay. Well, with that, I'd like to get a motion from Mr. Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4601, setting 7:00 p.m. June 2nd, 2025, as the time and date for a public meeting with the initiators to consider the SG Land Management LLC and Oregon Farms LLC notice of intent to commence annexation of short plat 2021-08 Lot 2 and short plat 2022-32 Lot 1 property located south of Burns Road and east of Shoreline Road in Section 12, Township 9 North, Range 28, East Westernmost.
Second.
Thank you. So we have the motion by Councilman Harpster and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. And with that, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Looks like that one carries unanimously. So we're going to go on to B, resolution number 4602, setting date and time for right-of-way vacation public hearing for Wanderack. And again, Ms. Miller.
Thank you. This is also a resolution to set this is a public hearing date for right-of-way vacation for Wanderack, and this is a property located over on 2502 North 4th Avenue, and this is a fueling station, and the front portion of their property that faces the street has a right-of-way there, and this was initially brought to staff in 2024, and we were researching whether the state owned it or the city owned it, and we landed on the conclusion that the city of Pasco does have ownership over this, so the applicant will be proposing to vacate this portion, and council will be hearing this matter during a public hearing on this date if the date is set tonight. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. So with that, can I get a motion, Mr. Harpster? Councilman Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4602, setting 7:00 p.m. Monday, June 16th, 2025, as the time and date for a public hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of right-of-way along North 4th Avenue in Pasco, Washington, and waiving the requirements for an appraisal, title report, and payment of compensation.
Second.
So we got a motion by Councilman Harpster and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say thank you. All those opposed say nay. Again, passes unanimously. So with that, we're going to move on to item C, which is resolution number 4603, setting date and time for right-of-way vacation public hearing for Pasco School District. And again,
Thank you. A little bit of repetition tonight here. So this resolution is for the school district, and they are proposing to vacate parts of the right-of-way along North Utah Avenue and then East Salt Lake Street. On their property boundary, there's a jog that goes into their site, and it looks like they don't need that much room to provide the frontage improvements, and then there will be also a dedication on North Welch Avenue to facilitate North Welch Avenue extension. So the date proposed for this is June 16th. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that, Director Haley Miller. Do we have any questions from the council on this? I'm not hearing any. So with that, I'd like to get a motion from Councilman Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4603, setting 7 o'clock p.m. Monday, June 16th, 2025, as the time and date for a public hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of North Utah Avenue and East Salt Lake Street right-of-way in Lot 1, Block 18 of Fraze Addition to Pasco, Washington, and a North Weehee Avenue dedication of Lot 1, Block 19 of Fraze Addition to Pasco, Washington.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilman Harpster and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? So we have an aye there. So again, passes unanimously. So we're going to move on to 10, unfinished business. I'm not seeing anything, so let's move on to 11, new business. Again, I'm not seeing anything listed, so let's move on to number 12, miscellaneous discussion. And it looks like we got Mr. Eric Ferguson, lawyer.
I'm actually going to have Director Miller start off with an update for city activities that have been happening.
Okay.
Thank you. Quick update for the group. We had a third-party canvasser start with the City of Pasco this last Monday. I believe it was the 12th. So they have been out there 5 days in a row, and they were able to make contact with five different vendors and move them along and educate the vendors on the process. So far, 5 for 5. I'm not guaranteeing they're not going to come back into the area or end up somewhere else, but the 5 that we were able to make contact with were asked to move along and pack up, basically, if they weren't able to show. They had the proper approval. So I believe it's going well. If you do see a roadside vendor out in a location consistently and want to let me know, feel free to email, I guess, Dave and CC me and let me know, and we can emphasize those areas for you. But so far, it's going well.
All right. Well, thank you for that update. Was there anything else from staff that would like to, Mr. Ferguson?
Yeah. So essentially, I just wanted to circle back. Last time we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, the kind of the marching orders, as I understood them anyway, was to make sure that we looked at this issue with the other cities, get a sense of what our other neighbors are doing, and then also see if there's just something that we don't have that everybody else has, kind of a silver bullet. Is there just something that is this just new to us, kind of thing? So we did a couple things in order to start that process. The main thing we did was we reached out to Richland and Kennewick. Didn't hear back from Richland, but I did have an extended conversation with the city attorney for Kennewick, which was kind of a nice treat. We were able to really dig into this issue quite a bit. And essentially, I think the article, a lot of folks saw the article in the paper and it talked about kind of what their approach is. But essentially, excuse me, they're not too worried about it. That was kind of the takeaway that I got. And that's not from the city attorney. That's not his assessment. That's just based on the conversations that it sounds like that have been dealt with. It sounds like it hasn't been as prolific, maybe. I don't know if that's the right use of that word in this sense. But it also it seems to be the issue that they were addressing they felt it was more related to seasonal aspects, in terms of that it goes away pretty quick after this kind of the spring kind of run at it, and then they really weren't getting a whole lot of complaints. It sounds like that. I don't mean to be putting words in their mouth. This is just kind of my assessment from the conversations in the article. But so it doesn't sound like they're in any hurry to try to do anything about it, and they're just going to kind of stand down and stay where they're at. The other thing that we did was I took the effort to get on what's referred to as the WASAMA listserv, which is the Washington State Association of Municipal Attorneys, and put out a very specific inquiry related to this. It's one of the few times where we can do that where we don't have to worry about any kind of privilege, because obviously this is a big issue that we're not seeking legal advice. We're just trying to gather policy. advice online. So I received a whopping 0 responses from about 200 to 300 attorneys statewide. So normally someone will just ping you and say, how's the weather over there? But I didn't even get that. So yeah, I was disappointed in that. I thought for sure that there would be a little more out there. One of the things that did come out of my conversation with the Kennewick City Attorney was that apparently their current city manager was the former city manager in Battleground, and she was she had stated, or he told me that she'd stated that they had tried to address something like this in Battleground and to take a peek there. So we did. We went to Battleground, looked at their statute or their code sections, and unfortunately, it's not really helpful. It's. I see why people might think that it would be a little more helpful because of the way it's titled. It's called mobile food units, and so it looks like it might be a little different than what we're normally looking at. But essentially, when you read it, it is essentially the exact same thing as what we do under mobile vendors. Now, the one little nuance, they have this. Description of where a mobile food unit has to be must have quote wheels and be attached and be readily movable. So clearly that's not anything remotely close to what we're talking about with this situation. So anyway, I guess a long way to say that Battleground wasn't a whole lot of help. We didn't. That wasn't really what we were looking for. So with that being said, really what we're stuck with is kind of on our own in terms of like really kind of pioneering this and seeing, okay, what would this look like and what do we have? So to that analysis, that's really where kind of the legal analysis kicks in. And this statute is very interesting. It's very broad. I don't know if for folks like me who get excited about stuff like this was actually originally passed in 1897. That is 9 years after statehood for those that are keeping track at home. And it was really interesting because the title of the act in the Session Law of 1897 stated that it was an act to permit farmers, gardeners, and manufacturers to dispose of the products of their labor. So that was essentially the overarching title of it. It's changed a few times in terms of adding some language. They struck some language that talked about that they struck out a bunch of fish and milk and poultry and stuff like that. But long and short of it is it's really been around for a long time, and pretty much it's standard form. It shall be lawful for any farmer, gardener, or other person without license to sell, deliver, or peddle any fruits, vegetables, berries, butter, eggs. So it's still pretty close to the way it started, and there's been a few iterations. But really, what it comes down to is the statute that we start with really is an exception to, and these are rare situations when the legislature. Maybe not so rare anymore, but they used to be rare situations when the legislature would really preempt local government's authority to regulate certain things. And so this was kind of an extraordinary thing that really limits the local government's ability to regulate something. So it really just takes it off the table the way it's drafted. So it's a very strong, broad statement right at the get-go. I'll just refresh everybody's recollection here. It shall be lawful for any farmer, gardener, or other person without license to sell, deliver, or peddle any fruits, vegetables, berries, eggs, or any farm produce or edibles raised, gathered, produced, or manufactured by such person, and no city or town shall pass or enforce any ordinance prohibiting the sale by or requiring license from the producers and manufacturers of farm produce and edibles as defined in this section. So that's a really broad statement there, and so broad, in fact, that that's why it's accepted in our mobile vending stuff. So, and as we talked about last time, this is really this this one little narrow area, which is we're not talking about folks that are selling food, any kind of food products that's been produced or manufactured in any way. We're talking about produce, and that's not as clear either in some of our analysis in terms of trying to analyze, does that include flowers, which we do believe it does based on the statute. So anyway, long and short of it is what it really comes down to is we're really talking about this narrow little area we know we can't regulate. The statute couldn't be clear that we can't require a license on private property. We know we have our mobile vending requirements or our ordinances that allow to regulate who can sell these food products, and then those do allow some use of the right-of-way, but it's very specific in our code as to how that can be utilized. Then we have people who sell certain things along the roadway that we know we can regulate that, like products, right? Things that they may sell, kites or what have you, other items. Excuse me. So we know that those can be regulated. So this is just one of those really narrow situations where you have a statute that says you otherwise can't regulate this activity, but you do have, these are your rights of way. This is the local government does have the ability to regulate what goes on in the right of way. So it's a nuance. I will say this though, the one thing that really, one of the things that we started to look at, well, would there be a way to have, say, a permit for this type of activity, since you're essentially giving someone the ability to be in your right of way to sell, to engage in this activity. And we know we can actually regulate this activity on private property. If somebody calls the police department and they come out and say, get them off of my property, right? That's trespass, right? So what would be the equivalent of a civil situation where the local government may or may not be willing to give its permission to be in the right of way? So our thought was, well, maybe this would be some kind of permit, not a license in the sense of like a business license, but some kind of a permit to do a certain activity in a certain place. And that's not going to work. If it's specifically related to this activity, a permit and a license are going to be looked at interchangeably. One of the Cornell Law School, they have a website that does a lot of definitions, and license is defined multiple different times in the RCWs, not in this particular section, so it kind of amalgamates them all. But the definition that really seems to be stated over and over again is generally a license is permission granted by a qualified authority permitting a licensee to do something that would otherwise be prohibited. License may also refer to the physical document granting such permission, sometimes referred to as a permit. So there we're right back to where we started. So I think there could be a way to regulate your right-of-ways in a way that would make sure that anybody engaged in any particular activity had to adhere to certain standards. We have some guardrails kind of outside of that. Don't block traffic. We have some kind of criminal statutes that if they're really causing some kind of disorderly conduct or something like that, those are clear. But you would have to be unrelated to this specific activity. So what I'm getting at is we were hoping that there would be a very precise tool that we could find and utilize and give the council an option to adopt a policy that would really engage in just regulating this one particular aspect. And I don't think I don't think we're going to be able to get there from here. I think the way it's going to have to go is you're going to have to really look and say, this is about permission to be in the right of ways for all activities, and they're all going to require a certain amount of licensing. But if it's specifically related to this activity, it's going to be viewed as requiring a permit to do an activity if the state says that you're otherwise allowed to do. So with that, sorry, I don't mean to go on and on, but we've had quite the law school debates about this. So anyway, happy to try to answer any questions, but a whole lot of talk to tell you that this is new, and this would be something that that would have risk.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Ferguson. Do we have something from Councilman Grimm?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson, for digging in and trying to get to the bottom of this and really just giving us more information than what we had before. And I appreciate that. Just a couple follow-up questions. The first one that comes to mind, I guess I don't think anybody has an issue with what's going on private property. I mean, ultimately, that's for those property owners to deal with and all that. The complaints that I've heard are especially along the Road 68 corridor when they are on the sidewalks. Perhaps maybe it's a fruit, maybe it's a knick-knack, but here's the light changing, and suddenly you're waiting for heavy traffic already, and people to set down their phones in their cars, and now we have to wait for a transaction to finish. And so I think the right-of-way regulation is that's the feedback I've heard from the community, that I think just creates a safety concern. And so I don't know if there is a way of pursuing or a resolve to do so. But the other aspect, I mean, are we liable for this if there is an issue there? I mean, now do we have a liability in this? And what can we do to mitigate our liability? Or, I mean, can we name the state as a, I guess,
third party.
Yeah, I think you need a lawyer to straighten it out for me. But, yeah, I mean, what do we do with that?
That's a great question, and I think it's an open question, and I certainly obviously wouldn't want to speculate about it in this venue, but yeah, that is something that we would want to look at because I think those risks are always there. Anytime that you have something that is controlled by the city, that's something that you're going to want to be careful to make sure that you knew or should have known that you're regulating or that you're taking any kind of safety precautions. So again, I don't want to try to give legal advice in open session, but I am worried about that.
Okay, yeah, and I guess that would just be my one concern. Again, private property is private property, but again, I look at one of the busiest intersections in the entire Tri-Cities where, it's prone to crashes, it's prone to safety issues, so much so that we've put a red light camera there to try to mitigate some of those. And so that I guess that would be the one thing that, I would hope we would have the resolve to maybe move forward is just in those areas to look at that. But that's just my opinion. Thank you again for all your work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilman Grimm. Do we have any other staff? I know we have a Memorial Day agenda here, so I could probably get
I will actually just hand it over to Director Rice, who will talk about the upcoming event and then do a brief update on Memorial Pool.
Okay, thank you for that.
Good evening, Councilor Mayor. Yes, so next Monday, Memorial Day service at City Cemetery, starting at 11 a.m. So looking forward to host that between, again, 11 and 12 noon. We'll have one of our own staff as our primary speaker, as well as the mayor to kick that event off. So also make note that no council meeting next Monday, because that will shift to Tuesday as well. I think more on that if we need. But otherwise, I do have an update on our Memorial Pool Dome project I want to share with you, some of the progress that we've made, some of the items that we've discovered and some additional expenditures due to those, so that council is up to date as we try to wrap up this project in the next week and bring that project bid closure to you soon. So brief update, 2018, the city recognized the need to have a year-round swimming pool in the community and decided to add an air dome cover project to Memorial Pool to the capital improvement plan. 2024, City Council approved the purchase of the pool dome cover, so manufacturing could begin for delivery in 2025. And then just this March, the city awarded EFS Construction the contract to install the pool dome foundation and deck totaling $757,000 for completion prior to the general pool opening. So kind of brought us up to date. As with several projects, particularly something that was built in the 1950s and has been remodeled through the years, there are several unknowns that have been discovered since construction started, resulting in about 64,000 of approved or pending change orders to allow planned public opening of the pool. The change orders will be presented as part of the project acceptance, but wanted to review them now as we are incurring the costs as the project completes. Further delay to the pool usage impacts our lifeguard training, resulting in delays to general pool opening and swim lessons. So if we hadn't kept moving forward, it just kind of cannonball right into the middle of summer, which we've been trying to avoid, especially with the start of our swim lessons. So a couple examples of these. Shade structure, we had a pretty large shade structure that was installed several years ago. We found that the contractors found the foundation encroached in the pool decking area that we needed to replace. And not only did it encroach, it was a very large chunk of concrete holding that in, so it required additional labor and equipment to remove. We found an unknown manhole in the parking lot requiring a reset for future access and maintenance. We think this is from the 2009 construction project when we did the last remodel there. So you can kind of see it buried in the middle, but that required resetting and setting to the level of the parking lot so we can maintenance that in the future. The previous pool remodel backfill was unstable. You see it's a combination of this pea gravel and the sand. It was continued to fall in, so it required additional labor and forms to stabilize for the new pour. They located the original abandoned pool deck, which I think would have been from 2 remodels ago. As you can see, this rebar on the left side of the picture that needed to be cut out and removed. Not only the removal, but then we needed to procure additional concrete to help fill that back to the deck level. And then a couple of additional things. We paid for a couple extra work days or overtime for they're working 4/10 schedule, so either Friday or Saturdays to help round out those days, keep the project moving. Additional labor materials to support the installation of the bulkhead, which is ultimately the pool lane divider that we'll use when the dome covers on to expand swim opportunity. Discovered unknown fiber optics line, gas line, and fence line that all intersected together in the same spot, so we've worked on moving those things around. Labor and industry required some electrical bonding to reduce stray electrical current throughout the system, and then some additional electrical changes related to changes in the foundation. But the project is on track to be completed by May 26th. Facility staff have been given the go-ahead to start draining the water out of the pool and then filling up this week. Recreation staff will perform lifeguard certification in the following weeks. We'll slip in a quick swim meet, and then the pool will be open to the public on June 14th. Everything progresses as planned this week. And then pool dome delivery will be in September with installation to follow right after the end of the swim season in October. So far on track, but as council has asked before, they'd like to hear about some potential changes before we expend them. This is kind of like the middle ground because I'm expending them, but I'm giving you the heads up that I'm spending them. So hope to be a little bit more project timing where we can stall the project and seek permission first, but doing the best we can to tell you what's going on. With that, any questions?
Do we have any questions from the council? I'm not seeing anything, so thanks for the update, Director Rice. I do appreciate it.
Very good, thank you.
And with that, I'm not seeing anything else, so we're going to jump to number 13, which is exec session, and I'm not seeing anything listed, so hallelujah on that. And so at 9 o'clock, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the City Council special meeting of Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. I know it is odd for us to meet on Tuesdays, but yesterday was a Memorial Day, so hopefully you all celebrated that and remembered those who have fallen before us. With that, Ms. Clerk, if you'll call us in.
Yes. Council members Barajas.
Present.
Blaisdell.
Present.
Grimm. Okay. Harpster.
Present.
Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
I'm present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here, and I apologize, I did skip over our typical read-in, so for those following along, their agenda packet's available on the back of this table right there, next to Mr. Grambois, who's there presently. For those following along, www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. The meeting's televised on PSC-TV, channel 191 in Spectrum. In Pasco and Richland, it's streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and previous council meeting is available on the city's website. The public may submit comments either using the Ask Pasco app or through the city clerk or city manager's office. With that, we've had the roll call read, and if you'd all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. That'll move us along to item number 4, which is our public comment period of the special meeting. The public may make comment on topics scheduled for final action identified in the agenda for this special meeting. Citizen comments are normally limited to 3 minutes by the clerk and myself and via the clock. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments or submit written information to either the clerk or to council through the city manager's office. Lastly, if you're called upon, please state your name and your county of residence. So with that, if you have public comment on final actions to be taken in this special meeting, I invite you to the podium. Going once, going twice, 3 times. With that, we have no public comments. We'll move along to item number 5, which is ordinances and resolutions not relating thereto. We do have a couple of items here. We've got A and B. And the first one is item A, ordinance number 4767, Transportation Impact Fee Program. It looks like Ms. Sarah is going to be presenting that.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We will have, okay,
Mayor?
can I make it work?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Prowse, I didn't see your light.
I'm sorry about that. I was, in the interest of time, I want to make a motion to postpone the vote on the traffic impact fee program. I have reservations, so I'd like to make a motion to postpone it until the school impact fee, ILA and all that stuff gets figured out. I don't think adding another fee on top of other fees, perhaps that shouldn't be in motion right now. It's not prudent to do with a lot of the housing affordability issues we see. And so rather than have Director Sarah give us a presentation, I just want to cast or make a motion for that. And if that can pass, then we can bring this back at another date, preferably when the school impact fee ILA and stuff is addressed.
Okay, so we've got a motion to table this vote until the school impact fee ILA is addressed. Do we have a second, Mr. Harpster?
I'll second with discussion.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Let's open the floor for discussion.
I would just say I concur with Ms. Prowse's comments. If there's a way that we could vote on it this evening and ensure a specific date that it does not go into effect till, I'd also be open to that, but I think the easiest path may be to just postpone it until such time as Mr. Prowse mentioned. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any further discussion? I will note that I believe I was CC'd on an email from Mr. Grimm indicating similar thoughts. I don't want to speak for you, Charles, but I don't hear you. Mr. Grimm, can you hear us? And if so, oh, there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my thoughts are pretty much expressed in the email. I just don't think it's fair to the developers of the Costa Home to have both these on the books at the same time. And just in case there's a hiccup at the school level or something, I would be concerned about passing something totally dependent on them, on a certain date for them. Yeah, that would be my chief concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So if we were to table this, do we have an idea of like how long this would be tabled or what would be recommended? I'm not sure if you're aware of. I mean, when would you say realistically that this would come out with what Mr. Councilman Perales is talking about? What kind of time frame are we looking at?
Well, just from a procedural standpoint, one of the things you have to do with an ordinance is it has to have an effective date. You can make that date very well into the future, but that's why they call it an effective date, not an effective event. So you can sometimes make things condition precedent so that things have to happen before something else takes place. But the problem with this situation is that the ordinance is going to modify large portions of the code, and so you really would need to have an effective date, say January 1, 2026 or something like that, if you went forward on one of these options. So it really, from a procedural standpoint, if the council wants an absolute guarantee that something's going to happen prior to moving forward, then tabling it would be the preferred route, I would think, because if you pass something and make it effective, then you may have to come back and unpass it later on.
Okay. Well, thanks for the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing that, I liked Mr. Harpster's idea of utilizing a condition precedent, but hearing from our legal counsel that's not advisable. I do think it makes sense to sit on this until we have things worked out with the school district. I appreciate the points before me not needing to re-raise them. Any further discussion? If not, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote on this one, Ms. Clerk. Sorry, just to remind folks, because it's been a while since the motion was made, this would be to table this to a date. Do we want to set a date post enactment of the school district, like the first regular meeting? I guess that's technically a modification. So at this point, it's just open-ended. And then we can direct staff the time according to if we move.
It sounded like, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Perales, but I thought the motion was to table this until such time as the school impact fee amendment can be effective. Is that correct?
Okay.
And you can make that an event.
Okay. Sounds good, Mr.
I would just say, yeah, my suggestion, this is the way council wants to go, would be to just schedule them both for the same night. You can deal with the school impact fee. That'll have an effective date. you can match the effective date of the school impact fee, the effective date of the traffic impact fee.
Are you requesting that in the motion, or is that something we can direct that's adequate direction?
I think if there's no objection to council, I think we can staff can just bring it back at the same time. I don't know, we necessarily need that as part of the motion.
Any objections to that approach? Okay, so with that, I think we know what we're going with. We got to vote here, Ms. Clerk.
Okay. Councilmember Grimm. Councilmember Grimm.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne
Yes.
and Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Okay. So sounds like you all know what you're doing, and we know what we're doing, right? Thank you. Thank you for being prepared, Miss Sarah. With that, we'll move along to item B, which is joint resolution number 4604, extension of the interlocal and financing lease agreement for the HAPO Center facility until December 31, 2025. Interim City Manager Zabel, looks like it's yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. So, as Council is well aware, the city and county have had a long-standing partnership over HAPO Center for about the last 30 years. And that partnership, for the benefit of the audience, exists formally through an interlocal agreement, which actually dates back prior to that in 1994. A little bit of history over the years. Pasco's invested about $7.7 million into that facility. The majority of it, $5.6 million for operational subsidies per the agreement, and about $2.1 million for 20 years worth of loan payments towards the initial capital outlay for construction of the project itself. So the original agreement was a 30-year agreement, and it was set to expire on May 24, 2024. Council extended that agreement in December of 2024, and we're now coming up to the expiration of that agreement, which will be in May 31st of this year. So we have to act fairly quickly. So we've been, we have a committee of council members, staff, and then some other meetings have occurred, and trying to get us to probably an extension. There was no way we were going to be able to, in the amount of time we had left when we really started meeting with the council or the commission, no way really to pull together a comprehensive agreement in just a couple months. And so we pulled together with their cooperation, just a brief extension. We talked about this a little bit at the retreat and got some direction from council that council would be willing to entertain an extension to the end of this year. But council had some conditions on that extension. There were some things that they specifically wanted to talk about having to do with governance, which has been an area of discussion over the course of the agreement. Finances, whether that's capital or operational, even down to what the facility, what's the best use for that facility. We talked about review of cost centers and when it comes to finance, to look at operating revenues and expenses and make some fresh determination as to whether or not the split, the 50-50 split that's in the ILA now is appropriate. So that there's about probably 12 or so items that are listed in the resolution. Those are not necessarily demands in that resolution. They're really a list of topics that we're going to talk about that we're interested in the council, and they're not all inclusive either. The guy invited the county to add anything to the list they wanted to. They felt that was a pretty good list to talk about, but there's maybe other items come up during the course of those negotiations. So this extension gives some time to talk about these and other issues, and ultimately for the county commissioners and the city council to decide at the end of the day whether or not they want to continue the relationship through a successor interlocal agreement or a pretty beefed up extension that would probably very much modify the initial thing. I think one other piece of that is that I want to bring up, because it's something that we've talked about quite a bit, is the disposition of the land leased by the city or by the county, by the city from the county for the ball fields. And so that's also another piece of that as council's aware, that's typically been on a 5-year lease. It's $1 a year. Maybe the last couple times it's been a little awkward, I'll say, between the agencies, $1 a year. It's getting to be pretty valuable real estate, although on the other hand, the county or the city's invested millions of dollars literally in that site to develop those ball fields. It was sagebrush before it was ball fields. So both the county has ownership of the land, the city has a huge investment in that parcel. So that's another big piece. And what council had directed staff at the retreat was we need to be working towards long-term security for those ball fields, rather, because they play such an integral role in our community. Those more than every 5-year lease with an option to extend. So those are the pieces. Tomorrow, the Franklin County Commissioners will be considering the same agreement. It's on their agenda. And if it passes here tonight and passes across the street tomorrow, we will have some time to negotiate all these issues, A through I, in the resolution, and probably more. And staff's recommendation is the council approve the agreement. I guess one other piece probably worth mentioning is that it keeps the original ILA status quo in terms of the subsidy share and operation responsibilities, things like that.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I just want to comment on the fact that it's a little aggravating. We're doing a third extension over the last, I think, 18 months or so. However, I am pleased with the leadership changes at Franklin County, and specifically Mr. Dansel, their new county administrator, and have been able to talk with him about this. I've talked with Mr. Zabel about this, as well as one of the commissioners, and I think extending this one more time is what's in the best interest for the residents of Pasco and Franklin County for the long term. And so I don't want to say I'm happy to extend, because I would hope that we'd be further along, but I think we're making good progress.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I agree with a lot of the same sentiment from Councilmember Harpster, but I'll say this. I think my plan on behalf of the committee is this is the last one. I don't care if we're here on Christmas Eve, but before the end of the year, this needs to get done. And we're working diligently with our counterparts across the street, but I do intend on seeing this being the last extension. I like the conversations that I had, that the committee's had, and I think we're getting there. And I think from here on out, we're gonna see something come together here shortly and here in the near term. So don't get me wrong, I share the same frustrations, but negotiations sometimes take time, and I think with some of the changes that we've seen there over at the county at the courthouse, they've been good. Again, the conversations have been great, and so this is on the list to get done for the end of the year. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Ms. Ross.
This is a question more for staff, and I'm looking at Ms. Sigdell. We've extended this a couple times. Is there any accountability to the individuals managing this organization as far as the accounting, as far as the reporting, so that we can finally come to a final last interlocal agreement to where we don't have to depend on extensions?
In terms of accounting and some of the financial concerns that you're stating, we are working with the new leadership in county and have received some much more detailed information than we have in recent past. And it is definitely an item that is addressed as a point of discussion and clarification for the new ILA, so that we are not in the same position that we have been in the last 5-6 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Grimm, do you have anything?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for asking.
Not a problem. Thank you. With that, do we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to move to approve joint resolution number 4604, modifying the interlocal cooperative cooperation agreement between the City of Pasco and Franklin County, Washington regarding the financing, acquisition, and ownership of a multi-purpose arena and exposition facility, the Hapo Center.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Grimm?
Oh, I said aye.
Sorry, didn't catch you. Thank you for clarifying. Sounds like that passes unanimously, Ms. Clerk. So, just one quick question on that staff. Will you be able to either transmit something signed or some confirmation that we passed this, just as a heads up ahead of their meeting tomorrow morning?
I was planning on sending county administrator an email tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I know you're working long hours, but it's always good to give them a heads up before they take action or don't.
I was going to do it during the meeting, but
Perfect. I wasn't going to call you out there. I was just going to give you kudos for long hours. With that, we're going to roll on to item number 6, which is adjournment of this special meeting. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco City Council regular meeting of this Monday, June 2nd, 2025. Hard to believe we're already in June, but here we are. The city welcomes you and thanks you for your attendance. At regular meetings, the City Council takes action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. For anyone following along, agenda packets are available either here on the small table in the back immediately to the right under the sign that says conveniently agendas. If you're online, www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda is where you can find it. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191 in Pasco and Richland via Spectrum Cable, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting is available on the city's website. The public may submit comments or ask questions by contacting city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app, and of course during our comment period tonight. With that, Ms. Clerk, if you'll read in the roll.
Thank you. Council members Barajas,
Present.
Blaisdell,
Present.
Grimm,
here.
Harpster,
Present.
Perales,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne,
Present.
and Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll all please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. With that, I'll move us along to item number 4, which is our consent agenda. We have a handful of items. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council or enacted by a singular vote, by a singular motion. There will be no separate discussion of any of these items unless one of the council members asks for removal and further discussion. Then it would be removed to a later portion of the meeting via the regular agenda. So with that, item A is approval of meeting minutes for May 19th and May 27th, 2025. Item B is bills and communications, approving claims in the total amount of $4,387,389.29. And item C is resolution number 7605, the 2025 to 2029 Tri-Cities Home Consortium Assessment for fair housing. With that, do we have anyone seeking to remove any of these items? Hearing none, Mr. Milne, can we get a motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne and second by Ms. Blaisdell. Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas,
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimm,
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster,
Yes.
Councilmember Perales,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne,
Yes.
and Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we'll move on to item number 5, which is proclamations and acknowledgements. They're not listed. Moving along to item number 6, we have public comments. Now, this is the opportunity for the public to address council on items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. And we have one of those listed in item in section 8. So as long as you're speaking on something not addressing that item 8, you may address us at the podium. This is the opportunity for folks to bring items to the council, to our attention. excuse me, to provide your opinion on an issue. It's not an opportunity to provide for debate or expecting some sort of immediate response either from staff or from council, as some questions do require deliberative information and further consideration. We do appreciate your participation. Comments are limited to 3 minutes, as you'll see by the clock that's running to my right. As you approach the podium, it'll be to your left. And those with lengthy messages are requested they summarize them, and then you're always welcome to submit further comment, again, as I mentioned, via the Ask Pasco app, city manager, city clerk, or if you have handouts, you can hand them to the lovely city clerk, who will then pass them down to us. When you approach the podium, if you can provide us your name and your county of residence, that'd be great. So with that, I'll make a couple of calls. This is the first call for public comment. Go ahead. And if you can push down on the mic, there should be like a little mouth button. There you go. You're on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Marcel Brown. I'm coming to address the council about a cell phone tower that they want to put in my front yard. I live on Riverview Drive. I've been there for 25 years. I have grandkids that are growing up. There's radiation, property value, and a whole bunch of other things. And I don't think that I should have to pay taxes every year on those the place that they were going to put it, and then they can say, well, I just do it whatever I want. So if they own it, then why am I paying taxes? So I just don't think that they should be able to put that there. That's about it. I just don't want it there.
We certainly appreciate you bringing that to our attention. Thank you. Ma'am? It looks like a mouth with a couple of lines. There you go.
I'm also the grandparent, but I don't live there anymore. But, you know, the effects we really don't know about. We just want you to really consider it. I have 6 grandkids living there, and they're real young. So just please consider that.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any additional public comments? Ms. Mahoney.
This on?
Yeah.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56. Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr took an oath to follow the U.S. Constitution that says no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. Yet, Mr. Kerr authorized animal control with the right to seize, kill, and/or send our family dogs and pets to WSU for research without the semblance of due process. So Mr. Kerr did not tell the truth when he took his oath to follow the Constitution and to comply with due process. See files for Bell, Jake, Kilo, and thousands more. Further, Mr. Kerr falsely stated he would provide a copy of the termination agreement between WSU and Animal Control, now called Tri-City Animal Services, or TCAS. Mr. Kerr did not provide the termination agreement, and Animal Control continues as an animal research provider to WSU, and also as a high-kill facility with no spay-neuter program and no adoption program. See Tri-City Animal Services rehire Angela Zeiler's quote, "The dogs euthanized at WSU were ones we would have had to kill anyhow," end quote. With that, provide how much money WSU pays Pasco, the Animal Control Authority, and/or Tri-City Animal Services for our dogs and cats for WSU research. Provide Tri-City Animal Services Zegan Zeiler's training in humane euthanasia methods to end botched and painful deaths that Animal Control calls, quote, popcorning the dogs and cats, end quote. Provide the results for 48 counts of animal cruelty, the theft of $375,000, the missing and/or stolen rainy day fund at Animal Control. See Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Zeiler. Provide the fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers, Hayden Homes, for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets.
Provide a permit number 404 that allows Pasco to develop and destroy our floodplain. Provide all past and present ULID and or LID designs for my Pasco property with start dates and costs. Include all Pasco officials' communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. See requests made by me on May 5th and May 19 to Pasco regarding payments to ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins regarding his directorship or his LLC and Watkins Endeavor LLC. How much are we paying him? And Pasco's cap bonds. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, council members. My name is Amber Wade, as you might know by now. I live at the Sands Mobile Home Park in Pasco, and I know this might seem like an unusual comment, but I'm here today to honor someone who has quietly given so much for our city. This week, Becky, the very first resident of the Sands Mobile Home Park, is preparing to move now after 55 years in the same home. She's in her 70s now, and while this is a big transformation, she's meeting it with strength and grace. Becky has been the heart of our park. She's someone who checks in on neighbors, helps people through hard times, and has never asked anything in return. She's supported children, veterans, the elderly, and anyone in need quietly and consistently. She's been a source of stability, kindness, and community for generations, and now we want to return that love and support to her. We are inviting anyone who can lend a helping hand for her to move tomorrow and Wednesday with care, dignity, and gratitude from everything she has done for us. The address here at the Sands is 1416 North 1st Avenue, Lot 21. She will need help Tuesday at 2 p.m. That's tomorrow, and Wednesday bright and early at 8 a.m. She will be traveling with her family clear back east. I keep getting the state wrong. Let's give Becky the send-off she deserves after 55 years of showing up for others. It's our turn to show up for her. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment?
Good evening. My name is Frankie Hurley, and I live around the corner from Marcel Brown. And I also object to having a telephone tower put on my property as well. And if Verizon decides to put the telephone pole on his property, what's going to stop them from cutting into other people's property? And we also know that the tower, the poles, irradiates some type of poisoning, and so I would totally object to that. And I think each property owner should be able to object to that and have you all address those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any additional public comment? Going once, going twice, going a third time. Thank you. Appreciate those comments. With that, we'll move on to item number 7. There's a single item. Item A is verbal reports from council members. Mr. Prowse.
Appreciate it, Mayor. Sorry, I've not been talking all day pretty much. I met with the Housing Authority of the City of Pasco and Franklin County. Just had a meeting just about kind of what they're doing. They're going to be doing lots of growing here for the next couple of years. The last time Matt Truman came in and actually talked to the council was well over 2 years ago. So I reached out, we had a meeting, and they're going to look into perhaps buying some land, and they're going to need partnerships and working with the city to get permitting and stuff. So it was a really enlightening meeting, and he's looking to start really expanding their housing stock. So it was a productive meeting, and I think as of right now, he wants to extend an invitation to perhaps come and present to the council, give an update. I mean, it's been 2 years since he's been here, and just kind of tell us their plans for the future. Then I also just met, I stopped in at ProMade Homes today to discuss the housing, or sorry, the dust storm from this past weekend, and they're going to work better at making sure that their ground is more saturated and that they have individuals out there on the weekends. But at that point where it was really windy, you can put water in all day. It was so windy, the water was just kind of just flowing in the air. So I know a lot of people were upset on social media, people who reached out to me, maybe other council members, but ProMade's going to do better. And so I guess we'll just find out on the next dust storm. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Ms. Blaisdell. Sorry.
Thank you. I attended the Visit Tri-Cities board meeting last week. Hector Cruz shared that the Washington Recreation Park Association had the opportunity to visit downtown Pasco and eat some good tacos. So they were pretty impressed with downtown Pasco. Also, I attended the District 2 Community Police meeting. Areas of concerns were racing and mini bikes as the weather gets warmer. And I also attended Farmers Market this last Saturday, and I believe that'll be going on every Saturday until October. Is that correct? So, and that's from 9 to 1.
Thank you, Ms. Blaisdell. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. On Thursday, I had got to come here to City Hall, and we had some students from Virgie Robinson Elementary. They got a tour of City Hall and the police department, and I got to play mayor, and they had wanted to know all about council and told them all about it, and I had 2 classes, and it was quite a lot of fun, and the students got to sit up here at the dais. Everybody wanted to get the mayor's spot. My spot wasn't as everybody wasn't fighting for that one. So but anyway, it was good. It's been a couple hours, and again, hopefully represented the city well. And then on Friday night, I did attend the TCRA graduation with the local firemen, and it was really good. Had a good turnout. I was also Councilwoman Brajas was there as well. So I think we're the only 2 elected officials there, but it was a good time, and it was really good to see the upcoming graduation class, and they did a video and get to hear their stories. And again, I was glad that I was able to take time out of my Friday evening and be part of it. That was me.
Thank you, Mr. Milne, and thank you for covering that event. I'd hoped to come to see the kids, but duty called, and I got to see the beautiful city of Spokane. That's certainly not as good as the city of Pasco, but I won't pull punches. Ms. Brajas.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, just wanted to mention that, yes, I was at the graduation. Very proud moment to see, 16 graduates. But I do want to highlight 2 of those graduates that came to Pasco, and that will be Cooper Famright and Jerome Needhold. So congratulations to them, and welcome to City of Pasco. Also did attend a luncheon, but I'll leave that to Mr. Harpster to talk a little bit more about that. But again, congratulations, Fire Department.
Thank you, Ms. Barajas. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I attended a luncheon with Ms. Barajas. No, we attended the Tri-Cities Chamber of Commerce luncheon, which was legislative update from Senator Torres, Senator Binky, Representative Clicker, and Representative Manjarez, I believe is how you pronounce her last name. It was sort of a depressing presentation. We all know already what's happened, but I did want to note Senator Binky's remarks at the end kind of brought it all full circle. And if I could summarize his comments, it was something like, there's wins and losses, a lot of losses for those folks this year, but we keep fighting and we keep pushing. And in the meantime, we respect the people who are in the position they're in. He specifically mentioned Governor Ferguson, and keep trying to work together and make our communities better. And so that took me from sitting there wishing I hadn't attended, frankly, to just more motivated to keep doing what we're doing up here and keep supporting them as we can. So it was a good luncheon. And then Saturday, as Councilwoman Blaisdell mentioned, I did attend, I guess, the farmers market. And the one thing that I noticed was that whole area appears to be just so much cleaner than 12 months ago. And a lot of the activity that was maybe going on in Peanuts Park North was not present, and I haven't seen it there happening for a while. And then talked to a couple different business owners there, and they passed along their kudos to staff for the work that's been getting done in that area. So I wanted to pass it along to all of you. And it's just great as a council member for a city that I really truly love and have grown up in, to hear stuff like that from people and see really good sized crowds. Typically this time of year, before all the crops start coming off, it's a little hard to draw some crowds out there, but it was noticeably busy, and they had kids band out there and stuff. So I think lots of good progress being made there, and really cool to see. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speaking of food, I forgot I attended a fundraiser for the Boys and Girls Club with Benton Franklin Transit, and the new CEO there, Thomas Stross, just really brings a lot of new energy, passion, and excitement. Some of you may have seen online that they are starting express trips to the Tri-Cities Airport, and more kind of investment as it directly relates to Pasco. He has envisioned this perhaps a little bus, as he calls it, the shopper, that maybe just takes little trips around downtown Pasco, connecting people with close residents to kind of the downtown shopping areas. So he really comes to the table just with some great ideas, great enthusiasm, and even for somebody like me, it's inspiring to be around. But Boys and Girls Club looks like they had a very successful fundraiser, investing in the lives of so many children in our communities. So great turnout, and great to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm, and thank you for attending that. That's the breakfast. I'd hoped to attend that, but same reason I missed. I was out of the area. Wednesday, I had the opportunity to cross the river. A friend of mine, Sergeant John Davis, received what they call the John Goldsberry Award. This was by the Rotary Club, and really the ultimate goal is to not promote in the sense of giving him a promotion, but promote an officer who embodies service above self. So when I heard he was going to be honored with that award, my wife and I attended, not so much in the mayoral capacity, but it's great to see folks throughout the community recognizing our great officers, both for fire and police. And so, shout out to John and his great work and his team, and folks at PD and the folks at fire. Thursday, I attended a National Parks Committee meeting. If you're not aware, they're doing some work to the B reactor, so tours are temporarily stopped for about, I think, 2 years. As you can imagine, with one, a behemoth that size, and two, trying to keep the historical authenticity, it's not so easy to replace a roof as it may be with, your shingles or something of that nature. So it's kind of a bummer, but it's the process. It'll bring the integrity of the building and the structure, and again, keep the historical presence. I think what I'm hearing is like a 50-year lifespan that it should add to the B reactor. So once the work's done, it'll be back up for quite some time, God willing. Let's see. In addition to that, and I have a list of places I was somewhere on Friday, and I don't know why it's escaping me where I was. Friday night I attended the Dust Devils game with the Amazon folks that invited me and my son over, and we were recognizing, back to the Boys and Girls Club, Amazon donated $40,000 as a community partner to Boys and Girls Club. Robert, the Youth of the Year from Pasco, was one of the individuals throwing out the first pitch, so it was pretty cool to recognize not only the commitment and the partnership between Amazon and our community, but also, recognize one of our local youth. So that's always exciting. I think that's about it for me. So with that, we'll move on to item 8, which is hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. We've got a single item, item A, which is a public meeting and resolution number 4606, accepting notice of intent to commence Annex SG Land Management LLC and Horgan Farms LLC. It's a 10% annexation petition, and this is going to come from Director Miller.
There's the button. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you is a resolution to accept a notice of intent to commence the annexation procedure. And this topic was discussed at a prior meeting. And the purpose of this meeting is to set the stage for the next steps in the process, where staff will take in the annexation application and begin reviewing it. And then eventually the specifics of this application will be brought forward back to council. And so during the public meeting, council is, as outlined in code, reviewing these three key items: the annexation area itself, and staff is proposing that we modify the annexation area to include the portion of Burns Road that's located north of the project site and north of other neighborhoods that are already in city limits. So staff is recommending motion B tonight for consideration. And the second item to consider related to this is whether or not a simultaneous adoption of zoning regulations will be required, and it is likely that staff will go ahead and recommend that route. We do want to review the application, and then when it comes back, have a formal application or a recommendation within that. And then the final item is whether or not there's an assumption of bonded indebtedness that is required for the site, and that will be reviewed in the materials. So staff is requesting a motion from council and recommending motion B. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Do we have any questions or comments? Seeing none, this is listed as a public meeting, so I suppose I need to, and I'm not opening a hearing. Am I offering
No,
comment period?
this is one of our one-offs in the statute. The legislative body is required to hold a meeting in public with the initiators. So typically what we do is just ask if the initiators are here and they would like to speak on this matter before you move forward. Yeah, no, at this point it's not a public hearing.
Okay. Yeah, I caught that and I forgot the distinction. So is the initiator here? I'm going to assume that silence means no. I guess going once, going twice, third time. Okay. It sounds like the initiator is not going to speak. So with that, having no comments from council or questions, go ahead and move forward with the motion, Mr. Milne.
All right, so I'm going to move with motion B. I move to approve resolution number 4606, accepting the notice of intent to commence annexation proceedings for the SG Land Management LLC and Horrigan Farms LLC annexation, providing a determination on the boundary to be annexed, which includes a portion of the right-of-way of Burns Road, and whether simultaneous zoning and assumption of bonded indebtedness will be required.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. It moves us along. You're right, Ms. Burrell, so we need to take a break?
I'm good.
Okay. If we gotta do it, we gotta do it. Just want to make sure you're okay. With that, we got number 9, which is ordinances and resolutions not relating thereto, and resolutions not relating to hearings. Sorry, I went a little lower on that and just went into full autopilot for a second. Number 8, at letter A, is ordinance number 4768, Sawyer RS1 to R1 zone change. This is Z 2025-002. And back to you, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is an ordinance, and this is part of a quasi-judicial process where this rezone has been notified to the public, and a public hearing was held by the Pasco hearing examiner. And the meeting for this was held on April 9th, where all aspects of the project was reviewed, and the hearing examiner did recommend approval. There were no appeals received, and details can be found in the packet, specifically the hearing examiner decision. And with this request specifically, the applicant is requesting to rezone the site from RS1 to R1 low-density residential. And this change will allow for additional density on the project site. And staff is recommending approval of this matter. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do I have any questions or comments from council?
If I could, Mr. Mayor, this
Yes,
is
sir.
a quasi-judicial matter, so I'll just run through the script real quick, if you don't mind. So this is a quasi-judicial hearing or proceeding to render a final decision on the materials presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, privileges of the specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies, and the hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: A, a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties; B, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally; C, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts. D, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff prior to this hearing. And finally, E, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make them known. Seeing none, are there any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of the council from participating in these proceedings? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. With that, do we have any questions or comments from council staff? Seeing none. And we don't need to open that for the public comment, correct? Okay. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4768, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located on the east side of Road 40 near the intersection of Road 40 and West Pearl Street, Pasco, Washington, further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye. Oh,
Aye.
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 Any opposed, say aye. Hearing none, passed unanimously. Was that supposed to be a roll call, Ms. Clerk? I saw you poke your head up. Okay, just want to make sure. I saw you give me that look. I thought I was in the right lane. Just wanted to make sure. With that, we'll move along to item B. Do you want to go ahead and kick us off with the quasi-judicial?
Sure. Yeah. So same pretext that we just or premise that we just moved forward on, except just a reminder that any council member should consider whether they have potential conflicts related to demonstrated bias for or against any of their parties, any direct or indirect financial interest, whether there's been any prejudgment of the issues prior to the hearing, whether there's been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff, and finally, whether there's been, or if there's a council member believes there's anything that would prevent them from hearing the matter fairly and impartially. Any council member with any of these concerns or disclosures would need to make those known now. Seeing none, any member of this public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating. And seeing none, please proceed.
All right. With that, we are going to kick ordinance number 4769, Stutzman RS 12 to R1, zone change Z 2025-003 to Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor, and apologize for going out of order on the last item. This is a similar process, and this is for a rezone from RS 12 to R1. And this application was forwarded to the hearing examiner, and a public hearing was held on April 9th. And there was an approval recommendation provided by the hearing examiner. No appeals were received. There was opposition that I noticed in the public testimony summary of the hearing examiner meeting, and there was just concerns in general about the duplexes that were already under construction, which the zoning does allow for. And this rezone would allow for the owner to subdivide the duplexes so that they could be separately owned parcels. So the hearing examiner reviewed that, took in the input, and recommended approval. And I'm happy to answer any questions on this if you have any.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council or staff? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4769, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located in the corner of West Sylvester Street and Road 34, and further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay.
Nay. Nay.
So did I hear 3 nays? Is that correct? Okay. And did you catch those? And then Mr. Milne. So our bookends and then Mr. Milne. So Perales, Milne, and Grimm. Okay. With that, it passes on a 4-3 vote. Moves us along to item C, ordinance number 4770, amending sections of the Pasco Municipal Code regarding work exempt from permit. It's going to stay with you, Director Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item was workshopped last week with the group, and this is a great slide. Thank you for pulling this up. Staff is excited to work toward exempting these different uses in the code. So Pasco has, over the years, which they are permitted to do, has required permits for certain activities that are exempted on a national scale through the International Residential Code and the International Building Code. And so with this code change, it would enable the residents to bypass the permit process with Pasco, save a trip, and be able to construct these different items listed or related to roofing without coming in and getting a permit. So this is a very exciting step for Pasco, and I feel a little guilty taking this near the end because I did not start this. I do want to give credit to our deputy city manager, Richa, and then the staff who worked on this. But we're looking forward to saving time for our customers. And we do have a flyer that is prepared that outlines these new stipulations. So we intend, if this is adopted by the council, to educate our customers who are calling in. We'll have a cheat sheet that says, here's what you can and can't do. If customers do need additional support with locating sheds in their backyard, or if they're not sure where their fence will be located, we will have our front permit staff help them. If the questions become more complex, we'll transfer them to a planner who can help them with the spatial regulations for the site. So we believe with outreach to our customers and educating that we can assist customers in building these correctly and in the right location. If for some reason there is an issue, that would be something that we would work with the property owner on through code enforcement if it does come to that, and if something is built over an essential water line or sewer line. But we will educate people when they call where they can locate these structures in their property to alleviate hopefully most of those cases.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Grimm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Miller. I'm absolutely over the moon by this. I know this council's been, had some frustration here and there about goals and agendas not maybe being done in the time we would appreciate, even though we've thrown a lot at staff. But this is one, thank you each and every one of staff who worked on this, because this is just a big win for the citizens of Pasco. And I was going to bring some red tape, Mr. Mayor, that we could ceremoniously cut, but I did forget that. Probably a good thing. But no, and I appreciate staff talking through some of the potential issues of, somebody building something that may end up in the right of way, or something that could bring a real issue down the road. But overall, I think this is a big win for the people of Pasco, and we'll obviously free up some staff help, I think, as this says, to be utilized for a higher mission, and just a big win all the way around. So thank you so much, every member of staff. Deputy City Manager Sigdell, I know you worked on this a lot, and thank you, Director Miller, for bringing it across the finish line. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. I'll definitely echo the sentiments of gratitude. I know it's something that we've talked about, trying to figure out how to right size some of our code provisions. So thank you to all staff who worked on this. And Ms. Miller, welcome to the team. And you get to carry the torch across the finish line. So you're the heroine of the day. Seeing no further lights, can I get a motion, Mr. Milne?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4770, amending Pasco Municipal Code sections 16.05.050, 12.040.100, 12.04.120, 19.10.070, and 25.180.050 regarding work exempt from permit and further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
Thanks for the quickness on the mic there, Mr. Graham. No personal investment there. So we've got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Mr. Grimm. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. That moves us along to item D, which is resolution number 4607, interagency agreement with Washington Traffic Safety Commission to conduct dedicated DUI enforcement patrols and ordinance number 4771, amending the 2025-2026 operating budget, allocating funding for the increased overtime to conduct dedicated DUI enforcement patrols. It's listed as Chief Roski, but is it Lieutenant or Sergeant? Lieutenant Decker?
Lieutenant Decker.
All right, got you right.
Not as attractive as Chief Roski, but other than that.
We still like you.
Oh, thank you. I'm your guys' favorite, aren't I?
No one's our favorite, but you're all our favorite.
All right, it's not about me. Let me get you. So I'm seeking your guys' council, mayor, thank you very much for being here. I'm seeking your approval for a grant that has been funded. Just waiting for approval from this council, from the Washington Traffic Safety Commission / federal. It's a grant that we had sought previously for a year program. We weren't part of that. It was awarded to 2 other departments, but in that, the Pasco shines so bright that they gave us a second grant that they put aside for us. So I'm requesting approval of a grant for $43,500 in grant funding to support a targeted impaired driving prevention initiative. This project will fund overtime DUI enforcement shifts, overtime mentorship focused on DUI investigations, and enhance public education efforts through outreach and social media. The grant also covers the purchase of DUI-related equipment, including LiDAR speed detection units and portable breath testers. These resources will enable Pasco PD to increase proactive enforcement, improve officer proficiency, and expand the reach of traffic safety messaging, particularly in non-English speaking communities, which the grant is also funded. The initiative directly addresses the growing concern of impaired driving in Pasco, where DUI arrests have increased in 2024 and continue in 2025, and impairment remains a leading cause of fatal crashes. By investing in the strategic enforcement, officer development, and community education, this grant supports a comprehensive approach to reducing collisions, saving lives, and reinforcing the public trust in the traffic safety efforts that Pasco has put forward. As Pasco continues to grow, this program will help ensure we meet the rising demand for safer streets and accountable enforcement. I can take any questions if you have any.
I see Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Lieutenant Decker. I just want to thank you for your work on this, and I look forward to having some more enforcement dollars, especially ones that don't have to come out of our budget. It was just last week I was kind of highlighting information, or the week before now, from the COG, just talking about the rise in serious injuries and fatalities here, especially in Franklin County and everything. So really appreciate any more emphasis and enforcement we can have. And it's probably the number one thing I think probably a lot of, I know me for sure, hears from constituents just as far as just woes of traffic and everything. So really appreciate you guys taking advantage of this, and I know you will. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Ms. Baraha.
Thank you, Mayor. Lieutenant Decker, this might be a question that I'm not sure you're going to be able to answer, but you can definitely come back with it. Just a quick question in regards to around the last two paragraphs on the discussion part. It says that there is external funding with no local match requirement. Can you just elaborate a little bit about that and what it means?
I can address that if you'd like. Essentially, usually many grants come with requirements of a 5%, 10%. So if they are giving us $100, then we need to, if it's a 10% matching, we need to provide 10 local dollars to the grants. So you really cannot get the $100 without spending $10. And so essentially this grant does not have any matching requirements. So whatever we get from the grant, there's no requirement for any of the city's funds to be spent in order to qualify for those funds.
Thank you. That's what I needed.
Every dollar they give us is a dollar we can spend. So I'll have to make weekly reports to Washington Traffic Safety Commission for what we do spend for that week, and provide data to them why I'm doing what I'm doing. So the benefit to this is, I'm sure we're all familiar with the Teen Target Zero program. That I run based upon their data and what they want us to do enforcement. With this grant, with the data I have, whatever the need for Pasco is where I can push the resources to. So it doesn't have to be targeted what they want. I can push it to where our data says we need help doing this, and use that money for those resources.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple quick things, and then hopefully roll into motion. Do you anticipate this is going to be more, I know it's enforcement, do you foresee it being like stops with, like a reader board or active patrolling? Both?
It's everything. So this grant covers everything from getting new equipment for those officers that are out there, so they have it, so it doesn't affect patrols resources from what we already have. So it gives them new equipment so them to go out and hunt down impaired drivers. It covers everything from social media, paying them to be in overtime to do social media posts, to go out and do interviews with the radio shows, to do Spanish-speaking radio, that kind of thing, all in overtime, to do a whole board from everything from social media to putting the reader boards out, those kinds of things. But the majority of it, the bulk of that money, is for straight enforcement. And as of right now, we're a little behind because of just the way how things lagged with getting that grant in. So I actually have, once this kicks in, I'll have to be able to put out extra patrols once this starts. So it won't impact the staffing at Pasco because it's an overtime detail that we will be scheduling out. So it's going to do everything. And it'll run all the way until the end of September 30th.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate that, and I look forward to seeing the quarter end report or whatever September 30th turns out to be. We really appreciate the work y'all do in keeping our community safe. I see no further lights, so Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4607, authorizing the interim city manager to execute the interagency agreement with the Washington Traffic Safety Commission and the Pasco Police Department for grant funding to support DUI overtime.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Now to the second one, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4771, amending the 2025-2026 biennial operating budget by providing supplement thereto to provide additional appropriation in the city's general fund, allocating funding for increased overtime for the police department to conduct dedicated DUI enforcement patrols, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Aye.
I'm guessing it's a second. I mean, it can be both.
Second.
But,
I second that, yes.
Okay, so-
I wanted to say that.
well, you can have both if you just sit tight a second. We got. It's okay. We all are. It's a Monday. So Mr. Milne's got the motion. Ms. Barajas has the second. Do we have any discussion on? If I know typically we don't do that, but since this is the second motion on the same topic, I just want to make sure we didn't need to cover anything. And seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that too passes unanimously. That rolls us into item number 10, which is unfinished business. There is none listed. Moving along to item number 11, there's a single item, item A, that's new business. Designating voting delegates and alternate delegates for the Association of Washington City, or the AWC, annual meeting scheduled for June 26th, 2025. Interim City Manager Zabel, looks like you're taking this.
Yep, good evening, Mayor, Council. So the AWC annual meeting will occur, as the Mayor mentioned, on the 26th, and that's kind of sandwiched into the Association of Washington Cities Conference, which is going to take place at Three Rivers between the 24th of June and the 27th of June. So the annual meeting itself, a little bit different than the meeting. Meeting, you just need to register and you're in there, but the annual meeting, you need to be actually designated by the council as delegates or alternates to be able to participate. Kind of a rough agenda is election of the board, AWC board of directors and officers. There'll be an update from the AWC chief executive officer, update on 2025 legislative session, and then voting on amendments to AWC bylaws and AWC policy statement. So there's a lot of opportunities for council and other city officials to participate in this. Council needs, like I said, council needs to delegate. We need to report in advance who the alternates are, the AWC delegates and alternates are. And so tonight we're asking you to kind of flesh out that slate as to who you want. As far as I know right now, I think Councilmember Barajas and Councilmember Perales are registered. I'm not sure if other council members have registered in the last few days or not, or plan to register. You don't really necessarily have to be registered to show up to the annual meeting. You can attend online, or you can participate in it, I believe, in person as well. There's also a number of staff, registered staff are available to be alternates or delegates as well. So my recommendation is that you designate 3 delegates and a couple of alternates.
Sounds good, thank you. So before we get into the appointing or whatever we're doing, are any of the other council members not listed and intending on attending? I know Mr. Zabel, I've sent an email saying I might, but that's as far as I've committed. So I just want to make sure, Okay. So my suggestion is, with that, unless there's a reason not to, we appoint those 3 council members as our delegates. So you're certainly committed, Ms. Blaisdell? Okay. So it sounds like you do have one action item after this, which will be to make sure she's registered. I mean, not you. You can delegate that downward, but for staff. So, I mean, I guess let's go ahead and take these 2 pieces, or 2 actions at once, or 2 separate actions. So the first one would be to appoint our 3 delegates. Would be Mr. Perales, Ms. Blaisdell, and Ms. Barajas. Does anyone? I see your lights on, Ms. Barajas.
I have a follow-up question for Dave after we're done with this.
Okay. I guess with that, does anyone having discussion? Anyone oppose those 3 names as our delegates? I hear none. So can you go ahead and make a motion on that, Mr. Milne? This would be that first half of the motion.
Okay, I move to approve up to 3, Mr. Perales, Blaisdell, and Barajas as the City of Pasco's voting delegates in the June 26th, 2025 Association of Washington Cities annual meeting held at the Three Rivers Convention Center, Kennewick, Washington.
Perfect. Got a motion? Can we get a second?
Second.
Got a motion by Milne, a second by Ms. Barajas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Ms. Barajas.
Question, Dave. Will the city of Pasco be participating in the parade of flags this year?
Yes.
Okay.
That's all I needed to know.
With that, we still have the second action, which is to appoint our 3 alternates from that list. Now, Mr. Zabel, does this conflict with other sessions, or is this separate from the?
Yeah, the business meeting separate from the
Okay,
session.
so it's not like if we pull, some of our executive staff out, you're missing something that's ultra critical.
Yeah, this is. Matter of fact, other attendees can sit outside of the delegate area, the non-voting area, and observe.
Okay. So, seeing the list has a handful of folks on the slate to my right. Let me start with this. Does anyone over there not want to do this? I mean, this is your out. This is not going to reflect on your performance. If you don't want to attend this and you'd rather sit outside, I don't know why you would, but air condition works there too. Okay, I guess if there's no one that doesn't want to do this, it seems to me it makes sense. Mr. Zabel, Ms. Sigdell, there Ms. Pichon, or since Director Miller's here and listed, maybe we could hand it to her. What are your all thoughts? We want Pichon or Miller, since Miss Miller's here. And
Miss Miller's here.
you cool with that, Miss Miller? Okay. So we're gonna go Zabel, Sigdell, and Miller. Any further discussion on that? Okay. Can you make that second half of the motion, Mr. Milne?
Thank you. Yes, I am making a motion that we designate Zabel, Siddell, and Miller as substitute delegates in the case an approved delegate is unable to attend the AWC annual meeting.
Second.
Got a motion by Milne, a second by Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passed unanimously. I know it's a little bit of a split process, but we got it done. Miscellaneous discussion. Mr. Zabel.
Just one item I wanted to get on council's radar. June 17th, we have the Basic Law Enforcement Academy graduation at Hapo Center. That'll be at 10 a.m. As I said, June 17th. So,
can you make sure a calendar invite gets sent out for that? There probably is one already, but usually I look day of to make sure I'm not screwing things up. I'm just going to throw myself under the bus. Okay, anyone else have miscellaneous discussion? I see Mr. Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple items. In my meeting today with Matt Truman, he was telling me that Paul Cook, who we approved back in August of last year, is still not approved by the city to be on the housing authority. We haven't sent over paperwork for him, approved paperwork, so he wanted me to bring that up, and I figured I'd bring that up in a miscellaneous. And then also I was going to request, can we get more information about this Verizon cell tower? Because I mean, it was essentially a complaint about it, and just I want to learn more about it, and I guess if there is a complaint process, and how does that go?
we could do that. Matter of fact, I was in the process earlier today of kind of putting together a note. Staff's been working on this to kind of get council up to speed. But short story is that you know, as a local agency, much of your
former authority, as of about 30 years ago, was preempted by the federal government having to do with telecom, the ability to regulate telecom within the public right of way. So you're very limited. Two, you did go through a franchise process. This was the U.S. Cellular. And, even in that franchise process, there's only so much the city could regulate. And frankly, it isn't a whole lot. So what you heard tonight, that example, and I plan on getting a hold of Browns as well, but and is with U.S. Cellular, but they're operating within their permit and they're operating within the franchise. That's the unfortunate part, and there's not much this council or prior councils could have done about it, at least not in the last few decades.
Okay, and then lastly, I know we've talked about fluoride a few times, and it seemed like perhaps we're going to get information. I was just wondering, engage interest from the council, if we can just bring forward a vote in the next couple weeks to just remove it from our water without getting a staff presentation and or hearing. So I think a lot of us feel that we should just take it out, and so that's what I wanted to gauge the interest of the council. Thank you.
So I'll speak to that before I get to you, Mr. Grimm. I'm certainly in favor of removing it, as insofar as I think my concern with jumping ahead of staff's presentation is if there's an indication of a high cost or a prohibitive issue of removing it, I'd want to be informed of that, or if there's some sort of process that would implicate other water quality issues, I guess. I don't know enough about it, but again, if staff's done the research and they say, hey, look, it's as simple as running it through a filter again and not going to cost us a bunch of OT and that sort of thing, I'd be okay with that. But I do think the presentation potentially could present those types of concerns or address them. Mr. Ferguson.
Just for the mayor and council's edification, I have not even looked at the legal ramifications of any of that. We've been obviously busy with school impact fees and vendors and all these other larger projects at council, as well as the packet items that we do have to do on a regular weekly basis. So we haven't even looked into the legal aspects of that yet. So just FYI.
Okay. So I think I'll just take my position. I don't necessarily need a formal presentation if staff's going to run it to the ground and give us the information. But that's my take. Anyone? Yeah, Mr. Zabel.
Yeah, I will just throw this out here because this is something that's come up before in the city back probably 8 years ago or so. I think we had maybe 2 different presentations about it, and it's a health issue, and there's 2 sides to it. I honestly don't think the cost or the procedural issues are that significant. We'll probably save $50,000 a year in chemicals, right? That's basically, and the water plant operator's job is probably going to be a little bit easier. I'm not sure what we'd have to do for off the top of my head, and Director Sarah's not here, but in terms of modification of any kind of equipment, but I don't think it would be very extensive. But I think the thing I would just caution the council, what the city attorney set aside, is that there'll be a lot of interest in this. There was before, because there's people that are strong believers in fluoride for dental health, and there's strong believers opposed to fluoride, and you're probably going to want to give them a little bit of some runway to address you. And my fear, and certainly council can do what they want, but my fear is if you just make a decision without inviting input from those groups, it could just come back and bite you, and they'll probably give you input anyway, for a while, and I don't think it does a whole lot of harm to let folks talk. So.
Okay. I guess with Mr. Grimm, is your light still on or newly on? Or both?
Well, it's both.
Let's address fluoride and then we'll go back to
yeah. I guess I'm good with what the rest. I was just kind of writing a note that yes, to the best of my recollection, it was yes, just asking for staff to put together a resolution or whatever it took to remove it. But with that, yes, if we were looking for, some information or whatever that might be helpful, my stance is probably with you, Mayor. If there was, some information they thought would be helpful in the process or whatever, I would definitely be amenable to that. And I think too, our legal, Mr. Ferguson, his advice is this was still planned for another month or so down the road. So yes, the fact that he hasn't gotten to it yet, I think there's some grace there. Totally understand. So thank you.
Okay, Ms. Barajas.
It's on that same issue. You're correct, Dave, on saying that it was about 8 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. It was former Councilman Bob Larson that had brought it up several times, and we had a full room full of people from the Department of Health and other citizens. So I think it's in our best interest to have that open conversation before we decide on anything concrete.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harpster.
A quick Google search indicates that Washington State Department of Health must be notified 90 days in advance of making a decision to start or stop fluoridation. And so, sort of to Mayor's comments, I'm certainly in favor of removing it. Several cities across the state have been doing that in the last couple of years. But even if we wanted to vote next week, I think we need to, I'm not an attorney, but it seems like notify the Department of Health, then 90 days later make a decision at a minimum. So just my 2 cents.
Sounds good, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm also for removing it. I've done quite a lot of research, I think, on this, and brought it up at a couple of retreats, but it didn't go anywhere. So it's good. At least we're going to vote on it and see how it goes.
Are you looking for a presentation? Sorry.
Let's just do it the correct way. So what Mr. Ferguson recommends, I'll just let him decide and then go from there. But as long as it's going to come up for a vote this year, that's what my main concern is.
Okay. Ms. Blaisdell, you have anything?
I would like to go the proper channels.
Okay. Mr. Prowse?
Hey, I was just going to say, then, can we direct the city staff to notice to the Department of Health, Washington State Department of Health, that we're looking to do this, and then as that plays out, we can get together information, have presentation, and then we can make a vote. Seems like prudent to me.
Go, Mr. Graham, you went on. And on.
No, I want to just get back to Mr. Brown at some point.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, thank you.
I guess from my perspective, I'd like, in case there's something in that process and notice, I'd like Mr. Ferguson to advise us. That's my take. I feels like it's, if there's a process, if we're just going to unilaterally say we're going to start it, that's great, but I don't know that what it takes to bake it out. Now, if it can be elevated up the sheet, that's great. That's my take. Does anyone have any different opinion? So, I guess there's either consensus that we just push the notice out now, or there's consensus that we await legal review. So please help me here.
I would just add, I'll just add that, that we have until, Mr. Ferguson has till July 1st to give us something. And that's a month, right? Say by July, we should have something, a review, kind of a plan or a process of what we would need to do. And I think that would be appropriate. So I guess that would be my ask.
Okay, that seems to make sense. If you're good with that, you
It's
can
on
bring
June.
us back.
Just so you know, it's in the queue for June.
Okay.
So
Okay,
that's
so
not
then
changed.
we'll anticipate something by July 1st regarding fluoride in the process. We good? All right, thanks. Okay. Go ahead.
My comment was going to be if it's further along in the proposed agendas, so just follow that schedule. But if it's for July, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to get back to Mr. Brown's comments, as even brought up by Councilmember Perales there. He did reach out to me personally, and I know he also reached out to Councilmember Barajas, and she probably has some thoughts on that too. But I share his concern. I mean, I think that's, kind of where we're at even with the fluoride thing here. There are some unknown health risks that have come to light because of 5G internet technology that, are concerning. And it is unfortunate that it sounds like, as our interim city manager said, that our hands are tied at government levels beyond the local level. But I really share Mr. Brown's frustration, and what might be in the right of way or an easement in his mind is in his yard and what he has maintained and mowed and all of that. So man, I really feel for his concerns, both in the intrusion into what he feels is his property where he's lived for a quarter of a century and maintained, but also the potential health risks with that. And so just kind of frustrated and feel for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Ms. Browse.
I just wanted to follow up on that. Yes, I've had several conversations. Thank you for passing along the contact. Mr. Marcel Browns lives very close to me, actually. We are in the same district. Did reach out to him, had a conversation in regards to his frustrations around the antenna that is literally going to be, well, the proposal is that it's going to be in his front yard on an easement, just 3 feet from the sidewalk, basically. So he is frustrated. I've been having conversations with him routinely. We are getting together again to have that conversation as far as next steps, what to do, who to reach out to. We have reached out. He has reached out to our staff, Dave, and I think there's a meeting set up for the conversation. But this is ongoing. This is something that not only he is affected, his neighbors, but I think it's something that affects a lot of individuals within our city. So on my end, I'm just meeting with him and having that conversation just to see what next steps we can take as far as much as we are allowed to. So yeah, just an update on that.
Thank you for that. Seeing no further lights, we're going to move along to item 13, executive session. None listed. That moves us on to item 14. It is 8:05 and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you for joining us. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council special meeting this Monday, January 23rd, 2025. The City Council thanks you for being a part of our city government. At special meetings, Council takes formal action on specific items, and then during workshops, which one will occur after the conclusion of our special meeting, we only discuss issues with no formal action taken. Agenda packets are available, as always, on the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda for those present on that same table with the little blue agenda arrow. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV, channel 191 in Spectrum in both Pasco and in Richland. It's streamed on the city's Facebook page, its website, its YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and all prior council meetings are available on the city's website. For any of those who want to submit their comments or ask questions, they can do so by contacting the city manager, the city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. Public comment will be available after our executive session in this meeting, and then the same rules apply as with all prior workshops of the 2 minutes comment limitation. We'll get to that though in time. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas, I believe.
I believe she's absent and excused.
Thank you. Blaisdell.
Present.
Grimm.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Perales.
He is en route.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Same.
Okay, and Mayor Serrano.
I am present.
Thank you.
Well, if you'll all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. That moves us along to item number 4, which is our executive session. We have a couple of issues that we're going to discuss. The item is to evaluate qualifications of an applicant for public employment under Revised Code of Washington, RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection G. Second item is to consider site selection or acquisition of real estate purchase or lease if likelihood that disclosure would increase price per RCW 42.30.110 subsection 1 subsection B. We've got these action items listed for 50 minutes. For the first 15 minutes, it's going to be council alone. At that point or shortly thereafter, we will bring in the city manager, the city attorney, and our consultant for the application, for the applicant qualifications. So with that, we're going to go back to our executive session. And Ms. Clerk will get you the time that our other two council members arrive. I can make sure that we get you the time. Okay? Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, could you oblige me for 2 minutes, for the first 2 minutes of the session, just so I can make council aware of some things related to that?
Okay, so we'll bring the city attorney in for the first couple minutes and slide you out, and then we'll bring you right back.
Absolutely.
All right, with that, we are going to executive session. Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for joining us for this special meeting. It is 6:55. We're now out of executive session, which rolls us into the rest of our meeting. Give me 1 second. Oops. Okay. So this opens us to our public comments, limited to 3 minutes each. Does anyone have any public comments at this point? Going once, going twice. We don't have anyone signed up to speak online, do we? Going a third time. All right, with that, we have no public comments. That moves us on to item 6, which is our unfinished business. We have 2 items. We have item A and item B. Item A is ordinance number 4777, budget amendment for upsize water program, or for upsize program water and irrigation. Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and...
Real quick, sorry, I'm going to recuse myself from this item.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is an item that was discussed in prior 2 meetings, most recently last Monday. And it pertains to an ordinance amending the water and irrigation budgets to allow for a supplement to the irrigation upsize program allocation and the inclusion of an allocation in the water budget for the same type of program. As a reminder, the program works as development occurs. We want to ensure that underground infrastructure is built to the right size to serve the long-term needs of our system, and this contribution from this allocation would support that activity, preventing the need for upsizing later on and disturbances when that occurs. I'm happy to answer questions. I'm being brief, just understanding that it will be a long night. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Ross.
I'll keep it brief. I appreciate the information I was given over the weekend. I would say just for future reference, if we're going to be doing upsizing agreements like this, either out of budget or in budget cycle, just to have more information, have the information. We need to have the information so we can think about it, make the best decisions. And so that's all I'm going to say. I would like to see it maybe codified in some way, shape, or form, but those are just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Seeing no further lights, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4777, amending the 2025-2026 biennial operating budget by providing supplement thereto to provide additional appropriation in the city's water and irrigation funds and declaring that an emergency exists and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, it passed unanimously. Go ahead and grab Mr. Harpster. Moves us along to item B, which is resolution number 4619 and ordinance number 4778, authorizing the interim city manager to execute the purchase and sale agreement to purchase parcel number 1153-50010 and amending the 2025 to 2026 capital projects budget. We got you, Deputy City Manager Sigdell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Evening Council. This is an approximately 3.9 acres of property that would be a future site for Harris Road overpass, Road 108 overpass. It's a project that has been in our capital plans for a long time. A project that is supported by many traffic studies, essentially to connect the commercial area, the 2B commercial area with existing residential area, similar to Road 76 overpass. Overpasses are critical for our city given that we're bisected by a freeway and ensuring that there's not critical choke points in our interchanges, which are a lot more expensive and require a lot of coordination with WashDOT to build to begin with. We are extremely preliminary in the design of the overpass. The Road 76 overpass that we are working on for design that we recently received grant for, we're looking at about $2.5 million. So just to design an overpass costs significant amount of money. This project is listed in our transportation impact fee project list, so that's something that had recently passed. And there's a very small sliver given that this is an out-year project. And we are recommending at this time, from staff's perspective, that we buy the piece of property with this future overpass in mind. And given that we do not have a complete design and all of the contours of what that project will need and require in the future, as there's some interest there to develop this piece of land. As we've had discussions, if council desires to purchase a smaller piece of land, I would recommend that you vote down the motion that is currently there, and staff can restart the process in a different manner.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Harpster.
I think it would be very wise of us to vote this down to do exactly what Ms. Sigdell just mentioned, look at acquiring a smaller piece. Staff said themselves in the staff report, we are extremely preliminary, and I think it would be foolish to spend almost $1.4 million on what may or could happen. My recommendation would be to staff that we purchase a much smaller portion, around 30,000 square feet or so. Looking at the preliminary designs, where we need approximately 10,000 square feet, so around 30,000 gives 3 times the space we need, which should allow flexibility for design as well as flexibility for eventual construction. And I'd also recommend that the seller, if still interested, be responsible for doing that. It shouldn't be up to the city or city staff to complete a short plat or some kind of parcel segregation. So those are some of my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Any further comments? Seeing none, Mr. Mulney, can we get a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4619, ratifying the purchase and sale agreement with Gage Properties LLC for purchase of parcel number 115350010.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. I think this one, given we're already at 6 instead of 7, let's do a voice vote here.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
No.
Councilmember Grimm.
No.
Councilmember Harpster.
No.
Councilmember Perales.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
And I'll go with yes, but it fails 4 to 2. However,
Yes,
you
that
want
is
to count
correct.
that.
Thank you.
All right. With that, does staff need further? Mr. Zabel?
I was going to suggest, council, and I know there's an idea about how much we should negotiate with. I'm wondering if council will be open to staff working with, doing a little bit of consulting engineering work to kind of take a look at what we might need out there and then come back to you with a more defined portion of that parcel, whether that's 30,000 square feet or 1 acre or whatever it might be. And make sure we have enough for the future, because we're trying to hit a target we don't know where it quite is yet on this one.
Yeah, I would, just speaking from my perspective, I would be very much in favor of that. Because to your point, Mr. Zabel, it could be 30,000 or more or less. And once we had some preliminary engineering done, I'd feel much more comfortable spending this amount of money on this kind of purchase. Because again, we're paying apartment dirt level rates, and we don't have an intention of building apartments there. And so, well, like my comments last week, I still understand we need that property, and I again appreciate the forward thinking. But if we did some preliminary engineering, then I could much more easily stomach apartment dirt pricing for that project. Thanks.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do, since we're a little bit over, is anyone oppose that approach? Okay. So hopefully that's enough head nods. Mr. Ferguson, I see you trying to zoom your light in here.
Yeah, so this is a little bit of a new one or odd one. So essentially what's happened is the resolution that the emergency in the ordinance that was based on failed. And so it sounds like you're giving further direction to staff to proceed. So my recommendation on the next item would be for someone to make a motion to strike from the agenda so that you don't have to take action on the next item. That would be my recommendation, or you could actually bring it up and discuss it and then decide to vote or not vote. But I would caution you that a lot of the basis for the ordinance emergency was the resolution.
Okay. You catch that? Yeah, I think if you can strike that, that'd be easiest, unless someone wants to discuss this. I think striking is the best.
Okay, I move to strike the ordinance number 4778, amending the 2025-2026 biennial capital project budget. Do you want to read the whole thing?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously.
Thank you. I'll sleep much better today.
All right. Hey, that's what we're here for. We'll get you a pillow next time. With that, that moves us along to item number 7, which is adjournment. We are adjourned. Communicates. Welcome to the City of Pasco City Council Workshop Meeting of Monday, June 23rd, 2025. We've already done our roll call, so we're going to go ahead and we don't need another roll call on this one, correct? That's what I thought. Let's roll into verbal reports from council members. Anyone have anything they'd like to share? I'll kick us off. Today I attended the Hanford Area Economic Investment Fund Advisory Committee. We are actually transferring some of those funds over to Tridec to help smaller businesses and potential grant funds. I will say we've had some great successes throughout HAFE's run. The Port of Pasco is able to utilize some monies to purchase the ground for the Ryman Center. If you're not following along, that's pretty significant to the industrial development of the city of Pasco. Thanks to our partnership there with the port. And the city also has been a beneficiary of some of the monies that it's been able to use in leveraging for the land acquisition. Then the other thing that I attended was the, I think this was last week, Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, attended the graduation ceremony. That was last week, right? Okay, thank you. Graduation ceremony from our Pasco Police Academy. There were, I believe, 32 officers. One of ours was graduated, Officer Rodriguez, I believe, right? Rivera, I apologize, sir. Very great meeting, Officer Rivera. His family was very supportive. It's always great to have folks in our community come and serve our community. So that's what I've got to report. What else did I do? Oh, yeah. Apparently, thanks, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Also, with Mayor Pro Tem, did the Breeza Heights, which is an apartment complex right off of Burns and 100, right next to that Sinclair, did an opening ribbon cutting. It's certainly beautiful property. They had some pretty cool amenities. They had stuff like a dog park, a splash pad, pickleball court, so pool, you know, some really good. They have this interesting trash service that could come right to your door. So I guess for anyone looking at apartments, that's one of the nice new facilities that we have. It's nice to see folks building here in Pasco. Anything else? Mr. Grimm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended with the Mayor Pro Tem the, make sure I get the name correct here, the Wheelhouse Events ribbons, ribbon cutting ceremony there, just in my district down there on the port and near the barge slip, and just kind of what the family has done there with the old restaurant and modernizing it, and It looks like the rates are pretty affordable for what's really a nice venue for people to rent out on the water. And so that was really good. And then also on Friday, I attended the BFCOG meeting, where really the only action item we had was a big one. It's approving the 5-year comprehensive economic development strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Seeing no further lights, that moves us along to item number 5, which is our items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. If you're not familiar with this process, there's an opportunity as we discuss these next 3 items, A, B, and C. For public input, there are up to 2-minute conversations per side, either pro or against. And so there's a total aggregate of 8 minutes. You can't cede your time, but this is the opportunity. I'll call for public comments after we discuss it. So the first item, item A, is discontinue fluoridation in drinking water communications plan and timeline. City manager or interim city manager Zabel.
Thank you, and good evening again, Mayor and Council. So following up on the Council's discussion and direction that you provided at the June 16th meeting, and our need to maintain compliance with WAC 246-290-460, we put together a communications plan, which is an attachment to this agenda report. And that communication plan talks quite a bit about means and methods by which we might be able to get out there the message to the public. The council's considering the discontinuation of fluoride in drinking water. That decision to discontinue needs to be preceded by 90 days of notice to the public. So the communication plan talks a little bit about a number of different means: TV, radio, social media, mailers, use of our billing system. We can put a message on the bills, and I think we talked a little bit about this previously. There's also a kind of a classification, if you will, of system users that may not get a bill. You know, those folks that might be in a mobile home park or that may rent an apartment in an apartment complex where there's a master meter. So the manager of the apartment maybe gets a bill, but each of the residents don't. And so we need to think about how we might get that information that council is considering this. And so, as I mentioned, a couple things we probably need from council tonight is your comments or thoughts on the communications plan. If there's things in there you like or don't like. I think we're working backwards. We need probably an idea of council's goal. When do you want to be able to be at a decision point? And from there we can kind of build a schedule with that 90 days backwards in it. And time some, if council wants to have public hearings where the community, and suggested that again at your June 16th meeting, it might be more orderly if we kind of have specified times for folks rather than just whatever meeting they want to come to and take it over, because it's a pretty complicated topic, and it's probably would be difficult for a lot of folks to try to keep their comments within the 3 minutes of a regular city council meeting. So council could certainly limit comments to 3 minutes, but I know some folks and some presentations may take a little bit longer than that. So just looking basically for input from council on how you wish to proceed and what your scheduled date is or goal is in terms of wanting to be able to be at a decision point, and then whether or not you'd want to have some scheduled public meetings so we can kind of work those into a schedule working backwards from when you'd want to be able to make a final decision.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Go ahead, Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll kick it off. Appreciate staff giving us all these, options we have and just going down them quickly, just kind of thinking out loud here. Recorded phone messages, I'm probably not too big of a fan for, just because how many people are actually listening to them. I think we probably all read our voicemails more than we listen anymore. Love the idea of emails, though. Advertising it on our social media channels through the city, I think, is also a great idea. I like the idea of an online survey, as long as we could, I guess, keep it to just residents of the city of Pasco, or we're going to get people from all over the nation. I'm not sure if we can qualify that, or prove in a way that that's where they're coming from, because this is really about our constituents. So that's the only reason I'd steer away from that. And then, public hearings. I think the public, wants to speak about this. I think, just as we've heard already, I think a couple of them would be a great idea. An advisory ballot, that's going to kick it down the road a ways. And as far as I know there's a large expense with that and everything too. And so, those are kind of my preliminary thoughts. If I go down here, I see staff, gave us some more exhaustive, kind of options for this, as far as make sure it's in English and Spanish, and just giving the public an opportunity to interact is, I guess, where I'm at, just for starters.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Prowl.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with everything Councilmember Grimm initiated here right off the bat. My only concern was just, I hope the information we put out is more neutral in tone. After reading the staff report this week, I'm not sure who put it together. I kind of felt like the anti-fluoridation section seemed a little bit more hedged and qualified. I looked at words like phrases suggested, however, further research, while like the pro side seemed a lot more prominent. So I'm not sure who's reviewing this, but I don't want us to be accused of putting a narrative out there that's more bent towards the pro. I think I would be more in favor, if we're going to have this discussion and debate, for the information to be as neutral as possible, reviewed properly, so that we're not like we're putting our thumb on the scale. That would be my 2 cents. I think any social media platforms we use will be beneficial. Perhaps put it on some of the new billboard, the digital reader board signs we have, take the survey, things like that. I think that would be great. Perhaps put in the Tri-City Herald, but I think they only put out it twice a week, Wednesday and Sunday. So, a lot of people still get the Herald, so I think that would be good. I think they just put out an editorial this past week, so I just think we got to do our due diligence in regards to outreach, and again, so that'd be my 2 cents. But I think the wording needs to be more neutral. So,
thank you. And I believe I saw a head shake on the Wednesday, Sunday publication. Yep, double head shake. Great. Thank you for that confirmation, Mr. Harpster.
A few different comments. One, I appreciate the timeline that was provided in the staff report. I would be good with that. Would put us at a decision point somewhere around late September, early October. To Mr. Grimm's point, I think we can, in my opinion, we scratch the recorded phone messages, and that looked to be one of the most expensive option. For the same reason, I don't listen to recorded messages, and there's, I think, more efficient ways to get the message out. As far as public hearings and stuff, one of my initial thoughts was I don't want to have additional separate meetings just for this item. We have public comment every single week, both workshop and regular scheduled meetings. And I hate to bring it up, but I know a couple years ago when council was discussing marijuana, that became such a hot topic that it almost distracted from the other business at hand. And so maybe look to Mayor Pro Tem Milne, Mayor Serrano's experience on whether that was a distraction or whether we should have separate meetings. If it does become such a huge distraction based on previous items they've got experience with, then I'd be open to maybe hosting some open houses or meetings specifically for public comments on fluoride and nothing else. But what I don't want is some of those meetings, 2022-23 went till 11 p.m. at night, and 15 minutes so it was city business and the rest was just comments and discussion. And so I want to hear all that, but I'm not sure if a regularly scheduled meeting is the appropriate place or not.
So I'll respond to that, even though typically we don't do that, but you asked the input, so I feel it's okay. It definitely, the issue took over a lot of meetings. So I'm with you. I think this is going to be an issue that's hotly contested, and I think it's worth having workshops. We did that for a lot of the design work when we were kicking off various plans for parts of the city, like the downtown master plan. We hosted some public meetings. People had the opportunity. Obviously, there were more choices other than yes and no, so it wasn't just a binary decision, but people had the opportunity to kind of weigh in on some thoughts. So I'm with you. I think it would be worthwhile potentially having those types of meetings. I don't necessarily want to schedule a ton of these meetings where we conduct several items of business and have that overtake other workshop. Unless we have a really light agenda somewhere down the road, I'm fine kind of keying it in. Admittedly, I don't know how many I'm going to show up to of those public meetings. So it's just simply put, like, we're going to inform our decision. We'll go how we go. So with that, I do think having, I can't remember what we call them, like not zone-based, but kind of district-based meetings, maybe one or two in different parts of the city makes sense. Just touching on everything else that's been said, I'm with it. The expense of the recorded phone messages, we could probably cover some of the OT that staff might need. If we were to host, something at the Hapo and something at one of the libraries in downtown. I think really that's the one thing that I see as an added service that we could probably scratch. That looks like the rest. Again, with the public hearings, I don't know that we necessarily need a public hearing. I think having meetings, again, community engagement meetings, I think are adequate. I guess technically the public hearing is a requirement if that's what that intends. I understand that's maybe a requirement for the code, and if that's the case, then I'm all for that. I don't have anything else to add. I see Mr. Grimm, you're letting.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Go right.
I'm going to slide to Mr. Milley because I haven't spoken on it yet.
Yeah, I mean, I personally believe, I know the marijuana issue is a big one, but that's kind of like a very hot topic. Fluoridation or not is, to a lot of people, really isn't that big of a deal, especially considering that the other two cities don't have fluoride in their water. So, I know the council kind of has, maybe we haven't all decided, but I think we should, have a meeting, and maybe we have, as the Mayor Serrano was talking about, we have two events or two open houses, in the city, see how much people actually turn out to that, see what we get, and just kind of try to move this along quickly and then go for the vote. I would, again, try to do it in 60 days or 90 days, whatever the staff thinks is appropriate. But to me, I don't want to have this stretched out, and I just don't think it's as big of a topic as marijuana, and I don't want to put too much time and resources of city staff into this. Want to hear everybody, definitely, but a lot of times when we have these open houses, it seems like we get 8 people or 10 people, and that's my 2 cents. Let's just see what emails we get, see what we get, try not to spend a ton of money on this, and then put it up for vote.
Thank you, Mr. Milley. Back to you, Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I just wanted to just to comment on the timeline too, that yes, I'm also for the timeline. I know the 90 days comes from the Department of Health and their statute or their regulations that they have governing this. And then, the only reason I kind of threw out the idea of the public hearings or something of that sort is so that, we have a lot of other important things we're also trying to do. And so those don't get in the way of every meeting or, bog down some of the other business that we're trying to accomplish at that point too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sprouse. I think if I remember, I attended quite a few of the marijuana public hearings, and it was just essentially a mic, and I think staff just stood there and people came up and talked. So it could be beneficial, but I'm not married to it. If we can do it here, that's fine, but that's essentially all it is the platform. I think they hit record and we just kind of heard both sides. So that'd be my 2 cents.
Thank you. And I'll make one last point and then back to you, Mr. Zabel. What I did hear that I do agree with is if we're going to do an online survey, and this is true about hosting in-person people, I think we need to make sure that we somehow capture the data of who's a resident and who's not. I recall with the marijuana issue, we had a lot of people that were from out of the city that, I mean, quite frankly, I don't care if you live in Yakima, you don't have an opinion on what happens in Pasco unless you're speeding or your car catches on fire and you need our emergency services, right? But when it comes to our day-to-day life, you don't have a vote here, and I equally don't have a vote to say what happens in Seattle, Yakima, pick any other jurisdiction. So if we're going to do it, we're going to need to make sure. And I mean, the tough part about either is someone could make up an address or whatever, but hopefully no one's going to that much trouble over fluoride. But that said, I do think having it culled down to people who are residents of the city who are going to be impacted would be helpful. Mr. Zabel.
Yeah, well, just on that issue, I think the first question of the proposed survey kind of gets at that, something along the lines of, do you or your dependents live, work, or attend school in Pasco? So, yeah. But the other comment I wanted to make about the recorded phone message, so that's the quickest way to get to all of our utility customers. So we could do it with the mailer or the bill, the message on the bill. But that's a four-week process if we hit it just right, because the bill is split into two, to where half the accounts go out 1 month and the next month the other half of the accounts go out. So depending on when we hit that, could impact when everybody has notice. So that was one of the reasons why the recorded phone message piece got out there, so we could get everybody that has a utility account notified at exactly the same time, or at least within a few days of each other.
Gotcha. I think, if that's our quickest way, I'm not hot on spending extra money, but it sounds like it's money worth spending. Anyone, Mr. Grimm?
Yeah, I would also not be opposed to that for the reasons our interim city manager stated, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Anyone oppose it? All right. Sounds like you got a head nod on that option.
And I think we have sufficient direction on what council supports and what methods probably aren't necessary.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure our future city manager is going to enjoy walking into that one. With that, we'll move on to item B, which is overview of payment transaction fees. Deputy City Manager Sigdell. Sounds like it's on you.
Thank you, Mayor, and evening council. This is an introduction to the credit card fees, essentially online payments, I'm going to say, because it does include ACH, which would be a direct withdrawal from your payment or your bank accounts as well. Over the years, the primary area where we utilize online payments the most is our utility payments. You have significant amount of customers. The bill is on a monthly basis, and so every month there's 20,000 plus transactions happening, and so that's your biggest area where you're paying for services to provide online payments. We just in the utility side, we have about 25% of our transactions where we're withdrawing via ACH, and the rest of that, 75% about, are paid via credit cards. We have a payment processor called Paymentus. Their contract with us ends at in November of this year. And I remember when I first started with the city changing a payment processor, and it is quite a transition. And the reason for that is because it disrupts what some people just have a credit card in there, it charges every month, have their bank account in there, and then they are not really paying attention till they're in arrears. And so it is quite a bit of work to do transition of payment providers. However, recently I've heard that they've made that process much smoother, linking kind of transactions so that people do not have to make those changes again or set up their accounts again. We are, there's a lot that has changed since we picked the last payment provider. And one of which is that our utility billing system has changed. And also in the industry, what we're seeing is a software comes with its own payment provider, which didn't used to be always like this. They would be connecting with others and allow for, let's say, our Track It, which is our permitting system, to connect with Paymentus, which happens right now. But now there's a lot more exclusive access to the software. So we're seeing a lot of different softwares have different payment providers because of that reason. But the key impact, financial impact to the city, are really in two areas. One is the utilities, which we do provide online payments, and one is for permit fees, which we're looking to provide online payments. And as council remembers, as we were talking with our development community and asking them about how we can provide better customer service to them, online payments and online applications was on the top of the list. What is happening right now is either somebody's having to send a check, put it in the mail, wait some time, receive their permit, or somebody's having to come to the city hall. So that's a lot of labor, gas, to come all the way to the city hall for, if it's a really large permit, maybe that's worth it. But if it's a smaller permit, you might be spending a lot of time just on staff labor. So that was a big thing. We've been working on figuring out how we can utilize our current permitting system and integrate it with an online payment system. Our team has been working diligently, our IS, Information Services team, and our CED team, and we believe that we would be ready to roll it out in the next 2 to 3 weeks. However, our current codes read as such that essentially does not really address how we handle credit card fees or any online payment processing fees, because a large part of our expenses have been in the utility realm, and there's advantages to incentivizing people to pay their utility bills online. Otherwise, you'd be dealing with, I don't know how many people have checks now, but let's say that, people had checks and they wrote it. It cost a lot to process that. So we want to incentivize people to pay online for such a routine, but a smaller amount as much as possible. On the permitting side, you have usually bigger checks and they're less frequent, so it's not a monthly bill. The model for how the cities handle this cost is all over. So it's really up to us on how we want to handle it. But there are cities that just absorb the cost. There's no limits to the permitting fees, how much they can pay with a credit card. There's ones where they have a limit. So if it's more than $5,000, let's say, then you have to send a check or do it via ACH. They pass on all of the cost. And council was also interested in knowing how much are we spending on payment processing fees. So overall, at this time, you're looking at about $530,000 annually. And as our accounts grow, as our transactions grow, that is without permit fees. So as your permit fees transaction, once you fold that in, that's going to get a lot bigger. Just talking about what exists right now, that $530,000, because large portion of that is utilities. Our utilities funds reimburse that cost to our general fund. And so our water, sewer, ambulance ratepayers are essentially paying for that service via the rates. For our permit fees, all of that would be general fund, and my estimate was around $160,000, I believe. That would be impact of absorbing all of the fees for what I will call non-utility payments, because there's really those two criterias, utilities and non-utilities. And that's really based on some of our prior year's transaction, assuming that 25% will pay via ACH and the rest will pay via credit cards. There's a lot of people who will pay via credit card, especially if it's a large transaction and there is no fee. because they earn points on those credit cards. So there's a lot of variance on where we think it will go. The question in front of council that staff has is looking for your discussion and your guidance on how we want to handle the permit fees, the online payments for the permit fees. It will cost around 2.75% for transaction of the permit fee if it's a credit card, or I believe $1.1 per ACH transaction. That's a decision that we need to make and make changes to our code in the next month. And then we have another decision that we're proposing be down the line in November. If we choose to change our provider, there's an opportunity there if you want to change the model for passing on some of the costs for our utility customers as well. For example, if you chose to say if you draw it from your bank account and it's an ACH transaction, it's free. If you pay with credit card, then we pass on that cost. That's a model that exists. It doesn't save as much money as one might think, because what will happen is most people will then migrate to ACH, which is not free either, right? So it's a lot of transactions happening on a monthly basis, but it's a model that we can do. However, changing it now is going to be essentially a waste of time and a lot of confusion for our customers, because we're going to be working on that transition, and then our contract will end, and it will get us in a spot where maybe we're stuck with this payment provider when we don't want to be, and there's other better options. So at this time, we're looking for two things. One is, how would you like to handle the permit fees? And the other one is, are you okay with us not discussing the utilities, changing the utility online payment fees at this time, and we bring that back to you sometime in October?
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Sigdell, for bringing this back to us. I just, in almost a year in review here in June, and I just think about really all the council goals and agendas that you have worked on and brought to us through permitting, and, you know, even before we were blessed with Miss Miller down there at the end, and, you know, all your hard work in community and economic development, just with our mobile trucks and just so many other things that you've brought before us. I just really appreciate it. And this is one just really I wanted to see just for the savings to the ratepayers and the taxpayers. And so I do have one question, and then I'm happy to share how I feel about this too. For the non-utility payments, you said number 3, absorbing ACH fees while passing on card fees with an estimated annual impact of $7,000. Is that just the savings, or is that what we would be passing on? I guess I wasn't sure how to read that.
That would be what it would cost us. So
Okay.
I counted transactions of, you know, how many permit transactions did we have last year? And there was about 7,000, a little bit less, but I extrapolated it for maybe a little bit more in the future. And if we absorb that ACH fee, it would cost the city about 7,000. So we're essentially incentivizing online payment by taking on the ACH fee. There's also a psychological element to it, which is you're taking it out of my bank account. Why are you charging me this? I mean, there's people who feel like that. And so taking that away might be a policy decision for council to consider. But it would cost, to allow for our customers to not pay for ACH fee, it would cost the city $7,000.
Okay, thank you. One more follow-up question before I really chime in here. As far as the fees and everything for the non-utility customers, do we ever have an issue with bounce checks? is there, and I'm not talking the ratepayers for utility payments, but the non-utility payments. And the reason I just ask is I know there's services out there that will run a check as like a debit card that costs about $1 a unit. And I was just wondering if we do get a lot of bounce checks, if we've considered that option also.
Oh, we've not, of course, we received some, but not in a volume that has been challenging to address at this time.
Okay. So I think just kind of where I'm at on this is, of course, we don't want staff to have to start digging through wrestling checks out of envelopes and preparing deposit slips. That's not the idea of this at all. I guess I'm just going to throw mine out there. First of all, I think you're totally right. If we're switching this up in November, we shouldn't, there's absolutely no reason, at least in my mind, that we should be doing, this should be, done all at the same time and everything. But I think that the ratepayers should not have to pay more. We're basically just pulling two cards out of our pocket. One is our debit card, one is our credit card, and I get it. One's actually a checking account and a routing number. So I would be for absorbing the ACH fees, but passing on the credit card fees for, like you said, to incentivize people to still pay online, because that is a huge labor push to open up, fill out deposit slips and all that, but yet would save $250,000 on the bottom line. I don't think it's the responsibility of the ratepayers and the taxpayers of the city of Pasco to allow people to get more miles for their credit card and everything. I don't think that's our business at all, and it's for that same reason for the non-utility payments that I believe we should also pass on the credit card fees. But I guess I'm amicable. I would be for absorbing the ACH fees, because again, as you stated, it makes people say, hey, you know what, I'm going to pay to use my checking account. So I would, my position is to take the same position on both. Absorb the ACH fees, pass on the credit card fees, and yes, as you also recommended, wait till November for all of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Prowse.
No, I agree with Councilmember Grimm. That was the same sentiment that I shared in my notes. Can you give an example of permit fees, I guess, for non-utility with a 2.75 pass?
It would be any building permit fee, plan check fees, anything that is related to development.
Okay, so like $100,000.
It could, it could be. It includes school impact fees. It includes.
Okay.
So it can get up there.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Harpster.
I was just going to say ditto to Mr. Grimm's lengthy comments.
Mr. Milne.
Same here. I thought it was well put. So I would, as a business owner, I'd also agree with Councilman Grimm.
I guess I'm somewhat off here because I think all fees should be consumed by the consumer. So, Mr. Ferguson.
Well, to that point, I haven't had a chance to fully dig into this, but one of the concerns that we would have to analyze is making sure there wouldn't be a gifting issue related to a specific ratepayer. So that'd be something we'd have to analyze, but that's the first time looking at it.
Okay.
I was just going to add, I know like when we pay our property tax bill, it's the same thing, I think Josie Kelser charges us $1. It's $1 flat fee if we do an ACH versus like the 2.75 or 3%. So I would assume it would fall under the same statute. And I know there's other municipalities and counties that do the same. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's my only comment. I'm fine with pushing this down till October, November, whatever it takes. But again, I recommend allowing the user to decide to either come in here and pay the same price in gas as their ACH fees, or, I run a nonprofit. We have the option for them to either eat their fees or I eat it. I'm pretty sure you don't even have that option, and I'm pretty sure you don't either, and you don't either, and you don't either. And technically, I don't know that you ever take payment, Mr. Prowse, but for all of those. Yeah, for all those who have some sort of point of sale type service, our customers eat that cost, and we eat the cost, yeah. And I think in this case, I struggle to have the ratepayers being the ones that eat the cost.
So, Mayor, if I'm hearing this right, are you all okay with bringing a change to our code for at least the non-utility payments, so we can roll out the online payments for the permit fees, which you should be seeing in the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, I'm seeing enough head nods that would be the case, and then in October we can address how we want to deal with the utility payments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further on that? Ms. Sigdahl? We good? Okay. With no further comments on that, we're gonna move on to item C, which is a resolution acceptance. Oh yeah, I apologize. I have totally failed to invite the public to comment on items A and B. Do we have any public comment on item A, the drinking water fluoride issue? Going once, going twice, third time. Okay. Back to public comment on this one. Do we have any public comment on item B, this payment issue that we just discussed? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we'll move on to item C, which is resolution acceptance of work for MLB required improvement at Giza Stadium dugout bench additions. This is phase 1B. This is coming from Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is the acceptance of work completed as one of the several phases of improvements that are happening at the Giza Stadium. And we have a location of the project. That's where the Giza Stadium is located. Next slide, please. This work was completed by CMR General Contractors, and we're going to see pictures of the before and after of the dugout bench additions. Also, if you came to our CIP open house at Giza Stadium, you may have gotten an opportunity to tour the facility. Next slide. And you're seeing, so pictures were before in the previous, this is in progress. You're seeing the work happening, the construction of those benches. Next slide, resurfacing of those areas. And then the final product all finished and ready to be used, already being used in this season. Next slide, please. And finally, an overview of the contract, which was a bid award for $45,481. No change orders for this project, and was completed within that construction cost, and it was slightly below the range provided by the design architect. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any discussions on this issue? Seeing none, I anticipate we'll see it. I do have one question, not related to this specific. Last week we rejected a bid related to the stadium. Has there been further conversation with the Dust Devils folks, and can you share any update on that?
Yes, there was. Thank you for that question. There's been further conversation. There was a meeting that happened late last week, and there is a path forward with a proposed revised bid package that provides alternatives, in part based on the feedback or what was the driver for the higher price from the one contractor that bid. So we had some insight on what were the things that were rising the price. So we look at alternatives, and we're generating a set of alternatives that will go in the revised bid package. The plan is to be advertised in the next 2 weeks and have a bid opening 2 weeks after the advertisement, so that it can be quickly brought back for award and construction can happen. Now, we have also identified that the time of construction was a constraint that was also increasing price substantially, much more than had been anticipated. So there is some flexibility there to allow for the additional days in the contract that would allow for a more aligned cost with what is in the budget for the project.
Thank you for that update. Really appreciate that. With nothing further, do we have any public comments on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. That moves us along to item number 6, which is our miscellaneous council discussion. Mr. Zabel.
Council, we have got some input from the community about 4th of July holiday coming up and fire, and I asked the chiefs if they wouldn't mind coming up and just sharing their thoughts and some of their preparations on what we can expect from the two departments, how they're going to be working together over the holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel, Mayor, council members. The police department is gearing up, ramping up. Plans are in place for an active July 4th and the weekend or the days before and after that. This isn't anything new to us. We gear up for it. All hands are on deck that day. We have resources for the parade in the morning, for the event at the Gisa Stadium, as well as the river activities and the rest of the events that will occur across our community to celebrate the holiday. It is an active time for us. We see a significant increase in just calls for service, aside from the obvious fireworks calls that we do get that come in on that day. So traffic control and the preparation for that is taxing on our resources. So we are prepared. We're in a good position. We have good resources and good plans in place, and I feel comfortable about our approach this year to keeping the community safe. As far as fireworks and the enforcement of fireworks, that will be focused on those with the most dangerous fireworks activity, where people or property are in danger. And then, of course, those violations that occur, where our officers can observe them and issue tickets and seize fireworks, we will be doing that as well. So we work closely with the fire department in their preparations, and I think we're ready for a safe 4th.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. And like Chief Roski was saying, we are working together on this. So from a fire standpoint, what we're doing is we're upstaffing. So we have a couple extra brush trucks on hand that we'll have throughout the city. Our deputy chiefs will be splitting the city into 2 to help monitor activity. We also have a regional plan, so that's with all the other fire agencies, the 3 cities and the counties. We went through some specific dispatch protocols and how to dispatch more appropriately. So we really feel comfortable, and we feel very confident that we have the cities secured and safe as much as we can. So we feel very good with this 4th of July. Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I got one. I mean, if there's people, so are we looking to cite people if they are doing, if they're using dangerous and fireworks that aren't allowed in the city? Because I'm glad I moved out of Linda La Vista, because it was really bad the last couple of years. Ever since previous council opened it back up, it was nice to kind of get it out there again and see how people would, act. But I honestly, at this point, from a lot of people that I've talked with and my own personal experience, I almost feel like we need, if not an outright ban, I don't know, I think in more enforcement. People out there getting tickets and then setting the tone. Because I'd hate to just take it all away, but with wildfire season and all this stuff, you guys are already taxed to the limits with your resources. Something has to give, and so that would be my only thing. If I hope we're actually writing tickets if people are actually, and we have evidence of them breaking the law.
Yeah, so our posture won't change from years past. Those violations that we can write tickets to, that we can catch, but just like as in years past, the focus will be on those fireworks or those issues that are most dangerous. We aren't seeing an increase in fires during the 4th or people being injured by fireworks. So our focus will be on those things to make sure that doesn't occur. But yeah, as you'd mentioned, our resources are tasked and maxed on that day. Simple to say, more enforcement, but you only have so many resources, and the obligations are there. We have to be in a ready posture as well. That's not uncommon for that weekend to present violence to us as well. So we need to be in a position to pivot to address violent action and calls for service that occur.
Thank you.
Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I know, as you know, Mr. Roski, I've done quite a lot of police ride-alongs on the 4th of July. I do love it. I'm going to do one again this year. I will say that it was phenomenally hard to catch people. I mean, I'd be riding with Pasco, we'd see this stuff going off. We'd turn the corner, he'd fly down the road, hit the corner, and they were gone. I mean, you see seats, the chairs, drinks on the sidewalk, everybody's gone. I was shocked on how many people could run that fast or get away that quick. I mean, it happened over and over and over again that whole night. So I guess my question to you would be, and I realize it would be difficult to have like unmanned cars or not unmanned cars, but unmarked cars. But is there anything? Because I mean, again, it seems like people have a sense when a cruiser's coming down the road, and they're assuming that's Pasco PD. And by the time you hit the lights again, we never caught one person the whole night, and it was again quite a shock that people are watching, or they're really, when they're doing the legal stuff, they're really very vigilant of, they know it's wrong, they're doing it anyway, and then they scatter. So
And we will have unmarked vehicles out, unmarked resources as well. However, they aren't just focused on people committing fireworks violations. There's drunk drivers, there's activity, other things going on that are, we put in a priority response that the most dangerous to the public, drunk drivers, etc., we will be responding to first. But those undercover vehicles and those undercover officers will and have, same posture as in years past, we do catch people with those undercover approaches and stuff. But you're right, it is difficult. And then the time that we have to put those resources in, do we need to be putting those at traffic control, monitoring the Giza Stadium, the riverfront? We still have a downtown corridor and a whole city that is celebrating in a lot of different ways. So again, directing our resources, we have them all, everybody's in service that night, everybody is working those days. Both of our lieutenants will be out. It's a busy time for us.
Okay. Well, thank you. I do remember last year when I was riding, the only person we caught was a guy that was shooting his 9mm into the ground, and the amount of police that had to attend that, get the interviews, and then arrest the guys. I mean, it took a couple hours to do everything. So obviously that was 4 vehicles that couldn't be patrolling neighborhoods. So I'm just saying, I do realize there's people that are drinking, doing crazy stuff, but a lot of times that's what causes all the police attention, and then people get upset that there's nobody when the guys are shooting off the fireworks. So it was really interesting to actually ride along with you guys, see what is the priority. Obviously, a guy with a gun is a huge priority versus the kids shooting off the legal stuff. So I do want to commend the Pasco Police Department, and just say there's a lot more different circumstances why you can only attend so much when you get alcohol and fireworks and guns and all that kind of stuff out there. So again, just thank you, and just letting you know it's a lot more complicated than I thought it was.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to take the opportunity to tell both the chiefs thank you. Chief Roski, you used the term taxing on your crew, and I know this is kind of a big push for them, that weekend for both of your crews. And so just wanted to say appreciate the service of all of your teams, and thank you. And hopefully they're all able to get some rest at the end of the day. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Rice.
I just want to take the opportunity to promote our Grand Old Fourth celebration, which will be out at the Giza Stadium this year, and encourage those that are using fireworks at home to maybe come out and attend our celebration. This year we've partnered up with Giza Stadium to expand our event, which will include a battle of the bands. 4 local bands will be battling it out. So instead of our normal start time, we'll be starting at 6:30 p.m. Concessions will be open this year at 7, and then the battle of the bands starting at 7:30. Every half an hour until the fireworks start. And then also just want to say a quick thank you to our sponsors, Edison Valario at State Farm and Renewal by Anderson Windows. So please come on out and join us on the 4th for that at Giza Stadium. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Mr. Zabel, do you have anything else?
Just one other thing, of course, this is a double plug, AWC this week, and then part of that is there's a transportation committee, legislative committee tour of some public works projects across the Tri-Cities, including in Pasco. So they're going to take a look at I-182 Broadmoor interchange improvements and the Court Street roundabout, some things like that. And they'll be leaving from Three Rivers Convention Center. So I think that's on Wednesday, is that right? Tomorrow. There we go, tomorrow. And Director Sarah will be representing the city on that, talking about those projects with the legislators. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I did brief the mayor and city manager is able that I would be bringing this up tonight. It was a piece of legislation during the this past legislative session in regards to public safety funding and different tools. And so essentially HB 2015 passed, and now it allows cities to adopt a 0.1% sales tax increase, which would be dedicated to police, safety, fire, EMS, and justice services. And so I wanted to gauge the interest of this, of our council here. This is something we can task our staff to look into. It's a two-for type of piece of legislation. We also have to be eligible for the grant funding and what have you, but I think this is a good opportunity. I know we've talked about dedicated traffic units, expanding our fire departments as we grow. I think this is a tool in our tool belt, and I think we should use it respectfully and carefully, but the sales tax is, in my opinion, is more equitable, even though it is regressive to people who don't have a lot of disposable income. However, they all use the same services that we're talking about. So I would just like for us to kind of be proactive and look to perhaps getting staff involved and start kind of workshopping this for us.
So I know you're asking for kind of some head nods. I'm open to looking into this, or excuse me, having staff look into it. I don't know. I think my comment to you earlier was I don't know what our timing is as far as where it falls in our list of honeydews and hot sheet lists, but I think it is something worth looking into if there's an opportunity for helping our budget out, which is tight, especially in some of these areas. So I support Mr. Milne.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, as a business owner, the more you increase taxes, then people go to other cities that are less across the river. So, again, I'm all for fire, all for police department, 100%. Obviously, once it adds to the sales tax, it never goes away. It'll always be there. Again, you can have a look, but again, unless there was something dramatic, I would be a no. Again, it's so difficult when things cost cheaper on the other side of the river than in Pasco, and we already have difficulty of sometimes getting people even into Pasco to buy from our stores. So I don't think we need to have less revenue. I know it's just 0.01%, but again, it all does add up, especially when you're talking a table saw or a drill press, and people go to Amazon and get stuff. And so I'm just saying it's very challenging for a business owner and a councilman to say, hey, let's keep taxing when we are the highest out of the three cities. And that's my 2 cents. And you guys can do what you want, but I would probably be voting against a sales tax increase, considering that we've already increased the sales tax for the aquatic center and the other issues. So that's my 2 cents on that.
I appreciate that, and again, I think at this point, unless I misunderstood, the goal is to look behind the curtain, get some analysis, and determine whether or not it's even viable or helpful. Let's go to you, Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I would be in favor of Mr. Prowse's request to just get some more information and learn more about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wouldn't be opposed to getting more information, but for the same reasons the Mayor Pro Tem listed, I would likely be a no as far as anything added to the sales tax or the property tax is pretty much with us forever, and I don't think that's the best direction to go, even though I'm very pro-police and pro-fire. Thank you. And also one last comment. We did not vote for the aquatic center. That was by vote of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. So it sounds like you at least have enough interest in gauging that. Maybe just look at the hot sheet, get us a generalized timeline, and then kind of figure out what that analysis looks like, maybe what revenue it could bring in, ensure that we have needs based on what it can benefit, that sort of thing. Mr. Zabel?
We can give you probably a high level at the June 30 budget workshop.
Okay. I wasn't going to commit you to that, but sure, I'll take it.
Okay, and then one more item, and it's in regards to noise ordinance reform. I get a lot of emails from individuals in the community in my district, outside my district, and according to the MRSC, I kind of did some digging on this. Our code's pretty outdated, and it's really hard to enforce it, even according to them. They gave me kind of insights into like Camden, Bellevue, and they use a public disturbance noise standard, which doesn't involve a decibel meter. I think it's time to look at, I know we've talked about this a lot, looking at our codes and updating them. I think this is something that really needs to be looked at. I had a resident send me a video of someone just nonstop right next to their home in a residential neighborhood. It was a good fight, like a minute video, and it was just bang, 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 like with power tools and stuff, which is great. And there's some other issues with that, but no one should have to live next to noise ordinances or noise issues like this. And I feel like I get a lot of them through my emails, and so I want to do my best to address every issue that comes through my email or through a phone call. And so I'm just requesting hopefully a review of our codes and perhaps draft something more in line that has some teeth, that can give our law enforcement the ability to start, citing people for noise complaints and issues. So that was it.
Thank you. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts. As I emailed you earlier, I think that's something that's kind of for me is down the line, especially like weighting some of the issues that we have. I'm open to looking at some of these issues in our code. I have no desire to do so now, given that we'd have to shuffle some. I mean, especially if it was checking into the sales tax increase versus that, my interest would be more leaning towards making sure our budget's as flush as possible. So, from a perspective of asking for assistance or head nod, I'd say sure down the line, but not now. Mr. Harpster.
I was just going to say basically the same thing. Definitely something I'd like to take a look at in the future. But I think we've got quite the workload at this time. And I don't remember what the item was, but sometime recent I mentioned that the noise ordinance part of our code mentions jukeboxes and cassette tapes and things like that. So it probably is due for an update. So is much of our code. So something to probably add to the list, but not to try to get done in the next 6 months or so, in my opinion.
Does anyone have a higher priority? Okay. I think just sit and wait and put it in the shuffle and the iPod shuffle, that is, because that's probably in our noise ordinance too, if it was updated in 2006. But just put it in the queue as something down the line, or just where we go. I do have one item. Sadly, I got this information from a friend in Tacoma. Not from Washington State Department of Transportation. They're going to be here tomorrow night. In case anyone was wondering, they're going to be talking about the Snake River dams at the Pasco Library, the one on 1320 Hopkins Street, from 5 to 8 p.m. Pretty frankly, I'm disappointed that that's how I learned about it, that they didn't communicate to the city. Apparently, they're doing these presentations in Colfax, Pullman, and Clarkston. And tomorrow night, Pasco's open house is at the Mid-Columbia's Libraries branch at 1320 West Hawkins, 5 to 8. I know I've got a jam-packed evening, but I'm going to try and shove a few minutes in there to just say I'm the mayor and I still oppose this. Hopefully council members can slide in for a couple minutes. I don't know how this is going to play out. I don't know what their structure is of the meetings. Apparently there's one that just finished in Colfax, so hopefully we can get some staff there. At least to hear. I mean, I hate to throw more on the plate and not needing to stay for all 3 hours, and hopefully some of us can show up. But so the WashDOT's talking about the Snake River dams tomorrow, 1320 West Hopkins Street, 5 to 8 p.m. for anyone interested. Seeing no further lights, that leads us to our favorite part of the evening. It is 8:08 p.m. and we are. Oh wait, sorry, just kidding. Executive session. There's none listed. I don't hear a need for a second one. All right. With that, it's still 8:08, and we are now on to item number 8, which is adjournment. We are now adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Pasco City Council. We're good? Okay. Good evening and welcome to the Pasco City Council meeting. The council thanks you for being part of our city government. At meetings, the council takes formal action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meetings video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, if I could get a roll call.
Councilmember Barajas,
Present.
Blaisdell,
Here.
Grimm,
Here.
Perales,
Here.
Milne,
I'm here.
and Harpster and Serrano are excused. 5 council members present, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Much appreciated. If we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Well, that moves us on to the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by roll call vote as one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by council members, the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. So we have A, which is approval of meeting minutes for June 9th, 16th, 23rd, and June 30th. We have bills and communications approving claims in the total amount of $8,419,368.36. Resolution number 4620, acceptance of work of MLB required improvements at Giza Stadium, dugout bench additions, Phase 1B. We got Code Enforcement Board reappointments of Dwayne Spear and Daniel Galetchuk. I got E, which is HAPO Center Advisory Board reappointment of Jennifer Kolinsky. We got F, Historic Preservation Commission appointment of Jay Hender and reappointment of Divy Tate. We got G, Pasco Housing Authority of the City of Pasco and Franklin County Board of Commissioners reappointment of Paul Cook. We got H, which is Park and Recreation Advisory Board reappointments of John Morgan and Mark Middleton. We got I, Pasco Public Facilities District Board reappointment of Spencer Gillek. We got J, Planning Commission appointments of Rob Waits and Austin Crawford, and reappointment of Dana Crutchfield. With that, can I get a motion?
Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
We got a motion by Perales and a second by Blaisdell. If we could get roll call on this.
Councilmember Blaisdell,
Yes.
Grimm,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Barajas,
Yes.
and Milne.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you. So move on to number 5, which is proclamations and acknowledgements. I'm not seeing anything. Which leads us to number 6, which is public comments. The public may address council on any items unless it relates to the scheduled public hearing. These items is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of the city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or for the purpose of questions with the expectation of an immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberate process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed at staff members who have access to specific information. Citizens' comments will be normally limited to 3 minutes by the mayor, and there's a clock up there. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and city or county residency into the microphone before providing your comments. So with that, do we want to do the ones online first?
Yes, so Mayor Pro Tem, it looks like Lori Thompson is online, and then we do have a call-in, but it's a phone number, so I don't have their name. But you do have 3 that had signed up for tonight.
Okay, so let's start off with, you said Lori Thompson was the first one? So let's start off with her first.
Lori, it looks like you should be able to unmute yourself on your side. Okay, Lori, how about now? Can you try your unmute button? Mayor Pro Tem, what I can do is take the contact information and try and contact them offline and see what's going on.
Okay. Was there anybody else then that's...
There is a call-in number with a 541 area code as well.
But no name?
No name.
All right. Well, with that, while we're maybe trying to work through this stuff, why don't we have people from the audience? If you'd like to go first. There's a little button there. Yep, now it's on.
Good evening. My name is Amber Wade. In the jungle of Newell, on a warm sunny day, an elephant bathed as he splashed on his way. The water was lovely, the breeze just blew just right, when a small voice called out, soft but full of fright. He paused and he listened. Now what could that be? Then he spotted a speck floating wild and free. He caught it with a care in the curve of his trunk and said, there is life here, as sure as I thunk. A person, he said, on that speck do you live? You're smaller than small, but so sensitive. He placed the speck gently on top of a bloom and promised to guard them through worry and gloom. But the others just scoffed, there's no one in there. That speck is just dust floating through the air. Still, Horton stood firm. There are people, I swear, and someone must speak even when it's not fair. A vulture swooped in and snatched up the flower, then dropped it deep in a field full of clover. But Horton kept looking. He never gave in. He picked every clover again and again. Until, yes, he found it, and loud came the plea, we are here on clover 5003. Still others around him refused to believe. Make noise, Horton cried. Don't give in, don't grieve. The who's banged their kettles, blew trumpets and all. But it wasn't enough. No one heard the call. Then one little who gave a yawp from the back, and that single sound picked up the slack. The jungle fell still, the others leaned in, and last they believed what came from within. They turned to the elephant, noble and tall, who simply said, a person's a person, no matter how small. But Whoville's not fiction. It lives here today in a small park in Pasco, not so far away. For 2 years we've shouted, the pressure is low, but they shrugged it off. They just told us no. They said it's your pipes, it's not on our side. They turned from the problem, they ran, they denied. But still we kept speaking, though tiny and few. And we weren't alone because someone heard too. We needed your help, we needed you all, and you who believed us when no one else would. You lifted our voices, you did what you could because of your listening, because you stood near. The ones who denied us have started to hear. The pressure's not fixed, but the silence is cracked. And we know we were heard because you had our back. So thank you for hearing what others let fall. For proving that voices don't need to be tall. We can be loud without help from you all. Because a person's a person, no matter how small.
Thank you. Do we have somebody else from the audience that would like to speak?
Are you doing your phone thing?
I think we're going to come back to that at the end. We'll see if maybe we get that figured out. But so, Mrs. Maloney.
Is this on?
Yeah, it's still on.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56. Recently, A longtime Pasco resident stated to Pasco City Council, quote, "Pasco is cramming everybody in like sardines in these new subdivisions, and Pasco is building a slum. Council needs to tell its staff on the left what to do instead of the staff telling council what to do." End of the comment. Pasco caters to the developers and to the chosen few and not to the citizens of Pasco. Basically, it's a money grab, a feeding frenzy. With Pasco's CIP budget well over $500 million, how much are we paying the taxpayers? How much are we paying the Kerr Law Group with Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr and his proxies? How much are we paying GMP Consultants with Pasco City Manager Dave Zabel as its senior consultant? Give a total amount paid out to ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins and/or Watkins Endeavor LLC at a rate of approximately $11,000 per month, plus his travel expenses. Provide a total cost for the Pasco Aquatic Center's Wow Factor wave machine, costing anywhere from $22 million to $280 million. List the funds scheduled for a low-barrier homeless shelter for people. List funds scheduled for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for dogs and cats. Provide fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers Hayden Homes for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets. Provide a permit number 404 that allows Pasco to develop and destroy our floodplain. Include all fecal matter testing reports regarding our floodplain water supply. Provide all past and present ULID and LID designs for my Pasco property with start dates and costs. Include all Pasco officials' communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. See my comments and requests to Pasco and Council on 6/2/25 and more, regarding animal control and/or TCAS, theft, animal cruelty, the WSU research contract, Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr's authorization of no due process, racial discrimination, and more. See my files. Provide all federal and state investigations currently underway for the city of Pasco regarding fraud, corruption, and more. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you for that. Do we have anybody else in the audience that would that's here that would like to tell us what they think? Not seeing any. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Staff, do we know if we were able to get any of the people back online?
I think there was a technical issue and she's outside connecting with them on the phone to see if we can resolve the technical issue.
Okay, so let's start off with Celeste. If you could get 3 minutes and tell us what's on your mind.
I don't have anything to say at this moment.
Okay, there's nothing because we can't hear you, so. Okay.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I have nothing to say right now.
Okay, well,
So Mayor Pro Tem, we are having some technical difficulties. Lori is on my phone, so I was going to try her through speaker. If it doesn't work, we've talked about it, but I'm going to unmute my phone, get her to the mic.
Okay, let's try it.
Okay, Lori, go ahead and let's see if we can make this work.
Thank you. Are you folks able to hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Lori Thompson. I'm a resident of West Pasco, and my attendance tonight is primarily concerning the fireworks situation that we have here in town every 4th of July in particular. There are other dates, but primarily one of those battle rockets land right on my feet, standing on the sidewalk in front of my house. So that's my quest, is that we need to address the use of the illegal fireworks in Pasco particularly.
All right. Well, thank you for
And
that.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you for the call in. I know we've got quite a lot of emails as well as far as council members. And in my verbal report, I will mention what I saw when I was out on a police ride along on 4th of July. But I think that's all we have online, correct? So let's move on. And again, we could hear from everybody what they did. So let's start off with members of the council for the verbal reports. This is 7A. Let's start off with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. I'm going to take it back. Last weekend, I attended the Pasco Police Foundation fundraiser, and it was, I don't know how successful it was, but it seemed pretty successful in the silent auction and their live auction. Was very enjoyable. It's probably one of my favorite events to go to that we've had this last year. And then I also did the parade, which it was kind of overcast, but it seemed like the streets were pretty filled from beginning to end. All the kids were enjoying the candy that was being thrown, and then the dancing in the middle of the street before the parade. And then I also did the car show, judging the car show, which I picked a 1965 Impala as mayor choice. And then I finished the night off with, right along with the Pasco Police Department. And I will say that we had a lot of interaction with the fire department, and it was nonstop. I did 4 hours. I started at 8 o'clock and ended at midnight, and it was one thing after the other. And I will say this, they couldn't keep up, police or fire, so they were pretty overwhelmed. But everywhere we went, they were doing the best that they could to get on to the next call and get the solution handled. So I want to say thank you to police and fire for all of your hard work this weekend, probably since before the 4th, and it's probably still continuing. So kudos to our teams for really working hard, and I was gonna say something kind of inappropriate, but they really kicked butt this weekend. So thank you.
Well, thank you for that report. You gonna chime in as well, or?
Sure, I can. Yeah, I also attended the Grand Old 4th of July parade and some of the festivities. It was my daughter's birthday, so some things are a little bit more important. But the parade, as usual, and the festivities, flawless. Thank you to staff, and your staff is very courteous, professional. It just seems like it gets better every year, and it was enjoyment to myself and my family. So thank you to you and your staff, Mr. Rice. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that report. I'm not seeing any of the lights, so I'll comment on it. Did start off with the 4th of July parade. I do appreciate Morales, Blaisdell, and Barajas, and I know Barajas went with the Mustang Club, so I do appreciate the involvement by council members. I did see Councilman Harpster, so I was glad that he was at least there. And then in the evening, it was a pleasure to give the speech since Mayor Serrano was out of town. And I will want to thank staff. I assume it was Nicole for writing a great speech. I did enjoy it. And I did say on the parade, I do also want to echo Paralysis that we are blessed with great weather. I thought a good turnout overall. And I was lucky enough that my wife Nicole and grandchild were in the car with me, and we were able to wave at everybody and have a good time. And then after my speech at Giza Stadium, I did a ride along with John DeLiego, or it was a D'Aquila, yes, sorry about that. I can't read my own handwriting. And we were out till well after 1:30, and I know for myself, I was hoping we'd give more tickets, but it seemed like we were overwhelmed with intoxication, disturbances where people were drunk. I mean, again, it just seemed like, and I guess Washington state law requires you have so many officers for some of these events. They said, like we pulled over a car that was not run with light, or it had problems with the car, and when there's 5 people in the car, you had to have extra officers. So the problem is we would see these fireworks going off. We're trying to get there, but other things, whether it was a car accidents, public intoxication, people tearing out of parking lots, people running without lights on. I mean, it was just one thing after another, and those were priority. But I will say, all the officers we talked to, we did try to keep going back, trying to find people that were shooting off illegal fireworks. A lot of times it was already done, or and we did go off and talk to them, and we must have hit 6, 7 houses. Definitely wanted to do more, but it was definitely frustrating when you get that many calls. You only have so many officers, and everybody's trying their best. And it did kind of seem like people were in competition with Giza Stadium. I was actually kind of shocked. The other fireworks that were going around, as a council, we do talk about these things. I think we're all wanting the best for the city of Pasco. We are wanting police force to clamp down on all this. And maybe that's further discussion on how we get there. But I know with the budget that we have and the police force that we have, we can only do so much. But I did want to give kudos to Pasco Police Department. Again, we were out till, and the fire department. Again, it seemed like everybody was working their hardest to try to do the best 4th of July that we could have. So I give my hats off to you guys, and thank you. So with that, I'm not seeing any other lights. We'll jump to 8, which is hearing council action on ordinances and resolutions related to thereto. I'm not seeing any. We go to 9, which is ordinance and resolutions not related to hearings. So we have A, which is a quasi-judicial, and I'll read it, and then we'll have our lawyer say his. So we got quasi-judicial ordinance number 4779, Diaz rezone from C1 to MU, and Mr. Ferguson.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Again, this is a quasi-judicial matter. It's a hearing or proceeding to render a final decision on the materials that are presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, or privileges of the specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance and fairness doctrine applies, and the hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: A demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties; B, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally; C, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts; D, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff prior to this hearing; and finally, E, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make them known. Hearing none. Are there any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in these proceedings? Seeing none, please proceed.
Well, thank you. We're going to go with Haley Miller as far as going to give us a presentation on this.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you is an ordinance for a rezone of a parcel shown on the screen here that is just south of West Sylvester Street and then west of North 20th Avenue. And this is the northern portion of the parcel shown on the screen that is vacant. And the applicant proposed to rezone this parcel from C1 commercial zoning to mixed use zoning. And this is in compliance with the comprehensive plan designation, which is mixed use commercial. And this project went to a public hearing on May 14th, and the hearing examiner has recommended approval. There were no appeals that were received. And on the next slide, show the land use map here. This is the comprehensive plan zoning. That pink color is the mixed use commercial designation that was enacted in 2023. Then the next slide shows the current zoning of the property, which is C1, and that would be converted to mixed use commercial. And then for all rezone applications in Pasco, there is criteria that is listed on the screen. And when staff receives these applications, we go through and look at the criteria with the applicant, bring it to the public hearing, and then the hearing examiner takes input at the public hearing and verifies these criteria are met. And we have done so in the packet, and the hearing examiner has verified that. And then here is the process where it goes from the hearing examiner recommendation to city council for final approval via quasi-judicial hearing that is scheduled for tonight. So happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Does any of the council have any questions for Director Miller? We got Councilman Barajas.
Thank you. Just a quick question. How many, and I probably read it and I don't know what page, those 130 pages. How many homes are planned to be built on here?
I'm not actually sure of the project action. This is the rezone, so it didn't detail exactly what they were doing on the site in the packet.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Do we have any other? I'm not seeing any. So with that, can I get a motion?
Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 4779, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located near the corner of West Sylvester Street and North 20th Avenue in Pasco, Washington, from C1 retail business to mixed use MU, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
We got a first by Perales and a second by Blaisdell. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Looks like that one passes unanimously. So let's go on to B, which is resolution number 4621, setting time and date for a public hearing for an easement vacation for Big Sky Developers, LLC. And we also have Director Miller.
Thank you. This is a resolution to set a time to consider the easement vacation proposed by Big Sky Developers. And on the next slide, there's a bit of history here. Don't try and read all of that. I will explain it. But in the early 1900s, there was a petition filed by residents in the area to establish a 60-foot road. And then later on in 1910, the road or the easement was established by the Northern Pacific Railway Company. So there's an easement in that area. And then on the next slide, this is the process that staff goes through to determine if an easement should be vacated. And for those of you that don't know, when you vacate an easement, that just means that it's a public easement, but we, the city, are vacating it. We no longer have a need for it. And then that can be returned back to the applicant. In some cases, we can assess a fee. In other cases, if it's just fixing an existing deficiency, we do not recommend that. So we go through the different approval criteria listed on this screen, and we feel this is eligible for an easement vacation and have scheduled a public hearing for August 18th. And the next slide, I believe, shows a aerial photo of the easement. It's a small 3-foot strip that is located on the east side of Convention Drive. So the right-of-way width there, I believe 80 feet is needed total from the center of the line. And so if you follow Convention Drive up to the north, we do not need that extra 3 feet that is on the applicant's property. So that 3 feet has been determined not to be needed, and staff is recommending this be vacated, and the decision and discussion can happen during the public hearing, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have before setting a hearing date. Thank you.
All right. With that, does any of the council have any questions for Director Miller? I'm not seeing any, so if I could get a motion, Councilman Perales.
Mayor, I move to approve resolution number 4621, setting a 7:00 p.m. Monday, August 18th, 2025 hearing as the time and date for a public hearing to consider the vacation of the eastern 3 feet of the easement established by auditors file number 487139, originally granted by the Northern Pacific Railway Company in Pasco, Washington, and a waiver of the requirements for a title report, appraisal of value, and compensation.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilman Perales and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. And all opposed say nay. Not hear nay, so it passes unanimously. With that, we are going to roll on to number 10, unfinished business. And looks like we have a city manager finalist interview process. And we got, looks like human resource director, Sarah.
Actually,
Are you going to do it? Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll take this. And good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. So at your last week's special meeting, as you might recall, staff and the GMP consulting team reviewed with Council the candidate interview process. There's basically 5 parts to that process. Just to review, a tour of the city is one of them. Executive session candidate meet and greet with the council, which will take place on Sunday evening. Followed by a public reception meet and greet. Worth noting that the general public, as well as I anticipate many of our stakeholders and other interested parties, will be at that event to meet the candidates. The following day on the 14th, panel interviews along with a council executive session to top the day off to discuss the qualifications of the candidates. So that kind of gives you a sense of the sequencing there. And then council would take subsequent action regarding an appointment at a time of their choosing afterwards. That's certainly not scheduled at this point in time. It could happen very quickly. It could take a while. But with respect to the panels, when we closed out the topic last week, there were some different impressions among staff and council as to whether there would be 3 panels or 2 panels. And we're back for a quick discussion tonight to kind of settle this ambiguity so we can get this schedule finalized. So the 2-panel option is basically city council and senior staff. And I know there were council members that felt that was the way they wanted to go because there was already an opportunity for stakeholders and other public community influencers perhaps to meet the candidates at the previous evening and provide input to council. Then there's a 3-panel option that we talked about that had some support among council, which would be city council as a panel, the directors as a panel, and then a stakeholders group, which would, members of the public. So the company's experience, I'll just share, has been that the inclusion of stakeholders solely for the purpose of identifying candidate strengths and weaknesses, not to rank them or anything else, of the candidates, can be helpful to decision makers and results in a degree of buy-in on the council's ultimate decision. So that's one of the advantages of having that panel. Again, you do have the function the night before as well. Regardless of whether you have 2 panels or 1 panel, obviously this is the council's sole decision to make. And staff is asking, you have 2 motions to consider. Option A, that it believes a 2-panel option, and option B, the 3-panel. We're looking for some directions so we can finalize this. Any questions?
All right. Well, thank you. We're going to start off with Councilman Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I would be for option A. I was one of the ones last week that talked about the different options and was kind of just at least thinking out loud about it as far as including the stakeholders. And I love the idea of the buy-in and having them as part of the process, but yet it would be really easy for people to feel left out because not everybody's going to be in that group. And so I love the idea of the open house the day before where many of these stakeholders are invited and can interact. But I would be for option A as I think the cleanest and easiest way of putting it of the 2 panels. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Grimm. We got Councilwoman Barajas.
I have a quick question for staff on what we've done in the past. I'm looking at David. Not sure if you recall what the process was when we brought on Adam, but that was a little different. Here we're starting brand new. Can you, Dave, I'm not sure if you were there, but Richa or staff, can someone refresh me on the process we went through when Dave was brought on?
When I was brought on? Yeah, I can.
Well, because Adam's process,
Maria was here.
again, Adam's process was different because Adam was basically already on board. He was the interim.
Yeah.
So he just kind of transitioned in. but the process to bringing in someone new, someone different.
Yeah, and I can give you my experience with it as a candidate. I can't tell you how well it worked. Well, I think it came out with a good decision, but that aside, I can't tell you how smooth of a process it was because I wasn't involved in the internal piece. But basically, there were 3 panels. There was a council and 2 additional panels. And those 2 panels had a mix of department directors and community members, community influencers. The school superintendent, college president, folks like that, Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. That's the response I was looking forward to. I would opt for option B because, again, I'm going to state this, what I said before. It's a community-wide consensus of who is going to help us as council members to run the city when we're not present. Someone that does the hard work behind closed doors. And so I think it's the community that should be involved. Like Mr. Zabel just mentioned, colleges, your school directors, your possibly your school board president, but someone that has a stake in it and someone that has good input to share on why they're participating. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We're going to move on to Councilman Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll be brief. Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Grimm. I thought about it a lot over the weekend because I knew we were going to talk about this tonight. I just don't really see any benefit from it because I did think about, I don't want to leave anyone out. I don't want to get into this whole, I suggest like 4 or 5 people and then half the council doesn't agree and then it just goes back and forth. I think the points that interim city manager Dave Zill made about, maybe having, Superintendent Whitney, CBC, but at the same time, I'll just say it, I don't really feel like we have like the best relationships with any of those entities. We're community partners, but it's not like we talk every week or something. So I'm going to go off of their judgment. I don't know. I don't know what benefit I would get from hearing what they think. I think the community mixer on Sunday is something great. People can come, they can talk to them. I just think at the end of the day, hearing from director heads and talking amongst ourselves, we'll be able to get a good kind of grasp of the 3 candidates and kind of make a decision from there. And so I'm going to be for option A. And again, I'm all for community input. I'm Mr. Community after all, but I just think I'm not really sure what I can glean from having a 3rd panel of community stakeholders and influencers. And plus it's more work on staff because they're going to have to organize it. And, it's not like we have a lot of time here. And I know Dave wants to get back to being retired. So, a little faster we can kind of get information and make decisions. I think that bodes well for us. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilwoman Blaisdell.
My preference is option B. Reason being is this city manager is representing Pasco as a whole. So I think that that's more reason for this person to build relationships with council, the directors, and the stakeholders. They're going to have the relationship with all of those people. And the stronger the relationship they have with everyone, the better city we will have. I think that our stakeholders are really important to the city, and I think that their opinions matter.
All right, I do appreciate that. I know I'll give it to Mr. Perales in a second to do his motion, which one he decides he wants to push forward first. I will say, whether it's Whitney or some of the other members, we do talk to them. We have the social hour. You are going to talk to people. Hey, what's your, and then again, we're always open to emails or phone calls or whatever. So I'm good with both of them. I guess my big take would be, how can we move forward faster? How can we get this done? A lot of times I go with my gut as a business owner, kind of knowing what I would want. Usually kind of get a sense of the person and their qualifications. I think all of us on the council, on the dais are competent enough to do that. But I mean, again, I'm definitely willing to hear from the community, but I don't think it's a necessity in my book. So with that, and I'm not seeing any other Oh, Mr. Zabel.
Just one comment, just in the sake of time. If council were to approve option B, we would want to follow that vote with a discussion on who we invite. Thank you.
Okay. Well, with that in mind, why don't we have Councilman Perales tell us what he wants to do first.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve option A for the city manager finalist interview process.
Second.
Okay, we got a first by Perales, second by Councilman Grimm. So let's do a roll call on this, make sure we're clear.
Councilmember Barajas?
No.
Oh, wait, for
Option A.
option A. Okay, so no. Okay. Blaisdell?
No.
Grimm?
Yes.
Perales?
Yes.
And Milne?
Yes.
Okay, it's 3-2. Passes.
All right. So with that clarified, let's go on to number 11, which is new business. I'm not seeing anything listed, so let's go on to number 12, miscellaneous discussion. Do we have anything by council, or let's start off with Councilman Perales, and then we'll go to interim city manager Dave Zabel.
Perfect. I'll be brief. Just wanted to, I know we talked about it a little bit, and I sent an email last week, a little bit at the budget meeting. We didn't really touch on it, but I sent over that email about the right-of-way vacation policy change. Wanted to see if there's any appetite to maybe have staff work on that policy change based on those merits I presented in the email. You know, it would help out infill. It would increase property tax base. It would increase taxes on the property owner, but it would also provide more property taxes to the city. And, you know, so I wanted to get interest of the council to see if we could move forward with directing staff to kind of look into that, provide the pros and cons at least.
Councilman Grimm, do you have a
No, no, it was on something else. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. My 2 cents is that we maybe bring it up when we have the full council, make sure we have the other two councilmen could chime in and see where we're at with all that. So was there anything else you'd like to mention?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about fireworks. Like you, I wanted to save it for the end though. I also fielded a lot of phone calls and I met with residents this past weekend. I do think we need to look into the merits of perhaps banning them again. It just seemed a lot of people were very irresponsible. We had a record night, and I will say that, you know, I think we're going to get a presentation probably right now or an update. I would rather kind of get an email before seeing it in the news. You know, when I see record numbers, I'm like, well, I kind of wish we would have known more about this prior to the council meeting. But I look forward to the presentation. You know, we have an issue where we're doing more with less, and that's the reason why I brought forward that perhaps looking into HB 2015 and increasing the sales tax, because we do need more officers, we need more firefighters, we need more resources because we continue to grow. Just there's way too many incidents this weekend that could be prevented, and I think there's a lot of small proportion of bad actors, but they cause great big problems for our city within a 2 to 3 day span. We don't got to make a decision tonight, obviously that wouldn't be appropriate, but I think we need to at least have the discussion. It looked like we lifted the ban 6 or 7 years ago based on a kind of a simple search. I do think we need to look into it. If I could just bear with me, I know we get excited when we get a chance to get out early, but I got a lot of different emails from people. I have one from Diana Bellafato off Salem Drive. This is what she had to say. I had an absolute mess in my front yard, especially my backyard, until I saw my driveway. This is so frustrating. Little bits of melted plastic and shredded cardboard, not to mention, I actually take care of my yard, and then the 4th of July happens, and now I have to clean up all by myself. From Jean, over here in the community also, last night sounded like a war zone with explosive sound. It sounded so loud, it sounded like they were right outside my window. I got another individual who said that, her walls were shaking, her dogs were barking, she had to calm them down. I had another person say they had to leave, actually leave, get in their car and leave and drive just out into the country and try not to laugh, but get away from all the noise. So I think it's great that people want to have fun, but they got to be responsible. And you saw across whole Tri-Cities, people are just making really bad decisions. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to do our research, get with our staff, and make a decision here going forward. And I'm a person who was selling fireworks, but we were selling the ones we actually are allowed to use here in the city of Pasco. But you have people bringing in stuff from the reservations and outside other areas. So I'll get off my soapbox, but again, thank you to Pasco PD, Pasco Fire Department for doing a good job. Sorry it was such a record-breaking night. We'll try and get you guys some help and get you the resources that you need. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And since I was here at that vote when we lifted the ban on fireworks overall, I will say that when I was on the ride along, we had a gal call up, was very mad that the kids next door were sprinklers. He tried to tell her that, hey, this is legit. She was yelling and screaming, wanted Pasco PD over there because she felt, that kids shouldn't be running around with sparklers. And I know during the discussion years ago, a lot of it came up was that there was regular stuff that really wasn't worth Pasco PD's time. They want to concentrate more on the illegal stuff, and that's why we allowed the regular stuff that's sold in the city of Pasco to be legit. It's the stuff that's going up in the air. I do feel we should have a conversation as far as how to have more police on this particular day and this evening. I'm all for that. I'd wait to hear if Ken Roski, within the next couple weeks, he's going to give us a report. But I'm saying that it is difficult. We did go back and forth on whether to lift it. And again, if you put the ban, you're still going to have kids with their little firecrackers, sparklers, and you're going to have Pasco PD. And then again, as I said before, there was a lot of other things when you get drunk and you get people with alcohol, partying. That's higher up on the chain. It shouldn't be, but I mean, I guess it should be, but it's, when you only have so much police force, it's very difficult to be everywhere at one time. So definitely willing to have a discussion, but right now I still think I'm going to go off with what Ken Roski has said in the past, that they want to concentrate on people that are shooting illegal. And again, with the amount of resources that we have, I would be for that unless we got a different tone came back from Pasco PD. So that's my 2 cents, but I know Councilman Grimm was next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Would it be more appropriate to add my comments at the end after were they going to make a presentation or talk about it, or?
Were you planning on this evening? Okay. I wasn't sure if you were. Okay. Well, he is Johnny on the spot on that one then. So,
I just prefer to make them afterwards then,
okay.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
And let's go.
I have a quick request.
Okay.
Now knowing that you have your report ready for today, maybe in an email we can get a comparison of what it was before. So I know the ban was in place for 22 years. 2018 is when we lifted the ban. So I'm curious to see what the numbers were when there was a ban in comparison to now. And just an email is perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Zabel, did you still want to?
I was actually going to invite the chiefs up to give their presentations, and then I do have one other item after that.
Okay. Well, let's see what the chief of police has to say.
There we go. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Quick update on the July 4th and the weekend. It took us most of the morning into the afternoon to pull the data, get it analyzed, get it into a report for me. So that's why you didn't get it well in advance. I didn't have it well in advance. So we were a little busy last night as well. So we hit the ground running this morning. This was a priority for us, pulling this data, but other events from last night got us a little bit behind the 8 ball. So apologize for not getting it to you in advance. See if the clicker's working. Just some graphs and some data for you. It was a, whoops, am I missing a, sorry, but again, we just put this together. I'm just going to start with the staffing levels. So you can see that we staffed up for the night. July 4th for us is a blackout day, which means we don't give any of our field support officers vacation on that day. They all have to work unless it's their scheduled day off. Then it would have been overtime to bring them in. So you can just see that we were adequately staffed. We have some lean times and some beefed up times, but then you also have to remember, in addition to 250 calls for service in that 24-hour period, a little over 10 calls an hour, we had 3 major missions and events that we also had to monitor: the Grand Ole Fourth, the Giza Stadium, and the riverfront. As far as calls for service, we saw a slight decrease, I think, from last year, this year from last year. And there's a breakdown of the type of calls that we responded to on that day. You can see, as Pro Tem Milne mentioned, domestics, intoxication, all of the other things that come with a celebration. Definitely busy for us, but I felt that as far as calls for service, the events, we were well staffed and did a good job at handling those. Some comparison and some data you can kind of see from how the calls came in. Calls for service peaked up and on the 4th with 252 calls. Number of fireworks complaints across the Tri-Cities is the next box to the right. You'll see that we were lower than Kennewick, about average with Richland, so it's not just Pasco that's dealing with this issue. And then calls for service by hour. I think one of the things that the data shows us is we have to mitigate all of the events that are going on for public safety. Council members that were out witnessed it. It's not as simple as writing a traffic ticket. You do have to seize evidence. So then you have to determine, are you going to take an officer out of service for an hour or so to go process seized fireworks? So it's just a balance. And what we tried to focus on, the message that I gave our folks was, we wanted to address anything that was obviously dangerous, things that were potentially going to light brush fires or structures on fire or injure people. Those were kind of our focus. And then the rest of our resources were directed amongst those events that were going on the 4th, the 3 sponsored events with the river, Giza Stadium, and the Grand Ole Fourth. I'm sure you have questions for me, so I'm not going to keep going on. I'll field the questions. I think the fire chief is also going to give you an update, so I don't know how you want to, if you want his update now or if you want to ask questions of me.
Yeah, why don't we get fire chief's report, and then we could have questions by council.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, council. I don't have the clicker. There you go. So over here, we just have a couple, broken down into a couple different groups that we'll talk about. Just our planning process, and so how we prepared for the event, our response and deployment, a summary of the incidents, and then the outcomes that we saw. So kind of a little bit of a background on how we planned for this. We did a regional incident action plan, or an IAP we call it, and that included all the municipal fire departments and district fire departments. So we worked together because we realized with the limited resources, I mean, we have enough to properly staff, but there's a lot going on, and sometimes these incidents take more than 1 or 2 engines. So we had a master plan for the whole region. We worked with our dispatch center, which is CCOM, and what we did is we upstaffed that. So they had 2 dedicated dispatchers. Normally there's 1 for both counties. So we had 2, 1 for Benton and 1 for Franklin County. And with that, we had 2 different frequencies, 1 for Benton and 1 for Franklin County. So that helped split that workload. We staffed up an EROC, which is an expanded resource ordering coordinator, which was myself. So I was over it with CCOM. And that position just helps the dispatchers, if large events happen, to help direct where resources need to go in the most effective spot for them to respond to. And then we implemented what's called the Cat4 dispatching. And what that's used for is events like this, where we know there's going to be a lot of calls coming in. We reduce the amount of resources we send to unconfirmed calls. So if it's a confirmed structure fire or a medical call, we send a full dispatch. But if we have a smoke showing, a possible, we'll send 1 resource to kind of scout it out and then call in for additional resources. So again, we're trying to maximize our response. And then just so you know, Pasco Fire was fully staffed. So we have a staffing of 21 firefighters. That includes all the captains and battalion chief. So we had a full staffing that night as well. So as far as our response and deployment, so to give you a little background, our typical shift, which is a 24-hour shift, starts from 8 in the morning till 8 the next morning. We average about 24 calls for service. That includes all fire and EMS calls. What we saw for the 4th and going into the 5th is we had 86 calls for service. 67 of those calls were in Pasco. We received aid, so that's a mutual aid or automatic aid agreement. So if we have Kennewick or Richland coming to help us, we had 10 of those, and then we gave aid to 19 of those, or 19 calls. So that means we went out of our district. One of the things we gave direction to our battalion chief was to make sure that when we're going out, to make sure Pasco is still fully staffed. So we want to make sure that we maintain a full complement of resources in Pasco, and that's where that EROC comes into play and helps direct. If they're calling too many, we help stabilize where resources are going. One of the big things with that too is we don't want units kind of crossing each other, so we try to keep them in their areas. So in particular, if you can go back one more, please. In particular, what I want to look at is that 4 p.m. to 3 a.m. time frame on the 4th of July. So the whole shift, we had 86 calls. During that one time frame of 4 to 6, we had 69 of those, 69 calls there. 51 calls were in Pasco, received aid, 10 calls, and we gave aid 18. So that was a very busy time for us. I think that's probably the busiest we've seen in Pasco for the fire department with that. This kind of gives an idea from that those 69 calls that we had, the event types. So we had 35 natural cover fires or wildland fires. We had 6 residential structure fires, 2 commercial structure fires, 3 vehicle fires, 8 trash can fires or dumpster fires. And then of course we had some other, like a fire alarm, some accidents, and then several EMS events as well. Next slide. So here's a picture of one of the areas we went to actually several times in the evening. You can kind of see that basketball court right there is littered. There was a lot of activity over there, and so that's just an example of our crews out there working. Again, you just had one resource out there, so though we were able to handle all the calls efficiently, we didn't reduce staff, and so we had a little more stress on our crews out there. So our outcomes. Overall, we had 1 civilian injury. It was a very minor injury that didn't require transport. We had 0 firefighter injuries. Of those calls, the 69 calls, 54 were fire-related calls, and 52 of those were directly related to fireworks. So the 2 that were not were 2 vehicle fires that were on the highway. The good thing is with our dispatching and with proper preparation, we were able to dispatch our incidences very quickly with our dispatch center, and we were able to provide a very quick response. Of those calls, it sounds pretty significant as far as the residential structure fires and commercial fires. When we came out of it, at least for Pasco, we had very limited actual property damage, and that's why I want to put the last thing in here: our huge community support. We actually saw, because there's so many people out there, that they actually reported very quickly, and we actually had a lot of people out there with hoses and helping us, so they were putting out fires pretty fast. And so we saw most of those fires that were out of residence, people were putting water on through a hose, bucket brigade in a way, and so by the time we got there, the fire was pretty much controlled. So I just wanted to point that out, that our community had a huge part in our success. And that's kind of a high-level update on fire. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Do we have any council members that would like to make comments? So start with Councilwoman.
Just a quick question. Can we get this presentation, both presentations, emailed to us? Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Grimm.
No, thank you. I just want to thank Chief Roski and Chief Crowley and your staff just for, just Pasco's finest in the blue and the white out there. And I know it makes for a long day and a long night, and it sounds like a couple, our Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman Blaisdell got to attest to that. So really, no, I just wanted to, I guess say thank you. And where some of this comes from, I mean, there is a lot of rhetoric out there. I mean, I heard some, really strong words, and I want to assure the public that we do care about this. This is important. And when we hear words like, completely out of control or that we don't even care, no, we do take this really, really seriously, as I know the chief of police does. And he's a lawman by, it's got to be deep in that blood at some point in this career. So this stuff's really important. But I think, a lot of this comes down to, pardon the pun, I think it's just a flashpoint of a, larger picture in society of, or the fabric of society continuing to be unwoven by people's, I guess, the entitlement mentality we have. People lack good judgment, respect for authority, even respect for God for that matter. And people just don't fear consequences anymore. I think we see that in the amount of red lights that people run and how late, oftentimes you see somebody going late through a light and you think to yourself, wow, that was pretty late. And then 2+2, somebody else is still going through. And so sadly, I think, the mob mentality sometimes sets in on an event like the 4th of July, and people see other people doing it. And sometimes there's like an energy that flows through the crowd and everybody just starts behaving very poorly. And it's very frustrating, I guess, to me, and I know to the rest of us and everything. So Chief, I really appreciate your crews out there, just keeping up the good fight and, keeping our city as safe as possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Councilman Grimm. We got Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I just have one other comment. I started at 8, ended at midnight. By midnight, my anxiety was high. I was super overwhelmed. And the fact that every single police officer and every single firefighter and EMS was calm. They went on to the next call no matter what call. I mean, we went on a fire call. We went domestic violence. We went overdose. We went to car accident with kids. Like, the list went on in a 4-hour period. And they all stayed calm. And I'm like, how are you not losing it right now? And they were as calm, every single one of them, as calm as the beginning of their shift till the end. So all I have to say is it takes a special kind of person to do what you guys do. And you guys see more stuff than I can even imagine. And I've had my fix of 4-hour police calls for probably a good 6 months. But as much as the fireworks are once a year, you guys do this every day. And you guys see this stuff nonstop. So I just want to say one more time, it is appreciated. And I know every single one of your people, our people, are putting their best foot forward no matter what they see. And one thing I really appreciated with Officer Franz is he was more protected of what I saw. Like, he wanted to make sure that he didn't traumatize me in whatever call we were going to. But they dealt with the situation and went to the next, no matter what was thrown in their way. So I just want to make sure that the citizens know that public safety is first, no matter what. So appreciate it.
Thank you for that. I do want to echo that. I know one of the bigger things I got out of it was the officer that I was with, he had to go up and there was about 15 guys that surrounded him when he went up and they were done with the fireworks, but they had just finished. And again, all this group of guys surrounded him like, oh, that's bad. I'm in the cop car and he's out there by himself, but he handled it really well. And it just kind of hit me that, our decisions, other people are having to go out and answer for that, to explain it. And so it just kind of weird when you vote on something and then you see another guy in the fray, in there, surrounded by people. Again, it all turned out well, but, I was thinking, well, if something does go down, this is really bad because I'm in the car and I'm not going to be able to give him that much assistance, me against 15 guys. But it went well and he handled it expertly. And so just another thing I will say, that it's weird when we make decisions and then other people in the police force have to go out there and answer to those decisions that we've made. So it a little bit of eye opener. And again, I also want to echo Councilwoman Blaisdell's comments about how professionalism and how everybody was calm, and I do really appreciate the experience and the opportunity to go out there and spend 3 hours with you guys. It was a good experience.
Thank you.
One final comment.
Okay, we have another comment from.
Just a final comment. I am very sorry that I had to miss it this time. I had family that I needed to tend to, but I'm very curious to organize a ride-along in the near future, just to see how things have mellowed down since. I know your officers have always done a great job at making sure when there's a ride-along that we're well taken care of. I've been on one before, and have seen a lot of what they go through. One thing that we as council members need to consider is that our officers, both fire and police, are always out there exposing their lives for what they do. We need to make sure that the services, we need to somehow fix the budget to where they have the services for mental health and to be able to take care of themselves and their families. So I just want to highlight that now that we've all seen what the officers go through. So just keep that in mind in the future. Thank you, Chiefs.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. And yeah, I look forward to getting a written copy of that as well. And so kick it back to.
And just one more comment. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And that is, we don't have a report on the July 4th festivities in general just now. We don't have the software and the staff to put that kind of thing together. It's Jesse doing it by himself. And we'll have that for you next week, though. And get into kind of the attendance. It was very well attended, very well, council noted, very well executed, as well as sponsorships, which were pretty high, and a lot of support out there in the community. So we're anxious to get that to you, but it's kind of one of these years where when you have July 4th on a Friday or Saturday, it's hard to turn it around by Monday night.
Well, I appreciate that. Yes, that would be difficult. So with that, we don't have a need for an exec session. So it's going to roll us into number 14, which is adjournment. And without anything, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, March 17th, 2025, and happy St. Patrick's Day. It's good to see a lot of young faces in the audience. I think you brought us down to a median age of less than 80, so welcome and thank you. We do thank you for being part of your City Council, for attending this meeting. The agenda packets are available on the small table to the right as you enter under the sign that says agenda. For anyone that's following along online in the ether, www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting's televised on TV, PSC-TV, channel 191 in Pasco, in Richland on Spectrum Cable. It's also on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and previous council meetings, videos available on the city's website. The public may submit their comments, other than outside of the comment time, via the Ask Pasco app, through the city clerk, or through the city manager. With that, Ms. Clerk, if you'll read the roll call.
Certainly. Council members, Barajas. Blaisdell. Here. Grimm.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Morales. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Melny.
Present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am present.
Thank you.
Leaves us all here. If you'll please join me and stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So with that, we do have a consent agenda. That's item number 4 for anyone following along. The consent agenda, all items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine. They're adopted by the City Council in the one roll call motion. There will be no separate discussion for any of these items unless a council member desires to remove and place further along in the agenda. So with that, we have a handful of items on the consent agenda. Item A, approval of meeting minutes for February 28th, March 3rd, and March 7th, and March 10th. Item B, bills and communications, approving claims in the total amount of $3,743,876.74. Item C, resolution number 4575, change order number 3 for wastewater treatment plant phase 2A construction with Apollo. Item D, resolution number 4576, memorandum of understanding between the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the ATF, and the City of Pasco. Item E, resolution number 4577, memorandum of understanding between the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the ATF, and the City of Pasco for the NIBIN Enforcement Support System, or the NESS. Item F, resolution number 4578, memorandum of understanding with the Washington State Department of Commerce and the City of Pasco for participation in the Domestic Violence High Risk Team, the DVHRT. Item G, resolution number 4579, letter of agreement between the Geiger Institute and the City of Pasco for implementation of the Danger Assessment for Law Enforcement, or the DALE, D-A-L-E, model. Item H, resolution number 4580, service agreement between Hanford Mission Integration Solutions, or HMIS, and the City of Pasco for use of the Emergency Vehicle Operations Course. And finally, item I, approve Visit Tri-Cities Tourism Promotion Area Reserve Funding Request and 2025 Work Plan. With that, before I get a motion, do we have any discussion or desire to remove any of these items? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. Can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Grimm.
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
That's a yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. With that, that moves us on to item number 5, which is proclamations and acknowledgements. We do have one proclamation, and I'm stuffing the final envelopes to give to our wonderful students at the Pasco High dance team. So what I will do is I will read. You know what? Let's do this. Why don't you all come up, all the members of the dance team, and I'll come down and read it to you from there, and I'll hand these out to you. And then I know there's a request for a photo op, so if that takes a few minutes, we could take a quick intermission. But I'll come down, and I'll approach you from the lectern. That way I can read it into the lectern. I'll stay here, and then I'll hand it over to you. So on behalf of the City of Pasco, I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Pasco High Schwana. That's the right Schwana? Okay. I just want to make sure it's a different word. Bulldogs hip hop team for your historic victory at the 2025 Dance Team Union National Championship, earning the title of national champions in the hip hop small division and becoming the first team from Washington State to achieve this prestigious title is a truly remarkable accomplishment, one that will be remembered and celebrated for years to come. Your extraordinary performance has brought us great pride and joy to your community, and I'm honored to commend you on your well-deserved success. This is an exceptional achievement. It's a testament to the hard work and the dedication you've poured into your craft and you've truly exemplified the power of teamwork, tenacity, and passion. Countless hours of practice, perseverance through challenges, and an unwavering commitment to excellence have led you to this incredible moment. And you have a well-earned, deserved place among the best. Your steadfast dedication and your ability to shine brightly on the national stage truly exemplify the spirit of Pasco. Your victory not only showcases your talent and the talent of Pasco High, but it also highlights the strength and spirit of our community. You've inspired younger generations by proving hard work and determination anything is possible. And I believe that the Shawana Bulldogs have set a new standard for excellence for teams across this region. As the mayor of Pasco, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to each one of you as a member of the Shawana Bulldogs hip hop team, to your coaches, to your mentors, to your supporters, of course your family. Couldn't do it without them. I encourage you to continue pursuing your passions with the same enthusiasm and determination you currently do. I congratulate you. Thank you for representing the city of Pasco throughout the nation and certainly throughout the Pacific Northwest. I've got letters for each one of you, but I understand the photo op has been requested, so I'll come down. And what we'll do is I'll come down to you, and then the council will stand behind us, and we'll do that, and I'll get you your letters. And then if we need more time, we'll take more time for photo ops. Other than that, you're free to go for the night. So with that, well, that was awesome. It's great to see young people, and as I've always said, it's nice to celebrate success in our community, especially when we get to do it with the youth. So we appreciate them representing us, and we wish them the best over the next few weeks at the state competition. With that, that rolls us into item number 6, which is public comments. The public may address council on any item unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of city council, or to express an issue on an opinion. Its purpose is not to provide a forum for debate. Some questions may require consideration by council, or may require some additional input from staff. So there's no expectation to have an immediate response. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes by myself. You got a timer here to my right. And as you run kind of low, we ask you to summarize your comment. Certainly you can submit a written comment subsequently. So with that, do we have any public comment? And if you can give your name and city of residence for the record, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Thomas Grandbois, Big Maple Properties, 108 North 4th Avenue in Pasco. I wanted to highlight a couple of things tonight. I wanted to highlight some positive things, some positive staff interactions that I've had that I know you guys probably get a lot of, you don't always get a chance to hear positive things. So I wanted to highlight Chad from the graffiti abatement program. The other day there was some graffiti in our alley, and we got a hair up our, you know what, and we decided to go through the Ask Pasco app, which is amazing, and we tagged, I believe, 30 pieces of graffiti within our immediate area, and within 3 to 4 days, Chad had knocked them all out. So I really want to recommend everybody, to all the people watching at home, if you do have graffiti, please just use the Ask Pasco app. It's fantastic, and the turnaround time is incredible. The other person is Park Ranger Steve. He's one man, and he does a great job covering our parks in the downtown. I don't know what we did without him there. His presence is really, really vital to our success. And then the final thing, I know there have been some requests for public records in the past from folks here, and I went and I submitted a public record request for what was provided to them. So Ms. Mahoney, I just wanted to give this to you. This is a print up of what was provided to you, so you don't have to worry about that. So I'll just leave this here for her to pick up in case she has any other comments. So thank you all very much.
That's for you. Do we have any additional comments? Oops, sorry, my mic was off. Ms. Mahoney. Go ahead, ma'am.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56, provide permits for Pasco and Hayden Homes to kill our 8 floodplain American bald eagles, provide a 404 permit for Pasco's floodplain sewer station, give a start date for the floodplain Road 48 Park and for the floodplain LID on Pearl Street, indicate which plan, LID plan or design. What's the total cost for the Pasco Aquatic Center, including Matt Watkins' Wow Factor wave machine, which comes in at a cost of, who knows, $22 to $280 million. Pasco's CIP budget is over $500 million. How much is going for homeless shelter for people with and without pets? How much of the CIP budget is going for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic anywhere? Provide the deleted Pasco City Council meeting with City Attorney Lee Kerr's comments regarding the WSU contract, Angela Zeiler's missing rainy day fund from Animal Control, his permission for no due process at Animal Control, floodplain development, and more. How much money does WSU pay Pasco and Animal Control for our dogs and cats used for research? Animal Control, Angela Zeiler's quoted in the Tri-City Herald, quote, "The dogs euthanized at WSU were the ones the shelter would have had to kill anyhow." See Animal Control Zeiler-Ziegen's files with Bell, Kilo, Jack, and more, as well as WSU Animal Control dog videos. Give Angela Zeiler's rehire date at Tri-City Animal Services. For all details, call Lee Kerr at 509-735-1542. Animal Control has botched many euthanasias, calling it popcorning the dogs and cats. That is, dogs and cats suffer painful and violent deaths. Provide Zeiler-Ziegen's education and certification for humane methods of euthanasia required by the Animal Welfare Act. Provide results for the 48 counts of animal cruelty, theft of $375,000, the missing rainy day fund. See Chambers, Hernandez, Howard, and Angela Zeiler, respectively. Provide insurance policies for Tri-City Animal Services and cat bonds for Pasco. For a list of all WSU dog and cat research providers, call the WSU president at 509-335-4200 and WSU's Dr. Guy Palmer, also of the Paul Allen School of Global Animal Health. He can be reached at 509-432-3385. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment?
City Council members, my name is Amber Wade, and I have lived in this community since 2001. I'm here today to again address the ongoing water issues in our mobile home park at the Sands Mobile Home Park located on 1st and Court Street. Recently, it took me 30 minutes to fill my bathtub. That is completely unacceptable, and it is not just me. Other residents have experienced low and inconsistent water pressures, and we have taken measurements to confirm this issue in multiple homes. Instead of fixing the problem, management is now threatening me with another cease and desist letter. For speaking up, I already received one, and when I reached out to their attorney for a response, they never even acknowledged my email. And I am not the only one. Other residents are afraid to speak up because they fear retaliation. Local politicians have come to the park, spoken directly with residents, heard their fear firsthand. They acknowledge that what is happening is not right, and something needs to be done about it. On top of all of this, this ongoing fight is affecting my mental health, which I have spoken before. I have worked hard to regain my stability, but the constant stress, intimidation, and fear of losing my home are taking a serious toll. This is not just about water, this is about our well-being. No one should have to fight this hard just to be in a livable home. So I am formally requesting that the city step up and send an independent third party to contractor to measure the PSI levels multiple times at different locations with both myself and Bruce Schnabel, the owner of the mobile home park. So we need transparency, fairness, and a real solution. This is not just about me. This is about holding mobile home park management accountable and protecting all residents who live under these conditions. What steps will the city take to ensure that we have consistent water pressure and that the residents like me are not threatened for speaking up? It should not take somebody 30 minutes to fill up their bathtub on any day.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any additional public comments? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we'll move on to item number 7, which is our reports from committees or officers. Do we have any reports from our council members? I think Mr. Grimm, I see a flashing green. We'll see what that does.
I was wondering the same thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real briefly, Thursday night I attended the Benton Franklin Transit meeting and just really heard a report from our CEO, Thomas Droist, about the key performance indicators, and it was a real brief meeting, but I appreciated him challenging himself, his team, to standards there that are measurable and that they can follow up on and just really have some accountability in trying to better the organization. He's, several months in now, but I'm sure still getting his feet wet, but yet he is more comfortable, confident, and I believe he's off to a great start there. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. I'll go with Mr. Harpster because it looks like Mr. Milley's struggling. If we have to, slide my mic over, David.
Yeah, I attended the Pasco Chamber of Commerce luncheon today, along with Mayor Pro Tem Milne and Councilmembers Grimm and Brajas. Outgoing Port Director Randy Hayden gave a presentation on really how the port's done over the last 25 years that he's been there, and certainly exceptional. And they still got a lot of great stuff in the pipeline that I'm sure we'll hear about. That was it.
Thank you.
Now it's working. Okay, yes, last Thursday I did attend the Park and Recreation Advisory Board, and it was a great report, but the highlight for me was the Highland Park. I was a Pasco youth football coach for a while there. So they talked about installing sidewalks, possible walking paths in the future, and then of course a little bit updating some of the landscaping. So yeah, it's just good to see that our youth are being well taken care of, and some of the fields that have been around for a number of years are improving and making them better and better. So glad to be part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. All right, I just know I saw some flashes with mics that weren't working at one point. So with that, it looks like that's what we've got for item number 7. We'll move on to item 8, which is hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. None are listed tonight. That moves us on to item number 9, which is ordinances and resolutions not relating to hearings. We've got item A, which is ordinance number 4764, Columbia Riverwalk Apartments West rezone from I-1 to R4. This is zoning matter Z2024009, and it looks like Mr. Raymond's going to kick us off.
Thank you very much, Your Honor and council members. Good evening. The owners of the property addressed as 2326 West A Street have requested to rezone parcel number 119740115 in Pasco from I-1 light industrial to R4 high density residential. The subject property is approximately 1.38 acres in size. And as you can see from the aerial map, the surrounding area contains a mix of high density multifamily residential along with some commercial and even some single family residential uses. Next slide, please. The comp plan land use designation is mixed residential commercial. As such, the requested R4 designation is allowable and fitting in this location. Under the mixed residential commercial land use designation, the applicant has the ability to develop a residential use in the 5 to 29 units per acre category. Next slide. The surrounding zoning designations vary from R1A2 low density residential alternative district to the north, C1 retail business district to the west, and R4 high density residential to the east. Given this, R4 is a fitting continuation of recent development trends in the area. Next slide. This slide speaks to the requirements on how to evaluate zoning petitions like this, and in consideration of all the criteria, application package, and public comment, staff finds consistency with this criteria. Additionally, the hearing examiners held a public hearing on January 8, 2025, and subsequently recommended approval of the requested zone change. Next slide. At this time, staff is requesting that the City Council adopt Ordinance 4764, amending the zoning designation of the subject property from I-1 light industrial to R4 high density residential district. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments? This hearing? Sorry, Mr. Ferguson.
Yeah, I just need to go through the script real quick for quasi-judicial. So this is a quasi-judicial hearing or proceeding to render a final decision on materials that are presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, or privileges of specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies. The hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: A, a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties; B, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally; whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts; whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff prior to this hearing; and finally, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make those known. Seeing none, any member of the public wishing to seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in these proceedings? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you for that. Do we have any questions or comments of staff by council? Seeing none, can I go ahead and get a motion?
Yes. Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. I move to adopt ordinance number 4764, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located at 2326 West A Street on the south side of West A Street at the intersection of West A Street and South 23rd Avenue in Pasco, Franklin County, Washington, from I-1 light industrial to R4 high density residential, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Then a motion by Mr. Sorry. I got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We'll move on to item B, which is resolution number 4581, fourth amended and restated interlocal agreement with Benton County Emergency Services, BECS. Mr. Ferguson.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So essentially, first of all, I must say I'm very disappointed. I worked very hard on trying to get multiple colors in this document to show you the differences, and they were there, but then they got lost in translation. So anyway, I was. Do you ever? Okay, good.
At least on
I had it up to 3 colors at one point, but anyway, long and short of it is I won't drag you through it. I'll just show you the things I really wanted you to focus on that were different from last time. Were on page 14 of the document. I guess it's page 330. Well, gosh, I guess mine may be off now, but it's page 14 of the fourth amended document talking about the public records. Essentially, the first section describes ownership of the records. Now that all the member agencies will be, or participating agencies will be members of they'll have ownership of their own records. The second part really talks about retention and that the BCS will be solely responsible for retention values, but it will not go below what the state law minimum is. So that's a significant concern that we would have, and it's ameliorated by that provision. Next part that really is focus is that the member agency will be the ones who are responsible for processing their request. And further down in that section C and D, you can see that BCS, because even though the records are created by each jurisdiction and they, quote, own them, they don't actually possess them, because BCS has a lot of these records in their bank. So what is, and the big key, or I guess the big, not bone of contention, but the big concern was how then, if they have the records and we're responsible for providing the records to make sure that it's compliant with the Public Records Act, how do we know that the search was adequate? So the part that you see in D, where it talks, you see the 1 and the 2 there, that is really the part that came in after a lot of discussions, because what it said is that if BCS does the search, they essentially are indemnifying the agencies for the adequacy of that search. Now, there's pretty strict requirements to get to that point. It has to be the only portion that if somebody was to have been found liable for not providing records, it has to be the only reason that it would have been subject to liability. But then also they have to go through and the city, you'll see 1 and 2 there, where the agency has to prove that they responded promptly and diligently, and that they promptly notified BCS, the staff, of their requesters' communication of additional searches. So those are two of the big concerns that we had that are taken care of by that provision. And then finally, the legal review is done by each agency now, instead of BCS's attorney, who is the administrative agency, is the city of Richland. So those are done by each jurisdiction now, that any kind of legal review is done by each jurisdiction. So those are the big things that I just want to make sure that we're spotted. A lot of work went into making sure that got written correctly and that everybody could live with it. So yeah, if you have any questions, happy to try to answer them. But
sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Do we have any questions or Mr. Corrales? It looks like you're making an attempt.
Oh,
right again.
There you go. I was just gonna ask. So BCES is as approved our changes. So what we're approving here, I mean, it's not going to get changed. Okay, thank you.
that's correct. Yeah, everybody's gone through it. I think we are one of the last 2 to go. So everybody else has already approved it, so it won't have any changes.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4581, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a fourth amended and restated interlocal agreement for the Benton County Emergency Services.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Moves us along to item number C, and I'll read it and then kind of talk about why we have 2 distinct motions here. Ordinance number 4765, amending Pasco Municipal Code section 3.35.220 and 3.65.150, and creating one 13 or 13.85.095 with regard to irrigation utility rates. And as I mentioned, there are two options that we talked about. I know Ms. Sarah will get into detail, but that's why anyone following along sees the or in the motions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We are going to be talking about irrigation updates to rates and connection fees. And we have discussed this item several times in the recent past, starting in October of 2024 and through most recently in the beginning of March of this year. So this slide is familiar to you as all the things we have discussed in prior meetings, so I'm not going to go into detail here. The service area shown in light purple. And then there are two proposed ordinances. The ordinances are very similar. The only distinction is the rates and connection fee established in each of them. And we'll get into the detail of that. But what do these ordinances do? Each of them, regardless of which one you were to act on, they both update rates for the next 6 years, so between 2025 and 2030. They both create a section in the code that addresses the connection fees, which was not established prior for this utility. And they both expand the program of low-income senior discounts to the irrigation utility. So that is common for all options provided to you today. And so what is the difference between the two alternatives? So alternative A, which coincides with ordinance alternative A, provides a connection fee established at the maximum calculated by the cost of service analysis, and that is the $1,468 in connection fee, and then establishes the rate increases at the lower alternative of the two. So that is 17% for the first 3 years, and you're seeing annual cost for the utility in the screen, and then the following 3 years at 3%. Alternative B has a lower connection fee, which is proposed at $1,000 for connection fee, and then the increases to rates is a little bit higher than the option A. So in this case, the first 3 years is 17.75%. So that is just under 18% for the first 3 years, and then the last 3 years in the schedule is a 3% update each year. So that is all I have to present tonight, but I'm happy to address questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council staff? I know we wrestled with this for quite a bit of time, and we narrowed it from 3 options down to 2 options. Now we have 2 before us, and we'll take action on one tonight. Mr. Harpster, and I can circle back with some thoughts.
Yeah, no questions for staff. Appreciate the presentation. I did just want to point out to the rest of council that in the staff report that was prepared, it does a good job of breaking down the 3 reasons for the need for this fee. One being the upgrades that are needed to the existing system because of existing use, and then 2, to support future growth. And so the way that, and then 3, to cover rising operational costs. So the way that I would look at that is the first reason needing upgrades to fix existing issues is because of existing users, and that, so then the existing users should pay some share in a raised fee. And then the second reason, to support future growth, would tell me then developers need to also be paying a fee to support the growth of the system. And so just based on that, I'd be in favor of option A. Wanted to share some math that I did. So option B, at a connection fee of $1,000 per dwelling unit and a total rate increase of $173.69 by 2030, is a 475% difference. So it's not necessarily fair, but I do think it's the best case that we've got of the options, right? And there's a definite need. With option A, those numbers are very different. So connection fee of $14.98, total rate increase of $166.19. By 2030 is a difference of 801%. And so just another reason that I'd be in favor of option B. And then lastly, again, this is a need that I think can easily be explained. But as Ms. Copeland from Tri-City Association of Realtors mentioned a couple weeks ago, this does effectively end up as a tax on new homes. And so there, just that again is a third reason for why I'd be voting for option B. Knowing that this is necessary, but giving us the option to keep it a little bit lower. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Yeah, when we talked about this, I think I was in kind of somewhere between like a B plus, somewhere in the middle of A and B. Looking at it, I think, I'm supportive of option B, and my thought is this: we opt in for maybe the lower connection fee if that's the desire of council, and then maybe we revisit in a year or 2 years, and if the connection fee doesn't seem to be doing the right thing, we can uptick it again at that point. But I do agree with your sentiments there that we're assessing a cost to growth, paying for growth, but we're also assessing a cost to users, paying for historical users, which new growth can't account for any wear and tear, if you will. They're just adopting the system as they get it. So, yeah, I'd be in support of B. Certainly, if we lean towards A, I think it is what it is, and we've, at a minimum, we're getting the opportunity to make sure that our system's going to have longevity. I see no further lights. And that being the case, I guess, Mr. Millie, you pick and choose. Choose your own adventure, buddy.
Why don't we just shoot for option B first, and we'll see how that goes. So we're going to redo the reduced connection fee. I move to adopt ordinance number 4765, amending Pasco Municipal Code sections 3.35.220, irrigation water utility fee, and section 3.65.150, senior discount, and creating section 13.85.095, connection fee, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. Because we have two options, let's go ahead and do a roll call. I think that's just going to be cleanest.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Grimm.
Yes.
Harpster.
Yes.
Prowlis.
Yes.
Barajas.
For clarification, this is for option B?
Correct.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
It passes 6-1.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, we'll move on to item number 10, which is unfinished business. There is none listed. We'll move on to item number 11, which is new business. It's the number. There are 3 items. Sorry, Dave. Did I cut you off? All right. Just, with the mic's not working right, I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. We'll move on to item number 11, which is new business. Item A is transportation impact fees study, Fair and Pierce, and that's going to come from Deputy City Manager Hugh Sigdell, who's not celebrating her birthday this week.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and evening council. I would like to introduce Kendra Breland. She's representing Fair and Pierce, a leading transportation planning and engineering firm. They have extensive experience in planning and designing transportation systems, and they're very innovative in their solutions for urban growth and infrastructure challenges, which we're very well aware of. And she will be presenting updates on Pasco's transportation impact fee process, and talking about the process itself and how it helps manage growth and fund some critical transportation projects, and also, and probably more importantly, ensure smooth development process for our community. And with that, welcome, Kendra.
We can turn on the base.
There we go. Thank you very much. And good evening, Council. Again, my name is Kendra Breland from Fair and Pierce. And I'm I've got a fairly lengthy presentation here. I'm very open if you want to ask questions as we go, or if you want to wait until the end. Either way is fine with me. So first of all, just a few kind of basic slides. What are transportation impact fees? They are one-time charges paid by new development. They were authorized under the 1990 Growth Management Act. And generally, they're provided to fund improvements that are needed to serve new development. So can't go towards things like filling potholes or addressing existing problems that we have on our transportation system, but they are really intended to fund projects that really provide capacity for new growth, so new trips, whether it's more cars, whether it's people walking, biking. Transportation impact fees are really just helping people to move more effectively. So a few other kind of details about transportation impact fees. One, and this is a requirement of state law, once you collect them, the time clock is there to encumber those funds. So once you collect them, you do need to encumber them to a project within 10 years, or you need to pay back development. Also, they need to go towards projects, first of all, that's on a transportation impact fee project list, and we'll talk about that later, but those projects need to be a part of your capital facilities element. So they need to have, the way I like to say is they're projects with status. They're projects that are in your plans, projects that the city is very serious about. And what are those types of projects? State law allows them to be anything from streets and roads to bike and ped facilities that provide kind of some capacity for multimodal commuting, so that could include trails under state law. Generally, what we're seeing communities fund impact fees for are really just kind of what we put in that umbrella of complete streets. So those are intersection improvements, whether it's adding a signal or a roundabout, whether it's adding sidewalk, curb, and gutter to a street, or adding a median treatment, or adding additional lanes. So a lot of need on your guys' capital list, we know. So they're a good funding source to kind of help move some of those projects forward. I wanted to just quickly go over a few important terms that relate to kind of plans that the city of Pasco has developed. First of all, the Transportation System Management Plan. So this is a long-range plan that outlines the vision, goals, and strategies for the city's transportation network. So this is really a kind of a long-ranging plan that really attempts to describe kind of the universe of your transportation needs over a long-term horizon. The Transportation System Management Plan, master plan, important to note, it is not fiscally constrained. So it really is kind of the starting point for transportation planning for the city. The next plan that I wanted to quickly summarize is the comprehensive plan, and in particular the capital facilities element. As I noted, this is an important plan to have in place and important for transportation impact fees. This is the city's long-range capital plan, but it is more fiscally constrained. The capital facilities element, of course, covers more than just transportation. It covers public buildings, utilities, parks, as well as transportation infrastructure. But it's important to look to this plan as a source of projects for funding transportation impact fees. And then the one other plan that I wanted to discuss was just the Transportation Improvement Program. This plan is a 6-year plan. City adopts it pretty regularly. I'm sure this council has seen it a number of times. And this plan looks out to kind of needs that you have in your transportation system over the next 6 years. It can include capital projects, but it can also include safety, maintenance, and congestion relief projects. And then last but not least, of course, is what we're here to talk about tonight, which is transportation impact fees. And in particular, the transportation impact fee project list, again, as I stated, it needs to have projects that are coming from your capital facilities element. And these projects really need to provide capacity for growth and be system improvements. So impact fee projects really should be addressing the city's most critical needs. And really, again, they're projects that are helping make sure that your city is ready to accommodate future growth.
So this is a very busy slide, but what we've attempted to do here is explain how impact fees can bring consistency and order to the development process. So in talking with your city staff, these are issues on the left-hand side of the slide that have been raised, and on the right-hand side of the slide is really kind of how impact fees can help address some of these issues. So current structure of your kind of development review process requires extensive analysis and weighing of impacts against nexus and proportionality on a project-by-project basis. Impact fees help to establish that nexus and proportionality in advance, streamlining analysis so you're not having to do that process over and over again. You have a lot of one-off analyses that are being done for every project, which can result in mitigations that don't align with other city plans. And the kind of benefit of impact fees is that they are minimizing that one-off analysis, and they're generating revenues that go towards a project list that has importantly been council approved, because council would be adopting this program. Current system leads to drawn out negotiations, long process, pretty expensive, requiring a lot of outside expertise. Impact fees are streamlining that and reducing the need for negotiation and outside expertise. And fair share calculations don't always provide for full project funding. Impact fees, once they're generated, can be spent on any project on the list. And kind of the last kind of issue and benefit I wanted to raise is that while many impact fill projects today don't result in any offsite mitigation, that's resulting cumulatively in issues, a more congested, a more impacted transportation system over time. Impact fees apply to all development, so every development would be paying in and generating revenue for expanding your system. So generally, when we think about impact fees and how can they address Pasco's challenges, one, you have a gap of funding for transportation that impact fees can help to fix. There's a perception potentially out there that development is occurring without paying for adequate mitigation, and impact fees ensure that growth is paying for growth. And last but not least, the current system right now is very drawn out, very expensive, time consuming, which has impacts to the community, to the developer, to city staff. So impact fees are attempting to address all of those issues by helping you to kind of streamline your processes. I would be remiss if I did not note that with impact fees, that doesn't mean that you're not going to do TIAs. TIAs are still going to happen in the city, but in adopting an impact fee program, the city has the ability to potentially modify the TIA development process to streamline it, to reduce the scope of that analysis and make those analyses more expeditious. So again, the hope here is that by imposing this fee, on the plus side, we're speeding up the process and making it easier. I want to make sure that there isn't a question or a comment.
I do have a quick question. If you can turn off your mic, I think it allows his mic to turn on.
Just a quick question on the first slide, third bullet point. It said funds that traffic impact fees funds improvements that are needed to serve are reasonably related to and reasonably benefit new development. And then the second most recent slide said impact fees can be spent on any project on the list. So reasonably benefit new development, is it the particular project that's being applied for or new development in general?
If you can go back to your mic, sorry. I know this is...
I will be trained. I promise you by the end of this meeting, I'll have it down, or maybe not. No, very good question. So first of all, impact fees, and I apologize, we're using projects on both sides of the ledger. We're using projects to talk about transportation infrastructure. We're also using projects to talk about development, and that is very confusing. My apologies for that. In terms of projects on the list, impact fees at the very beginning of this process, and we'll talk about this in later slides, we identify what projects are a part of that program. So those are transportation capital projects. And not to get ahead of myself, we have roughly 18. We'll talk about that as kind of a draft set of capital projects the city has. It's on your capital facilities element. It's actually on your transportation improvement program as well. That we think are, a really good move. These are going to benefit citywide mobility. What the impact fee program does is it establishes a nexus. So it says, if you're a development, you're coming in, you're generating this many trips, your fair share for this whole list is X amount. But then the city, that money kind of goes into an account, and the city is able to direct that opportunistically to any of the projects, the pre-described 18 projects that are on that list. Does that answer your question? Okay, I will keep going.
Wait, Mr. Prowlis has a comment or question or something. I was going to say that on that current slide you're on, we didn't get that in our packet. So it was apparently added. I don't have that. Go, if you keep on going. The last slide you were just on. I just want to make a note of that. It's not in the packet. Keep on going.